Chapter 1: Revelations and Departure. It's the day of the third stage of the Chunin exams. The entire village is all abuzz, excited to see the matchups today. However, the first match that they were all watching had the audience on the edge of their seats. They all thought that it would be a one-sided fight, seeing as how the participants were Niji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan despite him being from the branch family, and Naruto Uzumaki, who everyone but a select few thought was the nine-tailed fox reincarnated, rather than being the jailer for said fox. The same brat that was the dead last at the academy who was more concerned with playing pranks than train or pay attention in class. They did not expect the number 1 hyperactive knucklehead to be giving Niji so much trouble. He had just hit the stubborn blonde with his 8 trigrams. 64 palms technique, closing off all his chakra points, but here Naruto was getting up. I never give up. I never go back on my word. I said I'd beat you for what you did to poor Hinata and show you that you can change your fate, Naruto shouted out. Hey Kurama, think I can get some help? I won't be able to beat this asshole without chakra, he asks the fox in his gut. Sure Kit, but it will have to be the malice-filled chakra from me. We don't want to blow our cover. Bad enough you had to lock me back in the damn cage when the pervy old man checks the seal. Kurama, whoever on knows as the nine-tailed fox, replied to his host and friend. Yes, Naruto and Kurama are friends. Despite what people thought, due to the attack on the day of Naruto's birthday, Kurama was under influence of the Sharingan of a masked man that had ripped him out of his previous host and summoned in the middle of Konoha. He was actually a nice guy, unless you pissed him off. But that's normal for anyone. It was during the mission to Land of Waves. After Naruto was overtaken with rage when he thought Haku killed Sasuke, Naruto and Kurama had a nice long chat and came to an understanding. And over the past months, they became close enough that Naruto managed to open the cage confining the fox as well as how to close it if needed, point case when Jiraiya checked the seal. Anyway, back to the fight. Kurama pumped the malice-filled chakra through Naruto to open his chakra points so Naruto could go on to win the fight against Niji. As Niji laid there, he was wondering how he could lose to this year's dead last. And if this guy was right. The words he said during their fight rang through his head. Unlike me, you're a genius. But he could hear the roaring ovation for Naruto's win as he was being taken to the hospital win of the stadium. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't believe that they were actually cheering for him. He was finally being recognized for who he was and his accomplishments. What he didn't know is that someone recognized him and went to meet him on the way back to the competitor's box. Thanks for the help, Kurama. Man, it feels great to be cheered for. Finally feels like they're acknowledging me, Naruto thought/said to Kurama while grinning like a loon. However, his smile vanished when he sensed someone following him. So he stopped, his hand making its way to his kunai holster on his leg. You can come out now. I know you're there. Easy, easy. I'm just here to talk. A robbed figure came from around the corner with his hands up showing he meant no harm. So talk. I need to get up to the box so I can watch the fights, especially this next one to find out who I'll be facing in my next match, Naruto said in a tone that promised pain if he tried anything. Alright, I just wanted to talk to you since you remind me of your parents. The robed figure then was interrupted with a kunai to his throat, making the man gulp slightly. What did you say? My parents? You knew them? Who are they? I was told they died the night I was born but never told who they were, Naruto shouted, his eyes, while remained the sapphire blue. They now have fox-like slits in them, indicating he was trying to remain calm but was actually pissed off. This shocked the stranger. Seriously? You've never been told? Even though you are the spitting image of your father that anyone should be able to tell. I mean, you look just like Minato dash. Again he was interrupted. The 4th Hokage was my dad, and he sealed the fox inside me. Why? He shouted, pushing the kunai farther into the stranger's neck, starting to draw blood. Yes, he was your father, but he sealed the fox into because he couldn't ask another family to make the sacrifice if he himself wasn't willing to do so. Even though I'm sure Kushina tried to make him reconsider it and seal it back into her dash, he said nervously as knife then went even slightly deeper as the Jinchuriki interrupted him again, his eyes now blood red. Naruto was now obviously pissed. Everyone knew of the Red Death, She was almost as famous as the fourth Hokage, or otherwise known as the Yellow Flash. How could no one tell him that was related to two of the biggest badasses that the village ever produced, just short of the legendary Sannin? But what truly pissed him off was what this stranger said, that she was the former host to Kurama, and said Fox knew he'd be getting an earful shortly. However, Naruto addressed the robed stranger in front of him in a deadly calm tone that promised death. "Who are you? How did you know my parents?" The robed figure was now sweating heavily. "I am an old adversary of your parents. I faced them both in battle but later gained their friendship over the years. However, I can't tell you who I am. I'm wanted man, and if it got out that I was even here, I'd be dead before I got back to my seat." He then sighed as the kunai left his throat. "You'd better be telling the truth. I'm gonna go see Old Man Hokage and get some answers right now. If I find that you're lying, I'll kill you," Naruto said in the same calm tone as he turned and ran off the Kage box while screaming at Kurama on the way. "Why didn't you tell me that my own mother was your former host and it was my dad that sealed you into me? You know damn well I've been wanting to know about my parents since I was 6. Kurama sighed. "I didn't want to say anything, because I felt guilty. I'm the reason you've had such a hard life. And not just by being sealed into you. I told you about how I was being controlled, right? Well, when I came to, I was already chained down by your mother's adamantine sealing chains, while one of my claws was lodged in both your parents' guts as they were about to seal me into you."
I'm sorry.
Naruto stopped running hearing this. Sure, he knew that this father would have died due to the seal he used, and he knew Jinchuriki usually die if the tailed beast were exacted from their bodies. But he also found out about the Uzumaki longevity, and there was a chance they could survive the extraction should they get a massive chakra infusion and medical attention. But to hear that his mom could have survived if it wasn't for the Genjutsu-controlled Kurama, he swore to kill the bastard whoever was responsible. When he came to his senses, he was standing outside of the Kage box's doors. Naruto, not in the mood for being polite or proper, kicks the door in and stomps over the Hokage, who was telling the ANBU to stand down, seeing that it was Naruto. "Naruto, my boy, what are you doing here? You should be in the competitor's box." "Lord Hokage, I suggest we go talk in private unless you wish village secrets being revealed to Lord Kazekage," Naruto said, eerily calm, even though his eyes were still blood red. This got Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention. Naruto never addressing so formally, much less in such a gravely calm but eerie tone. He nodded and followed Naruto out to the hall and away from the door. "Now then, what is that about?" he said in a calm but curious voice. "You know damn well what this is about, old man. Why didn't you tell me about my parents? Especially since I am apparently the spitting image of my father and his face is seen by anyone who sees the Hokage monument. Or that my mom was the former Jinchuriki of the Fox and the Red Death. I asked you once a month for half of my life. You know damn well how important it was to me. And don't tell me it was to protect me. I know they were badasses that probably had many enemies that would have to take revenge on them through me. Why did you lie to me?" Naruto started to say calmly but ended up shouting at the top of his lungs with tears rolling down his face. "How did you find out?" the Hokage asked in a shocked tone, only to realize that was the wrong response at that moment by the heated glare he was getting from the young man in front of him. Naruto's voice turned demonic, looking like he was ready to kill the old Hokage in front of him. "That's the first thing you have to say? Listen to me, Naruto, I didn't tell for the reason you guessed. It was to protect you. If the stone or cloud or even mist learned that Minato and Kushina had a child, there would no end to the assassination and kidnapping attempts. Your own mother was kidnapped for her heritage alone as an Uzumaki. Had it not been for your father, she wouldn't have been found." Naruto was seething. "I said don't give me that Esichai. Who else knows? Your sensei, Kakashi, was Minato's student and was an ANBU assigned to guard Kushina during her pregnancy, and Jiraiya, who was your father's teacher. And your godfather, since they got your name from his first book, Tales of a Gutsy Ninja," replied the old monkey, knowing full well that he should speak the truth right now, not knowing he just made things a lot worse. "That old pervert is my godfather. Where the hell was he my entire life? I don't care if he is a spy master for the village. He could have come to visit me on occasion, sent me gifts, something to let me know I wasn't alone. Naruto roared. He was absolutely livid. He was going to castrate the perverted sage the next time he saw him. And Kakashi-sensei knew. And he did nothing. He didn't tell me. He still chose to train Sasuke this past month instead of his former sensei's son. I'm going to burn those precious books of his. Hiruzen now knew he had to calm the blonde Jinchuriki down, seeing the red chakra starting bubble forth and surround the boy. Where do you think Gamma came from, or the money you received up till you became a genin? That was all Jiraiya. As for Kakashi, he was one of the ANBU tasked with protecting you. However, he couldn't always be duty. As to why he didn't tell you, I ordered him not to. I was going to tell you when you turned 16 or became a chunin, which going by your match you have a good chance at becoming. And why he didn't choose to train you was to prepare Sasuke for Gaara, and he is the only person alive who can train him how to use the Sharingan. This seemed to calm the young man down at least a little. The chakra cloak dissipated and his eyes revert to his sapphire blue eyes, even though they retained the fox-like slit pupils. I'm assuming why the old pervert didn't tell me who he really was because of the same reason. You ordered him not to? Naruto replied, now trying to hold back tears. Yes, though he argued at great length many times, saying that I was being cruel, that Minato and Kushina would be ashamed and disappointed in me for not telling you when you first asked. The Hokage replied solemnly. Fine. I'll be going now, Lord Hokage. The blonde said as he turned around and started walking out of the stadium, not noticed the hurt look on Hiruzen's face. I can't believe he didn't tell me. And after all the years I considered him to be my grandfather, he said to himself. Kurama knew now was not the time to talk to Naruto unless he did something stupid. However, the fox noticed the Genjutsu being cast throughout the stadium and instantly broke it before Naruto even noticed it. Naruto didn't even notice the mayhem around him as he walked to his place and quickly left a letter and his headband on his bed for whoever came looking for him, if any did at all. He then noticed the battle going on outside. But he didn't care. This village can burn for all I care. He thought as he packed what few belongings he had in his backpack and changed out of his Kill Me Now orange jumpsuit, knowing it would identify him while he was leaving, into black ANBU pants, black ninja sandals, and a sleeveless black hooded vest with a black face mask like Kakashi wore all the time. He threw the hood over his head to attempt to hide his yellow hair and walked out of his place and started leaping across rooftops toward the gate that wasn't being currently attacked and disabled anyone who got in his way, Leaf Ninja or not. He stopped at the gate and looked back at the village. Goodbye, I am Old Man Tenchi Irika-sensei. I'll miss you all. I hope you all survive this so may meet again, should I decide to come back, he said solemnly as he turned and leapt off into the forest. Meanwhile, the mentioned people stopped and looked up at the sky, feeling something was wrong but were too busy either evacuating or directing the evacuation to pay too much attention to that feeling, the only thought going through their mind. Please be careful and safe, Naruto. Chapter 2: Hiding and Repercussions. We find Naruto in a cave camping out the night after he left the village. They should figure out that I'm gone by tomorrow if they don't think I died during the invasion, he said, looking up at the sky from within the cave. I wouldn't count on them just writing you off as a dead kid. That Kakashi knows about the healing ability I give you on top of your Uzumaki genetics. We should get moving. But where are we going? Kurama asked curiously. There weren't a lot of places he could go that the Leaf wouldn't go looking right away. Well, I know that I shouldn't, but I'd really like to Old Man Tazuna, Inari, and Tsunami again. Not to mention pay my respects to Haku and Zabuza. I just hope I can trust them to keep quiet for a while. I need to get supplies since I did leave in a hurry. The blonde responded, knowing that the wave would probably be the first place they'd look for him, seeing how that is the only place he's been before, and that treated him well. You're right, you shouldn't. But they are the only people that will likely help you once you reveal yourself to them and have the biggest chance of keeping quiet. Naruto nods, gets up and stretches. All right, let's go, and jumps through the trees towards to wave. Back at the Leaf. As the sun was setting, news of the death of third Hokage was spreading like wildfire, and everyone was making preparations for the funeral of all those that had fallen during the invasion. However, there were a few looking for the people that were unaccounted for among the bodies. Among the search party were the remainder of Team 7, Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha, and Jiraiya, the self-proclaimed super pervert. "Where is that idiot Naruto?" Sakura asked in her unnaturally loud voice. "Who knows? He's probably hiding in a corner like the loser he is," Sasuke said in his arrogant tone. "That's enough, Sasuke. You know Naruto wouldn't hide while people were in need," Kakashi reprimanded. "And as to where he is, I don't know. I suppose we should check his usual spots. So spread out. If you find anything, use your radios." Sakura and Sasuke went off in separate directions, even though anyone could tell that Sakura wanted to follow Sasuke but knew she'd get a scolding later, and she was secretly worried about her blonde teammate. However, when Kakashi was about to go off, Jiraiya stopped him. "Hold on a moment, Kakashi. The ANBU that were guarding Sensei said that Naruto came to see him after his victory against that Neji kid in a really bad mood, saying something about needing to talk to him about village secrets. You don't think Naruto learned some of the secrets that he shouldn't yet?" "Which secrets are you talking about? The only ones he doesn't know is his parents." "Oh God." Kakashi shudders to realize the implications. If he found out about them after all this time, especially after him asking monthly, he'd lose it. The Toad Sage nodded. "Question is, what would he do once Sensei told him everything in an attempt to calm him down?" "I have no idea. We should pick up the pace," Kakashi said hastily. "Agreed. I'll go search his place. Hand me a radio to contact you," Jiraiya said, catching the radio. "Channel 3 for the two of us. We don't need Emo and Banshee to learn about this." "Right. But do you have to call my students those names?" The copy ninja sighed. "They haven't shown me that they can be anything else," the Sannin said with a shrug, then headed towards Naruto's apartment, not realizing that Naruto was gone and had almost full day's head start and was very angry. 30 minutes later, Jiraiya arrives at Naruto's apartment, immediately getting a sense of dread seeing his door open and lights off. He runs in and sees the place tossed. "Naruto, are you here?" He then radios Kakashi, "Get over here now. Naruto's not here." And with that, Kakashi appears via the body flicker technique. "This is bad," he said, looking around only to immediately notices Naruto's headband over an envelope. "Jiraiya, it's worse than we thought." Seeing what Kakashi was looking at, he picks up the headband and opens the envelope and starts reading the leader. "To whoever finds this, I have left this village of lies and hypocrites. How could you praise and revere the fourth Hokage and curse, shun and beat his son? Or be the student of my father, be a teacher and not even drop any tips, or at the very least teach me something more than how to walk up a damn tree? Or even my own godfather, who had a legitimate reason for being away and took care of me indirectly. While I am grateful for that, to act like I'm just another brat and immediately refuse to train me until I appeal to his perverted nature that he agreed to teach me. That said, he has taught me more than anyone else, for that I say thank you, and that if he were to wish to talk, he is welcome to contact me via Messenger Toad. Now to the village, don't try to find me. You have disgraced my father, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and my mother, the Red Death, Kushina Uzumaki. You are not worthy of my loyalty. To the people whom I cherish above all others, Irika-sensei, I'm sorry. I want you to have your headband back. I am and Tuchiya Chiraku. Thank you for feeding me, even when I didn't have the money to pay. You even treated me like family. Hell, you were the closest thing I had to family. I will miss you the most. Should Jiraiya find me and wish me to continue to train me, I will ask to send messenger toads to the three of you. To Kakashi Hayate, have fun with the last Uchiha and the pink-haired Banshee. I can imagine your shocked face right now. Yes, I am over Haruno. Not once has been even remotely nice to me. All she has done is beat me, yell at me, when all I was to her was kind. Yes, I may have been annoying asking her out so often, but I did so to try to cheer up when she gets rejected from the gay duck butt. To Hiruzen Sarutobi, you may have been a grandfather to me, But that ended when I found you lied to me about not knowing who my parents were and ordering everyone to not tell me regardless if it was to protect me. You do not have the right to contact me. And if you think ANBU can find me, think again. You know full well that I can outrun them and anyone else you send after me. To the council. You do not own me. I may be the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, but I am a human being, not some property. None of my kind are. Your newest enemy, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi paled. Not only did he know who his parents were, but they hid that they knew. Jiraiya, however, was relieved that Naruto would still be willing to talk to him. Kakashi knew that he had at least half a day's head start and could be anywhere by now with his speed, plus with his stealth skills from his pranks, he could hide his scent very well from ninja hounds. Even if they did try, the only thing he left untouched in the apartment was his headband and the letter. However, he could smell that he sanitized the headband to erase his scent somehow, leaving the letter. Even traces of his orange jumpsuit could be found in a smoldering pile in the corner. What do we do now? If it gets out that he has left the village, he'll be hunted relentlessly. Kakashi asked sullenly, regretting that he didn't teach his sensei's son more. We tell the council he killed by the enemy during the invasion. We show this letter to only the three he mentioned and make them swear to secrecy. However, I will go look for him and see if I can't talk some sense into him. However, I won't hold my breath. He's made it clear in this letter that he hates the village minus the people he spoke fondly of. People I have to thank for taking care of him while I was fulfilling my role as spymaster to the village. He says seriously and looks at Kakashi. Does he have any allies outside of the village? Kakashi thought for a second. I can only think of one place. The Land of Waves. It was our first mission outside of the village. A C rank turned a tyrant by the name of Gato from Gato Industries dash. Jiraiya cut him off. Yes. I remember hearing about that, but that doesn't explain why they would be his allies. As I was gonna say, he gave the people hope, something they lost after their previous hero, Kaiza, was publicly executed. Inari, the bridge builder's grandson, was the most affected. It is because of Naruto that Inari was able to gather the villagers to build to push back Gato's thugs. With our help, obviously, or rather Naruto's help, I merely added support. But it was Naruto was the spark of hope. He even got through to Zabuza, an employee of Gato's who ended up getting betrayed by his employer. I ended up killing Zabuza's apprentice that same day, which allowed Naruto to get through to the Demon of Mist in a fit of angst rage. It appears Naruto made friends with Haku before the fight as well, Kakashi said with both sadness and pride. That young man seems to have the power to befriend just about anyone. I see now, so the people of Wave would see him as a hero and ally, said the now understanding Sannin. Very well, I send a toad there before I go in person. In the meantime, I must go talk to this Irika and the Ichirakus. They need to know. Kakashi nods and changes frequencies. Team 7, come to Naruto's house. I have something to tell you, he said in a solemn tone, making sure that it wasn't good news. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Why do you sound so sad? Sakura said. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Seriously? And she was the smartest in her class. Just get here. I'll tell you both when you get here. Jiraiya nodded and body flickered away with the letter and the headband a few minutes before Sasuke and Sakura showed up. Sakura gasped and put her hands over her mouth. Sasuke looked impassive as always be internally was shocked seeing the state of the place. Sensei, where? Sakura started, only to see traces of Naruto's orange jumpsuit burned in the corner. Sakura, Sasuke. Naruto was killed by the enemy, the copy ninja said, picking up the orange remnants. Sakura broke down crying. She may not have liked the blonde knucklehead, but he was her teammate and saved her life twice, even if she wouldn't admit it at the time. Sasuke, on the other hand, was seething. Naruto was a lot like him and knew loneliness, and saw the blonde as a worthy rival, not that he'd admit it aloud to anyone else. He was so angry that the curse mark Orochimaru gave him was slowly activating. Kakashi says this, Sasuke, calm down. I get that we just lost Naruto, but don't let give in to your rage and the curse mark. Sasuke nodded and the mark receded. What do we do now? Said the last Uchiha asked, still angry. We let the council know so we can include Naruto into the funeral tomorrow. You let your other classmates know. I will go to the council. Kakashi ordered and received a yes sensei, with his remaining students running to tell their friends. Naruto, please forgive me if we ever meet again. He thought to himself as he made his way to the council's chambers, knowing this wasn't going to end well. Meanwhile, with Jiraiya walked into Ichiraku Ramen, where he found Irika conveniently having supper. Well, this makes my job easier. Irika looked up from his bowl. Lord Jiraiya, what are you doing here? What do you mean your job? Said the confused Chunin. Welcome, Lord Jiraiya. What can we get you today? Tucci asked, curious as well but remained professional. Ayam, on the other hand, looked nervous. Why is Jiraiya here? Where is Naruto? She thought, fearing for the boy she thought of as a brother. I will have a miso ramen with pork. I will inform you as to why I am here over a bowl. However, what is said stays within these walls, Jiraiya said in a very serious tone, letting them know he meant business. A moment later, Tucci handed the Toad Sage his order. Here you go. Now can you tell us what is going on and where Naruto is? Asked the ramen chef, having figured it must have something to do with Naruto. Very well, but as I said, what is said doesn't leave these walls, nor will be repeated to anyone else. Am I clear? Once he got nods from the three in the room, he sighed and continued. Very well, Naruto has left the village. He found out about his heritage and didn't take it well after being lied to by the Hokage half his life. He wished for you to have this back, Irika, and that loves the three of you very much, he said and pulled out the letter. This will explain it all. Please read it quickly. By now Sakura and Sasuke will be spreading the official word that Kakashi and I will be reporting to the council, which is he was killed in the attack. Now this shocked Irika and the Ichirakus to hear this but quickly read the letter with varying responses. Irika was shocked that he didn't realize it. The resemblance to the fourth and Naruto was uncanny minus the whisker marks. Ayam was crying. She vaguely remembered Kushina, but her father did, and he looked furious. He never agreed with Hiruzen not telling the boy he saw as a son about his parents, especially since his mother was his best customer and any idiot should have been able to see the resemblance to Minato. He didn't need to be told to figure who his parents were. Not with the boy's insatiable hungry for ramen, his verbal tic, the blonde hair, blue eyes. All were signs of Naruto being Kushina and Minato's child. Tucci, being the last to read it, handed the letter back to Jiraiya, who pocketed it. Do we know how he found out? Tucci said, trying to rein in his anger only to get a negative headshake. Any idea where he is headed at least? I don't feel like remaining here any longer. Ayam looked shocked to hear this, even though she agreed not wanting to be here, only for Jiraiya to shoot down that idea. I'm afraid I cannot tell you. It would be suspicious if you were close shop and moved to where Naruto went, only to get an angry glare from the Ichiraku, making him think. These two obviously considered Naruto family just as he considered them to be the same. Very well. But if the civilian council asks, you are leaving out of grief for losing someone you considered family, we believe he's left for the land of waves. He said only to see recognition at the mention of his first mission out of the village. If you move there, I will guard you free of charge. Just inform me tomorrow after the funeral. It will suspicious if leave beforehand. Not mention looked at being disrespectful. He finished and getting nods from the Ichirakus. I know I cannot just up and leave myself. Being a Chunin, however, please inform Naruto that he has my full support in whatever he decides to do. Irika said sadly, knowing he can't go with the Ichirakus, knowing that they were leaving. Jiraiya nodded, got up from his seat, and paid for his meal and enough to set up an establishment in Wave, getting a shocked but grateful look from the father/daughter duo. Remember, as far as the village knows, Naruto is dead, burned to nothing but ash by the enemy, he said, getting nods from everyone there. Before he leaves, he turns his head looking back at the three there, and thank you for taking care of my godson while I was away, and walks away to send the messenger Toad. Ayam, Start preparing our supplies and necessities. We're moving to the land of waves. Tucci said in a stern voice, clearly hiding his anger at the village, getting an agreeable nod from his daughter as they begin closing up after Irika had paid and left to prepare for the funeral. Needless to say that reactions to Naruto's death were varied. A majority of the council were afraid that the nine-tailed fox would return, while others were saddened by the blonde's death. Among the rookies, most were shocked and saddened to hear Naruto died. But the news hit Hinata hardest. The boy she loved had died before she could build up the courage to confess to him. It hit her so hard her father, sensei, and teammates feared for her health. She was still recovering from her near-death experience at the hands of Niji in the prelims of the Chunin exams and now had lost her inspiration and reason for living. Speaking of Niji, he was indecisive as to what to feel, but was the most worried about Hinata. If she died due to this news and her injuries he gave her, he'd never forgiven himself. The only ones that weren't sad were Sasuke and Kiba, both angry at the enemy. However, they all prepared for the funeral of all those who had died during the invasion tomorrow. With Naruto. As the morning sun was starting to stretch across the sky, Naruto arrived at the bridge only to be flabbergasted reading the name of the bridge. The Great Naruto Bridge? They named it after me? He said aloud, only earn a hearty laugh from his friend and tenant. You really are an idiot. Of course, they named it after you. It was you who lit the fire under that brat Inari's ass, saved that MILF Tsunami from being taken hostage, which led the kid to round up the villagers to help drive back those thugs. However, you're going to have thought up an alias if you are going to stay here for any length of time. Kurama said, not knowing that Jiraiya and Kakashi falsified his death to keep the council off his trial. Well, yeah, but I didn't expect to have a bridge named after me. But yeah, you're right, I do need to think of an alias. He responded to his partner only to get distracted by a poof of smoke revealing a messenger toad. Well, that was faster than expected. Let's see what Pervy Sage has to say. He said, retrieving the scroll and toad before jumping into a nearby tree for cover. Naruto. If this message finds you, then Kakashi's assumption was correct and you did take refuge in the land of waves. Now, before anything else, I want to apologize for not training you right away. However, it would have seemed suspicious if I agreed to train you right away, as you know I was not allowed to tell you about your parents and that I am your godfather, so I had to put on the act of being uninterested when I wanted nothing more than to train you. Even after I agreed to train you, I had to seem uninterested when I wanted to train you so much harder than I did. Should you agree to allow me to continue to train you, I'll make you into a ninja that your mother and father would be very proud of. Now, as far as the village is concerned, you were killed in the attack, so you don't have to worry about Tracker Ninja or anything like that. I'm assuming you have a new look that people wouldn't recognize and have realized by now that you will need an alias to go by. Now don't worry about Irika and the Ichirakas. I told them everything and showed them your letter as well as returned your headband as you requested. You will be pleased to hear that the Ichirakus will be leaving the village and making their way to your location, and I have offered to guard them on their journey. So, with this information in mind, please respond as soon as possible with a meeting location. Should all go well, I will be there in 2 days' time with your surrogate family. Sincerely, your godfather, Jiraiya. So it was Kakashi and Pervy Sage that found the letter. I'm impressed they went the route of faking my death. Not that anyone back in the village would miss me anyhow. The blonde thought. I don't know, that Hyuga girl seemed to like you, and Irika is gonna miss you, and I am pleased that you will have support out here. Even if it is the ramen people. And here I thought I could get you to eat something more than that every day. Kurama semi-joked at the end. Hey, ramen is the food of the gods, you know? Naruto mentally shouted. Like mother like son. Kurama sighed. Kushina was just as bad when it came to ramen. Hell, I think you might be worse. That got Naruto's attention. Mom loved ramen too? He asked eagerly. Kurama facepalmed, realizing the buckle of worms he just opened. Yes, she did, probably the only thing ate, even more so while she was pregnant with you. I'll tell you more about her later. But right now you should get to Tezuna's place and make sure you can shack up and then reply to Jiraiya before they leave. Yeah, you're right. I just hope they are up at this hour. Naruto said as he jumped down and made his way to Tezuna's place. 30 minutes later, Naruto arrived at the old drunk bridge builder's place, pleased to hear likely tsunami rattling around in the kitchen. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door, lowering his mask, not wanting to spook whoever answered the door. Inside the house, Tsunami was about to prepare breakfast so she would wake up her father and son, only to hear a knock at the door. "Who could that be at this hour?" she says as she makes her way to the door. When she opened the door, she was pleasantly surprised to see the village hero at her doorstep. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" she said with a beaming smile. "Hey Tsunami, can I come in? I'll explain everything to everyone all at once if that's okay," Naruto said with this trademark smile. "Yes, of course, come in. I'll go wake father and Inari," she responded. "Thank you very much," he said as he walked in and took a seat at the familiar table, waiting for Tezuna and Inari. A few minutes later, and what sounded like a stampede coming down the stairs, "Naruto!" Inari came barreling downstairs and tackled Naruto out of his chair into a bone-crushing hug. Behind him were Tezuna and Tsunami. "Easy there, kid. I haven't been gone that long. It's only been a few months," Naruto said, chuckling. Tezuna chuckled as well. "Good to see you, kid. But you seem different. Where's your headband?" However, when he finished that statement, the family felt the mood shift, and not for the better. "That's why I'm here," Naruto said with his bangs covering his eyes. So he explained the situation leading to his departure from the Leaf. To say that they were shocked would be an understatement. However, Naruto finished with, "I know this is a lot to ask out of the blue, but could you allow me and possibly my new sensei to stay here when he will be here a couple of days with some people I care about? I know I am already asking you for a lot, but the people he is traveling are ramen chefs. Is there a shop they could purchase?" Now they were floored. Naruto made it seem like he was ready to move to Wave permanently, or at least long-term. "Well, yes, we still have the spare rooms upstairs. As for an available shop/home for your ramen friends, I think I can build them a place when they get here, so I can get specifics on what they are looking for and whatnot," Tezuna said, still getting over his shock. Naruto was beaming now and bowed. "Thank you so much." Tezuna just waved him off. "Don't worry about it. I don't know if you noticed, but you're a hero here. Doing something like putting you up for a while and bringing in a new business is nothing, kid." "Yes, I noticed. Hard not to notice the bridge named after me," Naruto said, deadpanned. "Oh, and I'd appreciate if you kept quiet that I'm here. The village may not be after me, but that could change if they find out that I am indeed alive." "Oh, of course. We'll just say you're a long-lost relative or something." Tsunami spoke up, understanding the trouble he'd be in and by extension them for hiding him. "Thank you so much. I'll go unpack in the guest room and come back down," the blonde said quite happily. In the room, Naruto wrote his response to Jiraiya and gave it back to the toad, who instantly disappeared in a plume of smoke. Now to relax for a couple of days and work on an alias. Maybe I'll ask Tsunami and Tezuna about it after breakfast. Chapter 3: Funeral and More Revelations. Konoha. It was midday. The skies were clouded over in thick rain clouds, a light rain falling from said clouds, making it seem like the heavens were crying for the fallen. The entire village was gathered in the graveyard, where multiple graves were being filled with coffins of both the brave shinobi and kunoichi, as well as the killed civilians that have been found since the invasion was quelled. Among them Irika, Jiraiya, the Ichiraka family, Kakashi, and the surviving members of the now rookie 10. Even the gravely injured Hinata and Rock Lee were there, trying to hold in their sorrow for the death of Naruto and the loss of the third Hokage. One kunoichi, with purple hair, brown eyes, ruby-red lips, hidden behind a cat ANBU mask, peaches and cream-pale skin, with a toned body dressed in standard ANBU attire, was standing in front of Heiate Gecko's grave. This was Yugao Yuzuki, coded named Cat within the ANBU. She was, however, heavily considering leaving the ANBU and possibly leave Konoha behind. She had heard that the Ichiraku were leaving shortly after the funeral was completed, and that Jiraiya had a student that needs a kenjutsu teacher. and she felt she should pass on what her deceased lover taught her. Maybe I should go with Jiraiya and the Ichiraka family. I have nothing left here. Hayate is gone, we have no Hokage to guard, and there is a high chance Danzo becoming the new Hokage. She thought to herself. Jiraiya was standing there with a small scroll in his hand that he received in the middle of the night from Naruto, with another scroll just smaller than the Toad summoning contract as per Naruto's request via his message, looking exhausted. Like he didn't get any sleep at all. Damn brat. He better appreciate this, he thought as he thought back to last night. Flashback. Jiraiya had just finished his long day, attending the council meeting and having to turn down being Hokage and being asked to find his former teammate a lifelong crush, Tsunade Senju, and try to convince her to come back to the village to take the hat. He knew it was a long shot, but he knew he had to make the effort or they'd find someone like Danzo to take the hat, and that would not be good. He was just about to crawl into this futon when his messenger Toad popped into his room via a poof of smoke. "Reply from your student, sir," the Toad said as he placed the message scroll in front of him, waiting for the Toad Sage to dismiss him. "Thank you, you may go and get some rest. I'll call for you tomorrow morning." The perverted Sannin sighed and took the scroll and read it. Pervy Sage. You were indeed correct that I came to Wave. I am staying with Tazuna, his daughter Tsunami, and his grandson Inari. They have graciously said that you, the old man, and I can stay with us till they can build a home/restaurant for the Ichirakus. However, I must ask that when you arrive that you do not request me by name. If a young woman answers the door, ask for either Tsunami or Tazuna. By the time you get here I should have figured out my alias by then. However, I have things I wish for you to bring with you, things that are rightfully mine. I wish for my mother's sword, all the scrolls within my parents' house or wherever they are being stored, as well as my family's fortune. I'm sure Hiruzen kept all that safely hidden so those greedy counselors could have gotten hold of them. To ensure you don't have any issues I have including a couple of vials of my blood in case of blood seals. If you're wondering how I know about blood seals and seals in general, Kurama has taught me the basics of Fuinjutsu. Also, if at all possible I would like to find a Kenjutsu trainer. As you have already surmised that I intend to use my mother's sword and make a name for myself. However, do not think that you are off the hook just yet. Teaching me is just the first step in your redemption. You have 13 years to make up for. I hope you're ready to do so, or you will regret it. I expect you to keep my loved ones safe on the journey here. If they show up injured or worse, you can write off any chance of redemption. Naruto Uzumaki. He just sighed at this. Damn brat. Those are some very high demands. It's gonna be damn near treason for getting the list of stuff of his. Sensei had it locked behind the Hokage vault. Everything, only he knew the combination. To get it, I'm gonna have to sneak into the Hokage's office, crack the vault combination, even the scrolls he's asking for. Using his blood is the least of the worry. But who knows what booby traps they put into place. I'm not worried about keeping the Ichirakus safe. But the Kenjusta teacher is gonna be tricky to find. Jiraiya thought, knowing someone might be listening, but finishes aloud. Well, I'll find my student a Kenjusta master down the road. Jiraiya sighed as he felt movement outside his house. Little did he know that it was none other than Yugao who was passing by on her way home. Hearing the poof of the summon and decided to check it out, however, decided not to eavesdrop anymore and went on her way to grieve for the lose of Hayate and prepare for the funeral tomorrow. Jiraiya, having sensed that the presence was gone, got up and used his skills as spy master to acquire everything Naruto had demanded, even outsmarting the ANBU guarding the Hokage vaults, as well as the Namikaze household for his mother's famous sword, and sealed them all in a medium-sized scroll. End flashback. After the funeral concluded, Sasuke and Sakura both walked up to Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, can we talk to you for a moment? Sakura asked as politely as she could. You are the genin from yesterday, Jiraiya said, remembering how he saved them from Gaara and Shikaku. Yes, we wanted to thank you for saving our lives. If you hadn't shown up when you did, Gaara would have crushed me and killed Sasuke. So thank you very much, Sakura said with a bow of gratitude, while Sasuke looked pissed off at the fact he couldn't defeat Gaara on his own. I should have been able to beat that freak on my own. How can I kill Itachi if I can't even hold up against someone like Gaara? Sasuke brooded. Think nothing of it. I'm just glad I made it time. I was worried when I heard you guys were sent to fight against Gaara. The Toad Sannin said, expressing his concern. Whose bright idea was it to send them against a Jinchuriki anyway? He thought out of spite. Flashback. Jiraiya sighed as he and his summon defeated the three-headed snake summon as he looked over to Ibiki Marino shouting, I'm going to check on the arena. I'm worried about the Hokage and Chunin hopefuls. With that, Jiraiya body flickered to the stadium, seeing a transparent purple barrier when he arrived. Damn, a barrier, huh? He said to himself, but getting nods from the ANBU on the outside of the barrier as confirmation. He turned and asked, what happened to the genin participating in the tournament? We don't know. You'd have to ask Kakashi or one of the jonin fighting in the stadium below. All we know is that the Uzumaki came to talk to the Hokage and was very pissed off. We were going to detain him when Lord Hokage signaled for us to stand down and left with the boy. We don't know where he went after that. But the Hokage seemed troubled and upset after he returned, one of the ANBU replied. The Toad Sage just sighs and goes to find Kakashi, which was easy enough having heard the sound of the Chidori or lightning blade activate. Kakashi, where are the kids? He said as Kakashi ran his lightning-covered fist through a sound ninja. I sent Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Sakura after Gaara and his teammates along with Pakken. I just hope they're all right. You sent 3 genin, 2 of which are probably tired from their fights, after a possible Jinchuriki and his team with just your personal summon as backup? Jiraiya exclaimed, wondering what was going through Kakashi's mind at the time. I know it was risky, but they were the only ones we could spare. The rest of the enemies around here are high Chunin and Jonin class opponents. I sent them after what I figured to be the safer adversaries. After all, I trained Sasuke specifically for his fight against Gaara. Kakashi said as he killed another sound ninja. Jiraiya sighed, frowning at that logic, and realized, all right, I'll go back them up, but you should know that Naruto is missing, he said, deflecting a thrown kunai. Yeah, I know, but I can't go look for him right now. I'm tied down here at the moment. If we survive this, we can search for him together, so please go help my team. If Gaara really is a Jinchuriki, then they are outmatched, Kakashi said with worry evident in his voice for both Naruto and the genin he sent after Gaara, but kept focused on the enemy around him as he knocked a sand ninja out. Jiraiya nodded and bounded off towards the explosions in the forest. You brats better be all right, especially you Naruto, wherever you are, he thought. On the way, he saw Asuma helping Shikamaru against a group of sound ninja, getting info from Shikamaru saying he stayed back as a decoy when they detected they were being pursued. Jiraiya nodded and continued after the remainder of the team, seeing Shino and his father against a tree. Shino's father saying that his son chased after Shikamaru and the others after seeing Kankuro flee the stadium, claiming he wanted his fight against the Sand Genin, who laid no to fare away knocked out. He sighed and continued to chase after them, only to see the one-tailed raccoon raise up from the forest. Damn it! I hope those kids are still alive. To push a Jinchuriki this far, they are in trouble. He cursed as he ran through the signs to summon the chief toad, Gamabunta. Jiraiya, why have you Gamabunta started to ask before he saw Shikaku. If you summoned to help you deal with Shikaku the sand spirit, you're on your own. He finished preparing to poof back to Mount Mayaboku. Please wait, Bunta. There are genin here bravely fighting against the One-Tails. If we don't stop it, they will die, Jiraiya pleaded. The boss of the Toads sighed and took a drag from his pipe. Very well, but you'd better have sake ready next time you summon me. Thank you. Now let's save those genin, Jiraiya proclaimed as he jumped off Gamabunta's head and approached Sasuke, only to see Sakura being bounded to a tree by sand. What happened here? Sasuke gritted his teeth. I've been fighting this freak Gaara for a while now, but Sakura and a dog arrived, catching his attention, only to grab Sakura with that sand of bound her to the tree. It's getting harder and tighter every passing moment and will eventually crush her unless I beat him. But I'm out chakra and can't do anything. He finished punching the branch he was standing on out of frustration that he was so weak and couldn't finish off Gaara on his own. However, Jiraiya mistook this as he was frustrated that he couldn't save his teammate. "Don't worry, I'll save her for you. Get back to a safe distance," he said, jumping back onto Bunta's head, who was facing off against the now awake Shikaku. "Jiraiya, we need to wake up the kid on Shikaku's head." The little fool used the play possum jutsu and gave up control to the One Tail, the chief toad shouted. "All right, ready some oil. We need to distract the demon before I can give that kid a good smack." Jiraiya planned on the fly, knowing the One Tail was just one big sand chakra beast, and with enough heat, they could hopefully slow him down and cause enough pain to distract him enough to wake up Gaara. As Gamabunta puffed his cheeks, filling his mouth with toad oil, Jiraiya was running through the hand signs for a powerful fire jutsu, and both call out their combination jutsu. Fire style, Toad Flame Bomb. The attack hits and causes the sand spirit to scream and thrash around in pain, causing the giant toad to yell out, "Now Jiraiya!" The super pervert already jumping off the boss toad's head, cocking his fist back ready to deliver a punch on the sleeping Jinchuriki, only to miss and land a foot away, causing him to curse. "Get off my head, you human!" Shikaku yelled, still recovering from the attack, and continued to thrash around. Jiraiya, being used just thrashing when Gamabunta wasn't pleased with him, was more than able to stay on with the application of chakra to his sandals, reading another attack on the sleeping Gaara. This punch landed, waking up a stunned Gaara and a despairing Shikaku. "No, I just got here," the one-tail raccoon said as he disintegrated into the sand, causing Jiraiya and Gaara to start falling to the ground. Jiraiya flipped midair, landing on his feet, while Gaara crashed against it, completely exhausted. It was then that Temari and Kankuro showed up, standing in front of Gaara protectively. "Please, don't harm our brother any farther," Temari pleaded. This confused Gaara greatly. "Why are you protecting me? I lost. I failed to prove my existence," he said, holding his head in pain. "Because Gaara, despite all you've done, you're still our brother, and we just want the old you back before father ordered that assassination on you," Kankuro said, not looking back at Gaara, keeping a tired but fierce glare trailed on the Sannin in front of them. "He's right, we love you, Gaara. We just want to be a family again," Temari said, not looking back as well, but Gaara noticed the tears that dampened the soil under her. "Enough, let's go home. I'm tired of fighting," Gaara said weakly as he tried to get up but couldn't muster the strength. "What makes you think I'm just going to let you leave after betraying the leaf like this?" Jiraiya asked sternly. "We'll give you a full confession once we get home, but we'd appreciate it if you let us go home to confront our father first, so can get more details for the confession," Temari said with a stern but hidden pleading look, one Jiraiya caught and sighed at. "Very well, I'll give you a week. Send it to the Hokage. I'll be sure to tell him of our agreement," the old pervert replied. "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya," Temari said, dropping her guard, while Kankuro was helping Gaara up. Sasuke dropped down with an unconscious Sakura on his back. "Why are you just letting them go?" said the enraged Uchiha. "Enough, we need to get back to the leaf and help there. Naruto's been missing since his victory over Neji. Come on," Jiraiya said in a commanding tone. Hearing that Naruto was missing shocked him enough to go back to the leaf carrying a now awake Sakura, who was pretending to still be knocked out, only failing due to a noticeable blush on her face, one Jiraiya caught and chose to say nothing about. End flashback. After finishing his trip down memory lane, Sasuke and Sakura left for once, going their separate ways without Sakura pestering Sasuke for a date, knowing it wasn't right on a day like today. Jiraiya was about to go with the Ichiraka family but was stopped by Yugao. "Lord Jiraiya, might I have a word with you?" she asks. The Sannin just sighs and nods while thinking, if these delays keep happening, we're going to be late getting to the Land of Waves to meet Naruto. "I would like to accompany you to escorting the ramen stand owners," she asked bluntly. "Do you have permission from the council? Surely can't afford to lose a capable ninja like yourself for any period of time after the losses we took," He replied, knowing she was ANBU, likely a captain too. I put in a request for a month's leave of duty to properly mourn for someone close to me. She replied, her voice carrying the sound of grief, sadness, and loss. Jiraiya inwardly groans. Before I confirm or deny your request, why do you wish to come with me? Sounding suspicious but already figuring out that it was her outside his window last night. I overheard you were going to meet a student of yours in Wave, and that he was searching for a Kenjusta teacher. I wish to pass on what I've learned, or at least what I can pass on during my leave, she said, knowing full well she was caught. All right, but this is on you if you get into trouble with the council. But you'll need to know that my student is very secretive about his identity. So I'd appreciate it if you didn't report anything, he said a little too kindly. Yes, of course, I am off duty after all, she said, not withering under the pressure. Good, get ready. We'll be on the move a lot. After we meet my student and drop off the Ichiraka family, I have to go find Tsunade, and will likely require help locating and convincing her to come back, he said firmly, and turning to make his way over to Naruto's surrogate family to let them know of the addition to their travel party. After explaining it to them, they were obviously cautious about an ANBU joining them. Are you sure this is a good idea? Even if off duty, learning that he's alive could cause major issues. I am asked in a hushed tone in case someone was listening in. It's better than denying her. It will look suspicious if we did. He should have come up with his alias and changed his appearance by the time we get there, the Toad Sage replied in an equally hushed tone. Tucci nodded, not liking this one bit but knew the Sannin was right. Jiraiya then spoke up once again. Besides, he's looking for a Kenjusta teacher. She learned and practiced with the best swordsman the Leaf has to offer. And I feel that once she's seeing that he asked for, she'll understand everything. I have it in good standing that she was against it all and was one of the few that was assigned to guard him, and knows of his situation. He finishes, easing the doubts of the father and daughter combo. An hour later, Irika was standing at the village gates to say his farewells to the ramen chiefs, though confused with a beautiful woman with purple hair was standing there as well. He could tell she wasn't a civilian. She had the aura of a skilled kunoichi, someone who has seen and dealt a lot of death. Sensing this, Yugao decided to attempt to ease his confusion and told him that she was taking some time off to grieve the loss of a loved one and was joining Jiraiya in his travels for a month. Irika knew that wasn't the whole truth but decided to drop it. 15 minutes later, Jiraiya and the Ichirakus arrived. I am Tucci. I wish you luck in your endeavors in Wave. I can only imagine that it will not be easy starting again in a new country, the academy teacher said. Thank you, Irika, but I have a feeling we'll be just fine. From what I hear, they practically worship our favorite fallen knucklehead. Tucci chuckled slightly while attempting to sound sorrowful for the loss of Naruto. I am too gave a strained smile, genuinely sad that so few people paid respects to Naruto's portrait. The only ones who had paid their respects were his teammates, her and her father, Yugao, Shikamaru, and Choji, Irika, and of course poor Hinata, who looked completely dead on this inside. She was however glad to hear he had been added to the monument stone like so many other fallen heroes of the Leaf. Even if she was sure that this damnable village will celebrate the death of the demon child or QB reincarnated, and not see him as the hero has been his entire life for keeping the Nine Tails locked away. Shall we go? We should be there in about 2 days barring any interruptions. I would hate to take longer than that, Jiraiya says, shuddering, being later than that. Naruto wasn't the most patient person in the world. More so when his precious people are involved. I just hope Naruto gets the message and comes up with his alias and new look before we arrive. He thought, not knowing that the ANBU traveling with them had a connection to Kushina and Naruto. Tucci and Ayam chuckle, knowing why Jiraiya shuddered, while Yugao was confused and knew she was obviously missing a vital piece of intel, something she wasn't comfortable with but chose to keep quiet. What am I missing? And why do I feel it's all gonna change everything when I find out? Wave. We find Naruto mediating on the water, working on his chakra control since he knows that it's one of his shortcomings. Kurama staying quiet but was thinking about his partner Alias. However, Naruto was brought out of his meditation, the sound of the messenger frog appearing saying, "Urgent message from Jiraiya. There is a new development." Naruto groans and walks over to the barge. "What is it now?" he asked and takes the scroll. "Naruto, I have everything you requested, but it wasn't easy to obtain, even with my infiltration skills. Whoever they choose to be the next Hokage will very likely notice the missing scrolls with the jutsu and funds. As for the Kenjusta teacher, I have found you one, however. She is an ANBU on leave. She goes by Cat. I don't know if you are aware of her or not, but I have warned her that you value your privacy. So you'd best come up with that alias before we arrive and find a way to change your appearance beyond clothes. We will be on time barring any trouble on the road. However, I will not be able to stay in Wave to train you. The council has requested I find my old teammate, Tsunade Senju, and bring her back to be Hokage. I am not hopeful for my chances, so I may request your assistance, however. Should you decline, I will understand. I will explain when I arrive as to why I am tasked with this retrieval mission. Ayam and Tucci give their best and are excited to see you. Irika and Kakashi send their best and will miss you. Jiraiya. Naruto ponders. I wonder why they need a new Hokage, and why didn't the old man make the request himself? And Kat being my Kenjusta sensei? That could be interesting. She was one that guarded me from the shadows, keeping people away from me. Wonder how she'll react to me being alive. I don't know. Perhaps Hiruzen was injured and unable to continue his duties. He is an old man after all. I'm more surprised that you aren't upset that he can't train you right away unless you assist him and therefore the village. Kurama replied. Well, of course I am upset. Once again someone is putting the village before me, however. I understand that they need leadership. I just hope it isn't too serious. The Ninetales knew the guilt would cripple him for a few days at the very least if the third got seriously hurt or killed after his verbal assault against the old man. Well, if something did happen, try not to blame yourself. He's a seasoned warrior. He can take care of himself. As for this Cat Anbu, can we trust her? Her duty is to the Hokage and the village. He asked after trying to calm down his partner. Oh, her? Yeah, she'll be fine. She watched over me before the academy, even personally took me to the hospital a few times. Never saw her face, but if she's off duty then I will finally be able to meet her in person. Does someone have a new crush so soon? Kurama teases. What? No. She's like 7 years older than I am, if not older. That'd just be wrong. Naruto protested, getting a chuckle from the fox in his gut, earning a mumbled furry bastard, only to realize he should let Tazuna and Tsunami about the extra guest and that they are on their way. So he makes his way to Tazuna's place, getting polite waves from everyone, bashful blushes from the female population, even a couple shop owners handing him free bags of food, which he tried to turn down, but the shopkeepers were persistent and said it was a thank you for saving and freeing them from Gato and his thugs, so he relented and accepted the gifts. He even heard some of the bolder female population shout out to him, asking to marry them and give them his child. Wonder if this is how it feels for Sasuke? None of these girls like me for me. They like me because of my fame, he thought, knowing full well they were fangirls. After about 30 minutes of walking through the village, he finally reaches Tazuna's place and walks in. Normally he'd knock, but Tsunami said that he didn't need to bother. He was an honored guest and practically family as far as she and Inari were concerned. Hey Tsunami, you here? He calls out for the single mother. In the kitchen, Naruto, she replies. Of course, she's in the kitchen. If she isn't cleaning or out shopping, she's in the kitchen preparing for meals or just baking. She really needs to take it easy and just relax sometimes. I swear she works herself too hard, Naruto thought as he made his way to the kitchen. I have some food from the villagers. Where should I put them? He asks. Tsunami turns around, sees the gifts, and sighs. On the table. I'll put them away in a little bit. Thanks, but I can put them away. I don't want to feel like I'm just freeloading, you know. The blonde says plainly. Nonsense. You're our guest. Besides, I have a system as to where things go and can't find anything if it's not in the system," she said, finishing off half joking, earning a sweat drop from her guest. "Ok," he said, giving up. "By the way, your dad around? Jiraiya and the Ichirakus are going to be here in 2 days, assuming nothing happens on the way here. Oh, and I'm sorry, but seems one more person is going to tagging along with them. A Leaf ANBU, though they are supposed to be off duty," he said. Tsunami looked worried about the ANBU. She might not know much about the ninja society, but she knew ANBU either took rogue and or missing ninja back to their respective villages or kill them, depending on the situation. "Are you sure it's safe for them to come here? What if they try to kill you or take you back?" "Relax, we just need to come up with an alias for me before they get here. I'll see about changing my hair color. Maybe go red or black. Anyway, we have 2 days. We'll be fine," he said, giving her a reassuring smile. "All right. As long as you're sure," she said, still not sure. "Trust me, it'll be okay," the blonde said, then asked, "Where's Tazuna?" Tsunami realized she didn't answer that part of the question the first time. Blushes slightly from embarrassment. "Oh, I'm sorry. He's out working on that shop for your family." "All right, thanks. Did he say where?" he asked, wanting to warn him about the ANBU. "No. He said he wanted it to be a surprise to you and them," she said with a warm smile. "Damn it. All right. Well, I'm gonna head about out to train. Be back for supper," the blonde said, leaving the house. Instead of going back through the village, he decides to stay close to the house and walk out 10 feet away from the house and mediate again. "Hey Kurama, for the hair color, is it possible you to change that permanently, and for all hair to make it natural?" It is. But it'd be painful because it'll be rewriting some of your genetic profile. What are you thinking?" Kurama replied. "I'm thinking black. Maybe with red tips," the blonde replied. That's possible to do. But I'm not sure if I can get it done within the 2 days. I'd have to focus my chakra on the transformation completely. It'd affect your chakra control a lot since you've grown used to mine in your system full time. I'd recommend going back to the docks before you attempt water walking again," the Nine-Tails said with a little concern. 2 days with a good portion of chakra being cut off was very risky, especially if his host was attacked in the meantime. Naruto nodded and did as his partner suggested. "All right, go for it," he said determinedly, and with that, he felt weak on top of excruciating pain. But he didn't scream. He did his best to endure the pain. He knew that he'd make his gracious host worry about him. "Damn, I think I'll just go lay down and try to think up an alias," he thought to himself and limped inside, avoiding Tsunami so as not to worry her. Later that night, when Naruto didn't come back for dinner, the single mother got worried and decided to check his room, only to find him sleeping with a face that displayed pain. He must have pushed himself too much and didn't want to worry us, she thought, and decided to leave him be. A day and a half later, the night before Jiraiya, the ANBU and Naruto's family were to arrive. Naruto woke up, groaning in pain. "Damn, that hurt. Was it successful, Kurama?" "Yes. But it took its toll on my chakra. I'm gonna sleep to recover it. We should be back to normal in a couple of days," said an exhausted Kurama, who promptly went to sleep, not waiting for a response from his partner. Naruto just mentally nodded and made his way to the mirror to see that the transformation was indeed successful. However, he saw that his normal blue eyes now had fox-like irises instead of his normal human round irises. "Damn, fox must be a side effect. I'll ask him when he walks up." He makes his way downstairs, wanting food before gonna shower for tomorrow, seeing the whole family at the table. "Naruto, what happened to you?" Tsunami got up from her seat and ran to him, seeing his hair and eyes have changed. "Oh, well, I told you the last time I was here that I had the fox inside me, right?" he said, kinda nervous, talking about his partner, even if they accepted him as him, not the fox. He got nods from them. "Well, I asked him to change my hair color, but I'm guessing that my irises changed as a side effect of him using chakra for the permanent change." "But won't this give you away? Normal humans don't have fox/cat-like irises," Tazuna said, concerned. "It might, But who knows if this is permanent or not. I'll just have to buy some tinted goggles or sunglasses until Furball wakes up, he said with a sigh, knowing their concern. Hell, he had them too, but he didn't have time to worry about it. How long have I been out? Your family is scheduled to be here tomorrow sometime, Tsunami answered, getting a nod from her former blonde guest. Guess I need to think of an alias quickly then, the now Blackette replied. Actually, Father and I have been talking about that, and I always decided that if I had another son that I'd name him Takumi, and since I'm no longer able to have kids due to an accident shortly after Inari was born, I thought that the name would be useful to you, even if this Tucci adopts you officially, she said with a sad smile. She kinda wanted to adopt him herself, but she knew that he loved the ramen chief and his daughter as family, and they deserved the chance to do so before she brought it up herself. They took care of him after all. Everyone looked at Tsunami with a comforting gaze, especially Naruto, having heard the sad tone she used. Naruto got up and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, causing her to look up at him as he said, I'd be honored to use that name. Thank you, Tsunami. The single mother nodded with teary eyes, muttering a "You're welcome," before getting up to start supper. Naruto in the meantime thought he should let Jiraiya, Tucci, and Ayam know of his new name and decided to go up to his room, not before getting stopped by Tazuna. Hey kid, before you disappear on us, I just wanted to let you know that the house/shop will be finished in about a month. Cool. Thanks, you old drunk, Naruto said teasingly, earning a muttered "damn brat" and a chuckle from Inari. Once in his room, he summoned Gamakichi. Yo, it's been a while, Naruto, we hear you left the Leaf. You should know that Pops isn't happy to hear that. You should summon him soon to explain everything. Yeah, I figured. I would have summoned him earlier, but I was out of it for the last day and a half. But never mind that for now. I have a favor to ask. Can you deliver a message to Jiraiya for me? I don't know how to summon different toads besides you, Gamatatsu, and Chief Toad, so I'm kinda stuck, he said, kinda worried about the Chief Toad being mad at him and hoped he wouldn't lose the Toad contract. They were a huge part of his life, even indirectly, especially since they were the only links he had to his father. He had the orange Toad side. All right, but this will cost you big. Better have a big bag of sweets waiting for me the next time we see each other. You got it, thanks a lot. Tell the chief that I'll summon him the day after tomorrow. I have a feeling tomorrow is gonna be. Oh, and please don't mention my name. He's traveling with an ANBU and I don't want that headache just yet, Naruto said with his megawatt smile, handing him the message. Yeah, sure. But what do I call you from now, since I'm assuming you took an alias? The orange Toad asked. I'll be going by Takumi from now on, the former blonde replied. All right, I'll inform Pops, but you better keep your word. The longer you wait, the worse it's likely gonna be. Gamakichi. Naruto sighed, man. I should have told the chief while training the other day. Just hope he'll understand. Then went back downstairs for supper. With Jiraiya. Just as everyone was gonna settle in for the night, while Yugao offered to take the first watch, while Jiraiya would take the second, Gamakichi poofed next to all of them, causing Ayam and Tucci to jump and Yugao to draw her sword in a defensive manner, which causes the old pervert to signal her to stand down and address the small toad. Gamakichi, I assume my student sent you? Yeah, he asked me to deliver a message and to let you know. He now has black hair with red tips, just so you aren't startled when you see him, said Toad replied, handing the scroll to Jiraiya, getting a nod and a thank you from the sage before dispelling to tell his father what Naruto said. What's it say? Ayam asked eagerly. Calm down, Ayam. I'm eager myself, but we need to remain calm, Tucci said. Jiraiya chuckled slightly and opened the scroll, reading it before handing it to Ayam and her father, who read it and nodded before handing it back to the eldest traveling companion, who promptly destroyed it. Sorry, Yugao, but you'll learn everything when we meet him tomorrow. That is if he wants to tell you, he said, looking at the curious ANBU. What is this kid hiding? She asked herself while nodding at the Toad Hermit. All right, let's turn in. We'll be there tomorrow around noon if we leave at daybreak, so get some rest you too, Jiraiya said, getting a nod from the excited family, knowing they likely wouldn't get any sleep due to just how excited they were to see their favorite knucklehead tomorrow. The next day, noon, we find the traveling company arrives at the house that was described by Kakashi. Well, this is it. You ready? Jiraiya asked them only for Ayam already knocking on the door. I swear the girl loves Naruto more than a sister at times. Tucci and Jiraiya thought at the same time. Hello, Tsunami asked as she opened the door. Oh, you must be the ones that Takumi has been expecting, and you must be Ayam, Tucci, and Pervy Sage that he keeps talking about. She giggled into her hand at the nickname Naruto gives to the Sannin, who fell to the floor in an anime fashion. The others also shared a laugh at Jiraiya's expense. But honestly, it's nice to meet you, Jiraiya, and you must the swordmaster that he mentioned was coming, she said, addressing the purple-haired woman with the group. Yes, though I'm far from being a master of the sword. There are others far better than myself.
I'm Yugao Uzuki.
The purple-haired Anbu said. It's very nice to meet you. You must be Tsunami. Thank you for taking in our friend. Ayam said with a bow. Is he here now? She asked eagerly. By this point Jiraiya was standing upright, having muttered something along the lines of disrespectful brats, before addressing the attractive mother. Yes, thank you for taking care of him. Oh, it's no trouble at all. And to answer your question, Ayam, yes, he's in the living room eagerly awaiting your arrival, Tsunami said, leading them inside. Ayam, Tucci, the now-named Takumi called as he tackled his surrogate sister into a hug.
Hello, Natakumi.
Tucci said, catching himself, having a hard time with the alias in front of the ANBU with them, with how happy he was to see his surrogate son and best customer. Ayam was sobbing as she held onto her surrogate brother, holding on to him for dear life like she's been yearning to do since she learned everything. Miss Yuzuki, why don't we let them have time to catch up? I'll show you to the room we prepared for you. You can introduce yourself later tonight. The single mother said, both sensing the mood and knowing that some sensitive information was bound to say that she was sure the rest of her guests didn't want to be heard by anyone else just yet. Yugao also sensed this and nodding, following the lady of the house. Once they were upstairs, Ayam let go reluctantly. It's good to see you, Naruto. We have been worried about you, she asked. It's really good to you guys as well. I was surprised you left the village though, Naruto said with a smile. Tucci took this chance to tell Naruto why they left, leaving the former blonde shocked. You knew, was all he asked. Not for certain, but I knew you had a connection to Minato and Kushina. After all, you were practically a carbon copy of Minato with some of Kushina's features, not to mention her appetite for ramen. Tucci said, a little worried that Naruto would hate him like everyone else who kept his parents' identity from him. Naruto lowered his eyes behind his bangs, thinking about this revelation causing everyone else to get nervous. Well, that doesn't matter. You took care of me, fed me when no one else would. For that you have my eternal gratitude, old man, Naruto said with the usual smile, relieving Ayam and her father. It's the least we could do, you knucklehead. Even if you weren't their son, I wasn't gonna let you starve for something that is out of your control. In fact, me and Ayam see you as a hero, even if you have befriended the fox, the old ramen chief said with a smile and with nodding from a still tearful Ayam. Now, here is everything that you asked for, Jiraiya said, wanting to get down to business, taking the medium-sized scroll off his back. Naruto nodded and opened it, releasing the contents. Which scrolls contain what? He asked, putting up his mother's sword carefully and held it gently but close to himself. I'll take care of this blade, Mom. The small scroll on top is their wills, which also contains details on how to access their fortune. I'm sorry I had to open it so I could tell where it was, since it was one of the things you asked for. As for the training scrolls, they are in the larger scroll and all labeled by your father. That blade in your hands, however, is famous. Yugao will likely immediately recognize it. So be careful, the sage said sternly, getting a serious nod from his student. I'm not hiding her. She hasn't seen the light of day in who knows how long. Besides, if I'm correct, she was one of the ANBU on my guard detail. However, I'm not sure if she can be trusted. We will see if she can be after we see her reaction to this sword, Naruto said with determination. Everyone nodded. It was his choice after all whether or not to trust the off-duty ANBU. Now Jiraiya, before anything else, tell me, why did the council tell you to look for this Tsunade and not the third? Everyone winced at that question. They knew it was coming and knew how he'd likely react. Ayam was ready to comfort him. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Hiruzen Sarutobi was killed in the line of combat, killed by my other teammate, Orochimaru, during the invasion. Reports say that he fought against a reanimated first and second Hokage, but managed to defeat them and sealed Orochimaru's arms away in the Shinigami's stomach. It's the very same seal containing the fox inside you, Naruto, Jiraiya explained. Naruto was shell-shocked. The old man died in battle, saving the village. He was torn, he was devastated. But he was also proud that he died protecting the village, dealing a critical wound to the pedophile. He didn't even feel Ayam wrapping her arms around him trying to comfort him. He didn't know how to react to this. Jiraiya could see this and decide to keep quiet about the rest of the information he had to tell Naruto until tomorrow, knowing keeping such info from him wouldn't help his chances at redemption. Tucci too saw the conflict ion within his surrogate son's face, hoping he'd be all right, while Ayam held on to him closely. Thank you for telling me. I need some time to myself. I'm going to the forest. Please don't follow me, Naruto said, his voice devoid of emotion, scaring everyone but knew he needed time to sort through his thoughts and emotions as he got up and left the house. At this time, hearing the open and close, Tsunami came downstairs with Yugao. Where's Takumi? She asked, looking around her living room. He learned something that shook him up pretty bad. Just it did the rest of the village, Jiraiya said solemnly. Yugao nodded, knowing what that was. The death of the third. This Takumi must have been close to him to be shaken up, but that confused her. The only ones she knew that were close to him were his grandson, his son, and Naruto, who was supposed to be dead. However, she was sensor type. This Takumi had a near-identical chakra signature to the blonde prankster she guarded. But it can't be him, Jiraiya said that he died in his house. That only a scrap of his orange jumpsuit remained. Yugao thought. Then she remembered the reports of Naruto visiting the Hokage before the invasion kicked off. Could he have finally had enough and left the village? So, I'm in a very awkward position. As ANBU, I would have to bring him back, and that would cause trouble for Jiraiya and Kakashi, my former captain. However, I'm off duty right now, and I never did agree with the third's decision. Kushina was good to me. To say that she was conflicted was putting it mildly, but decided to confront him after he's calmed down and listened to his reasons for leaving. In the forest. He was in the forest where he met Haku for the first time. Thinking about the ice ninja put a sad smile on his confused face, remembering what he learned from him. If you have something precious to protect, I believe that's when you will be truly powerful. Naruto held those words dear, but now he renounced most of what he used to consider precious. All he has now is Irika, who he couldn't see anymore without getting the attention of the village, Tsunami and her family, Tucci, Ayam, and Jiraiya, providing he redeemed himself for his neglect. However, he threw away his lifelong dream and now he didn't know what to do. He knew he'd never go back to the Leaf. He couldn't without raising the curiosity of the village. It's bad enough that an ANBU was here and was likely already curious about him being so close to the Ichirakus, but he couldn't worry about that. He still didn't know how he felt about the news of the old man's death, despite withholding information that he had requested on a monthly basis, and about Kurama being sealed in his gut. If he had such info, he could have requested training at an early age to be able to defend himself against the dangers that information would bring if it got out, especially his parents. He knew that the Stone and Cloud would likely try to kidnap and/or kill him. Despite what people thought, he did pay attention in history class. Even if he prevented not to and found it boring, he knew of his father's exploits and the enemies he earned as a result. Naruto wouldn't have resented him had he come clean right away, with how the village beat and tortured him frequently. He had to grow up quickly. While his dream was genuine, his pranks and cheerful attitude were a mask to keep him giving in to despair and anger. However, he still loved the old man. Hearing he died shortly after their encounter, the last things he said to him would haunt him for a while. He felt a stinging in his eyes, his tears welling his eyes. Why, old man, why did you have to die? His thoughts then darkened Orochimaru. I swear I will kill you one day, even if it takes years to achieve the strength required to do so, he swore to himself. Easy kid, you're starting to sound like your former teammate, the Uchiha. Don't lose yourself in revenge and hatred. You are better than that. You were able to help me overcome my own hatred, even if I haven't let go of it. Kurama warned him. Before they befriended each other, the old fox would have pushed his host to go down the path of darkness. But now he wanted to protect what light he had left within him. Don't compare me to the duck-butt head. I know that nothing good will come from vengeance, but I cannot forgive Orochimaru. He killed the old man. He is slowly tainting Sasuke with that damned hickey on his neck. And you know as well as I do, he's guilty of far more than just those crimes. Naruto spat at his partner. While that may be true, just be careful. I know for a fact your mother wouldn't want you to go down the dark path of life. The fox said, ashamed he was using Kushina to attempt to quell his anger. Naruto growls. Watch it, fox, don't use my mother like that. I've already likely disappointed her by leaving the village out of anger. However, you're right, but I want you to tell me everything you know about her later. Kurama sighs and nods. He was going to do so once he had calmed down and was thinking clearly. He knew Naruto was still angry about the information of his parents being withheld from him and confused about how to feel about the old monkey's death. Naruto sighed and apologized to Kurama. He knew he was out of line, and Kurama apologized for using Kushina against him like he did while making his way to the house, exhausted from today's events. When he arrived, Ayam was quick to run and comfort him. Jiraiya asked if he was all right, getting a negative shake of Blackhead's head, only for him to excuse himself and headed to his room to take a nap. 2 days later, after grieving and locking himself away, only coming out to eat, Naruto makes his way downstairs and sits with his hosts, his surrogate family, Jiraiya, and Yugao. You all right, Takumi? Tsunami and Ayam asked at the same time. Yeah, I'm fine now. Sorry for worrying you, Naruto replied. Sorry that we've held off introductions for so long, ma'am. I'm Takumi, he said, addressing Yugao. I'm Yugao Yuzuki. I hear you are in need of a Kenjusta teacher? She asked. That's right. I recently acquired a sword and want to honor my mother's legacy by making good use out of it, he said with admiration and determination. That's very noble of you, but where is this sword? I'd like to inspect the weapon you indeed on using, the ANBU asked, trying to confirm her suspensions if this Takumi was really Naruto. I'm sorry, I can't do that, not here, he said, seeing the purplet narrow her eyes as if asking why not. I'll show you after I pay my respects to 2 people who taught me an invaluable lesson. If you wish to accompany me, that's fine, that goes for anyone else who wishes to come, but if you come, I expect the old pervert there to accompany you. He finished pointing at Jiraiya, grumbled about disrespecting brats, but agreed to go with him, curious to see who it was he was talking about. He went upstairs to grab the scroll that contained his sword and left the house with Jiraiya, Ayam, and Yugao following close by. Tsunami, her family, and Tucci decided to stay behind and prepare dinner for everyone when they got back. An hour later, they made it to the makeshift graves. Yugao instantly recognized the sword that marked one grave. That's the executioner's blade, Yugao said with wonder, earning a solemn nod from Naruto. That's right. Zabuza Momochi is buried here, as does a dear friend, his apprentice, Haku, he said with tears in his eyes. You said they taught you an invaluable lesson. What was it? Jiraiya asked in a quiet tone. If you have something precious to protect, I believe that's when you will be truly powerful, Naruto quoted Haku, still holding back his tears. Yugao deciding now, despite his emotional state, to confront the Blackette mystery in front of her. Takumi, how is it that you know these 2, Lord Third, Jiraiya here, the Ichirakus, and the bridge builder family? The only one I know that am aware has connections to all of them is a shinobi pronounced dead from the leaf. Naruto dried his tears and looked back at her with eyes filled with determination, knowing she'd question the connections. I think that will be made clear once you see the sword I mentioned earlier, he replied as he pulled out the sealing scroll with his mother's sword. Are you sure about this, brat? You're taking a gamble doing this, Jiraiya said with concern and warning. She's already suspicious, pervy sage, and I promised to show her regardless, especially since she came out this way to potentially teach me Kenjutsu. You know I keep my word, the Jinchuriki said, unsealing his mother's famous red death blade. That sword, the off-duty Anbyu said, dropping to her knees as the memories of her idol came back to her. Then she turned to glare at the Sannin. You said he was dead. Jiraiya was confused as to why she was mad, as was Naruto, but spoke one of his questions. Why are you so emotional? Sure, you were one of the Anbyu who guarded me, but that doesn't warrant you getting emotional over seeing this sword. Not unless you knew my mother. She looked at the Blackette and nodding, I did know Kushina. Kakashi and I were assigned to watch over her while she was pregnant with you, and then I was assigned to guard you, but was never allowed to interact with you, as my job is to stay within the shadows. But seeing Naruto's expression darken, guessing as to why he left now. I never approved nor agreed with Lord Third keeping your parents' identity from you. But I was unable to tell you, as much as I wish I was able to, she added to try to quell his possible anger. Naruto nodding, understanding her inability to interact with him and therefore unable to tell him about his parents without risking her career. So what are you going to do? Are you going to try to take me back to the leaf, discrediting the old pervert here? Or stay here for the remainder of your leave and teach me Kenjutsu? He asked the obvious question. Yugao thought for a second. Before I make that decision, may I ask why you left? Trying to confirm her suspicions only for Jiraiya to step up and hand her the letter Naruto left in his apartment. As she looked over it, she had varied emotions running through her, confusion at who told him, anger at the people who pushed him to leave, at the people who had ample time to tell him, especially Kakashi, who was Lord Fourth student, and sympathy for the young man in front of her, and conflicted with her duties as Anbyu and her desire to help him. Lady Kushina would want me to help her son. I looked up to her. She was my inspiration for taking up the sword. But doing this would be going against the village. Hey 8, what would you do? Jiraiya and Naruto just waited for her to make her decision. Jiraiya ready to defend his godson. Naruto seeing her conflicting emotions. Confident she'll side with him. After a few minutes, Yugao looked up from her thoughts. Very well, I'll stay and teach you. Lady Kushina and my late fiancé would have wanted me to teach you. Your mother was the reason I took up the sword, and my late fiancé, Hayate, would have wanted me to pass what I know, she said with determination. That choice alone has placed you in my good books. Thank you, Yugao-sensei. Naruto said with a slight bow, however. Please keep referring to me as Takumi in public. It would cause trouble not only for me but you, Pervy Sage, Kakashi, and the people of Wave for aiding me. He added, getting a nod from the off-duty Anbyu, understanding what he said. Let's head back to the house, it's about time for lunch, and from what I know about the Ichirakus and that woman Tsunami, they'll get worried about Naruto if we don't make it back in time. The perverted sage said, earning a chuckle from the other two. At the house over lunch, Jiraiya decides to open up to Naruto, seeing him in a good mood, not a masked one, and since they were in trusted company, he could be completely honest. He only hoped that he wouldn't be torn to pieces since everyone there was fond of the brat. Naruto, I need to tell you some things before we start our training, he said, getting curious looks from everyone. What is it, you old pervert? The Jinchuriki asked, only getting a light swat upside the head from Ayam, with her saying, Don't be so rude. What about to tell you is very important about being my apprentice, he said, ignoring the comment/insult, more paying attention to the looks he was getting, but continued. Have you heard of the village of Nadeshiko? He asked. Yugao looked surprised. You mean that all-female shinobi village? Don't tell me you tried to do your research there. Got caught, and the consequences have been passed on to Naruto. The toad sage was sweating now. She hit the nail on the head for the most part while Naruto just sighed. All right, even if that is the case, what are the details? The former blonde groaned. Jiraiya slumped, knowing he'd have to give full details. Technically, the first thing you should know, Naruto, is that Yugao is right, it is an all-female village, and yes, I did get caught. However, instead of the usual pummeling, the village leader at the time challenged me to a duel for my hand in marriage, as per their law that states that must seek out strong male opponents, and should they be defeated, they are to wed that man. We fought for the full day, neither one of us making any headway, so I called for our match to be postponed. She reluctantly agreed, and I promised that our students instead should one day seek each other out and fight if the two of us never met again. Sadly, I received word that she passed away a few years ago. Jiraiya paused for a moment to compose himself, and everyone seemed entranced by the tale, but were able to figure what this meant, waited for the toad sage to confirm it, which he did. As you may have surmised by now, that promise falls to you, Naruto, and the current head of Nadeshiko village, who is likely around your age. You have got to be kidding me, Naruto says in disbelief. You get caught peeping, get into a duel for marriage against a village leader, leave her hanging for who knows how many years, probably never intending to go back and uphold your end of the promise. And now that I'm your apprentice, I have to either seek out her student, who is the village leader, or wait for her to find me and uphold this inherited promise. Jiraiya looked away ashamed. Firstly, you're wrong. I did have every intention of going back, but war broke out. Then my teammate and best friend at the time, Orochimaru, defected from the Leaf, and I've been trailing him and another organization that I didn't have the time to return and uphold the promise. Secondly, I hadn't told Minato because it was still wartime, and he was already interested in Kushina, if not already in love, and I wasn't going to interfere in his romantic life. If had you wouldn't be here right now. Okay, I get it. Do you at least know the name of the current leader and my destined opponent? Naruto said defeatedly. He wasn't happy that he had to clean up this old pervert's mess, and really all he had to do to get out of it was to stop being his student. However, the Jinchuruki knew that he needed his godfather's help in learning his mother's and father's jutsus, so he was stuck. Well, at least he seems to have cared for his opponent. I just hope that whoever her student is doesn't hate me because of this agreement. He thought, knowing that if he was displeased with this agreement, there was a high chance that this girl would probably be furious going off what he knows about women. Granted, he had to admit that he didn't exactly have the best examples. A whole class of fangirls and a psychotic special jonin. Unfortunately, I don't. I do, however, suggest that we train you up hard. That village may be populated mostly by women, but they are very strong and take their training and duties seriously. I was in my prime when I fought her, and she was able to keep up and match me, Jiraiya said in a rare serious tone. Fine. But first, I think you said you have something else to explain, the reason you didn't finish your fight? Naruto said despondently. Yes, at a young age, when I first met the toads, they gave me a prophecy, that I would travel the lands, writing books, find and teach the child of prophecy, one who would either bring everlasting peace or complete destruction to our world. That is why I couldn't stay. And so far none of the students I've taught have survived long enough. So I am hoping you do, the toad sage responded. The former blonde narrowed his eyes. My father wasn't your only student? No, there was a group of war orphans in the Land of Rain during the last war. But there was one among them was a boy with scarlet red hair and purple eyes with a ripple pattern. They were a legendary dojutsu, the Rinnegan, which were said to be lost to us when the Sage of Six Paths died thousands of years ago. But the kid's name was Nagato, the other two were Konin, a blue-haired, orange-eyed girl that learned to control origami with her chakra, and a boy that was just as loud and boisterous as you were with that mask of yours on, named Yahiko. I thought Nagato would be the child of prophecy, but it was wartime, and he and his friends were killed in a skirmish against the Rain's leader, Hanzo of the Salamander. They were the only students I had before your father, Jiraiya explained. I see. So, Nagato died in the war, and my father died sealing the fox into me. Not the best track record, pervy sage, Naruto said dryly. Naruto, I am yelled at her surrogate brother. That was very rude. It's all right, he's right. However, I think you can surpass both of them despite not having the Rinnegan Naruto. I will teach you everything I know, the perverted sage said. You mean provided I don't lose the toad contract for leaving the leaf? The Blackette chided. They shouldn't, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, I think you should go and give Gamabunta a call. You did say you'd call him before you learned about the sensei's death. Jiraiya reminded, earning a groan from his pupil. I'll be back eventually, assuming Chief Toad doesn't kill me, Naruto said nonchalantly. Forest outside village. Naruto took a breath. Knew this wasn't go over well. Well, let's get this over with. As he bites his thumb to draw blood, going through the signs and slamming his hand to the ground using Kurama's chakra to summon the chief. Summoning jutsu? He cried out, quickly pulling out a scroll that contains a bottle of sake he received as a gift, knowing that would be an attempt to appease the boss of the toads. It's about time you summoned me. You're a late brat, Gamabunta said, taking a drag from his pipe. Naruto bowed down and unsealed the sake. I know, I'm sorry, Chief. I received some news that left me lost for a few days. I should have let you know or had Pervy Sage send a messenger frog. The giant frog nodded. Well, if this news is the death of Hiruzen, then I understand. However, you are right, you should have let us know. Now, are you ready to tell me why you've left the village? He said sternly. Yes, Chief, and for being late I have this bottle of sake for you. Naruto offered up the large bottle to him but small for the boss of the toads. Bunta took the bottle with a nod, and the former Leaf Ninja explained everything, from the way he was treated to the secrets that were kept from him despite him asking monthly, even his inherited promise, which didn't have anything to do with him leaving but he felt frustrated by and it just came out. Needless to say that the Chief Toad understood, and to say he was upset was an understatement. I knew Jiraiya should have told you. I will speak to him, especially since he has something that will help you with the fox, he said in a too calm a voice that promised pain for the pervert. This caught the Jinchuriki attention and asked politely, What do you mean, Chief? The key to your seal left to Jiraiya for when you were ready for it. But if you've befriended the fox, I'd say you're ready. Gamabunta smiled, seeing the young man in front of him beam at that information and replying with a big, thank you, which made him smile even more and dispelled himself to reverse summon Jiraiya to give him a beat down. Seeing the giant summon dispel, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Judging from what was said, he was allowed to continue summoning the toads, which was a great relief to him. He felt everything would be all right, aside from worrying about when this kunoichi would show up and challenge him. With everything sorted, he went back to the house to relax for the rest of the day. Chapter 4. Training and Meeting Tsunade. Land of Waves. After the information dump from his godfather, Naruto excused himself from everyone so that he could read his parents' wills. Ayame asked if he wanted her to come with in case he needed some comfort, but he declined to say he wanted to read alone, getting a sad nod from her and made his way upstairs. Once in his room, he placed a privacy seal on the door and windows but allowed for the chakra to be detected by Jiraiya and Yugao if he was in trouble. He unsealed the wills and saw the blood seal on them, pulled a kunai, cut his thumb, channeled his chakra, and chose to read his mother's scroll first. To my darling baby boy. This is your mother, though I guess you knew that from the scroll, you know? I want you to know that I love you very much and have from the moment I found out that I was going to have you. So please never doubt that. I'm sure you've grown up to be a strong, yet kind shinobi, despite your father sealing the fox inside you. This is something I fought with your father about as much as I could with the strength I had left after having it ripped out of me. I didn't want you to bear the burden of being a Jinchuriki. Your naive father seems to believe that the village will honor his wish for you to be seen as a hero, but I know better. As I'm writing this and holding you in my arms, I can hear the fox attacking and destroying the village, and I know the villagers will resent the fox, and if the information that the fox is going to be sealed into you is leaked, and knowing your father, in order for you to be seen as a hero for containing it, he'll leave instruction for your status to be announced to the entire village. The people who lost loved ones to the fox will resent you, maybe even hate you. So, while I hope that you remain loyal to the village, I will not fault you if you leave due to the hatred. After all, there is only so much that someone can take before they snap. What you decide to do in life, you have my full support, even in death. Now, I am entrusting my sword, scrolls with the katas for our clan sword style, scrolls on our clan's fuinjutsu, which is leagues above standard fuinjutsu, and name you heir to the main branch of the Uzumaki clan and the fortune that comes with it. I know that there must be others that survived. So, if you do go searching for our family, know that we are known for our red hair and massive chakra reserves. It may be hard for them to believe that you are an Uzumaki, but blood seals will help with that. I don't have much time left, so I will leave you with a warning. Beware of the man with the orange spiral mask with a Sharingan in his right eye, which was the only eye the mask revealed. He is the one who removed the fox from me after the seal was weakened from childbirth. Your loving mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto just stared at the letter left by his mother, tears in her eyes. His mother loved him, fought his father to keep him from being a human sacrifice, even didn't have any delusions of the village accepting him. She even said she'd be proud and support him no matter what he did. Learning that there may be other Uzumaki scattered around the world, he decided that while he wouldn't actively look for them, but he will keep an eye out for them during his travels. After taking a moment to calm down, he repeated the process for his father's will, bracing himself for the idiocy his mother mentioned. To my son, I want to start by apologizing for sealing the nine-tailed fox inside you. I didn't have any other choice. Your mother was weakened from childbirth and having the fox extracted from her and wouldn't survive the resealing. That, and I couldn't very well ask another family to give up their child if I was unwilling to so myself. However, I trust this village that I love so much to treat you with the respect and reverence you deserve for dealing with this massive burden. Now, do not think that I don't love you, because I do, from the moment your mother told me she was pregnant with you. I spent no expense to make sure that you and your mother were safe. I had my best ANBU watching over you both. One of them is my only surviving student, Kakashi Hitaki, and one volunteer who seems to look up to your mother, Yugao Yuzuki. Both worked tirelessly around the clock, only taking a break when I was at home with her. On to your inheritance, I leave you scrolls on my own jutsu, the Rasengan, and my improved notes on the Hiraishin, which Lord Second developed. I only improved it. I also leave you the money I made over my ninja carrier. I have nothing more than that I can leave you. I would name you my successor as Hokage, but you are only a newborn. It is my hope that you work hard and become Hokage one day to further your respect that the village no doubt is showering you with. However, be wary of my sensei. He may be incredibly strong, but he's a major pervert. Don't let him corrupt you into a pervert. Treat women with respect and not as objects. I leave you with one final piece of advice. Should you ever get married, remember these words: a happy wife leads to a happy life. But this does not mean bend over backward for them. There must be some give and take. Once again, live a long life, get strong, and make me proud. Your father and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto just scoffed. His mother was completely right. A naive fool. Maybe if his heritage was revealed from the start, then yeah, he may have been treated as his father wanted. But it was not to be. He was an outcast. However, having the jutsu that made his father famous would be a great boon. But his thoughts went back to his mother's last words, the spiral-masked man with the Sharingan. The man was responsible for his parents' death and Kurama's attack on the village. Kurama, do you remember anything from that night? Naruto asked his partner. Nothing besides that damned Sharingan before I blacked out, and then coming to with my claw impaled in your parents' stomachs. The fox replied. Naruto nodded before saying, I will find this man and kill him. He is responsible for the attack on the village, and the death of my mother, and my fool father, I suppose. Just remember what I said about revenge. Don't let it consume you, Kurama said carefully, knowing Naruto's temper and patience had shortened greatly. I know that, all right, but I need some sort of motivation to move forward, the Ravenet screamed. The fox said nothing and let his host calm down. Hey, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you about. Are my iris permanently slitted? Naruto asked. It is a side effect of using my chakra to change your hair color. I used too much chakra and it affected your eyes and I can't fix. I'm sorry. I should say you are lucky not to have turned into a half-demon with the amount chakra I used. So fox-like eyes are the least of your worries. Kurama replied with a scoff. Naruto admitted his partner has a point. He could live with fox-like eyes instead of being a half-demon. Although it really didn't matter now. He didn't care what others thought of him. He had been called demon his entire life. Turning into a half-demon would have been bitter irony. Hey, do you know where the Uzumaki clan's village was? Because Mom said survivors. That means it was attacked and destroyed at one point. The former blonde asked. I am not sure. Both of my hosts before you have only been within the leaf. Maybe ask that perverted godfather of yours. The grumpy fox said before grumbling. I'm going back to sleep. You shouldn't need me anytime soon. Damn lazy bastard. Naruto thought to himself before dropping the seals and making his way downstairs. Naruto, are you okay? Ayam was the first to notice him and his tear-stained cheek before drawing him into a hug. Once again, I swear that girl loves him more than a brother. She's always the first to greet him with a bright smile, the first to comfort him, and always gets the most upset when someone hurts him. Not that I'd mind him dating my daughter, despite his responsibility to that all-female village leader. Tucci thought with a smirk. Most of the same thought was shared by every other adult in the room. All right, Ayam. Let your boyfriend breath before you smother him to death. The ramen chef said teasingly, getting his daughter to let go of the ravinette with a full-body blush and earning an embarrassed father from her. Naruto had a small blush himself but thought it was weird to be calling him Ayam's boyfriend, especially when he considers them both family. Yeah, Ayam fine Ayame. Thank you for worrying me, he said before turning to Jiraiya and Yugao. I want to start training tomorrow, starting with the Rasengan, and since we are on a time constraint, Kenjutsu as well. Both nodded, but Jiraiya decided to ask a question. Before that, Naruto, you've been using the Shadow Clone Jutsu for 3 to 4 months now. Have you noticed anything when they dispel? Huh? What are you talking about? Naruto asked, confused about what the old pervert meant. Yugao and Jiraiya sighed, using a Kenjutsu for months and not knowing its full capacity, or even noticing it after this long. Only a dense fool like Naruto. Naruto, make a clone for me and follow one of my own out of the house, Yugao said as she summoned a clone of herself. Naruto nodded, did as instructed, and the clone followed the off-duty ANBU. Outside C. Naruto and C. Yugao made their way to the forest that Kakashi took Naruto for training. This should be good enough. C. Yugao said before noticing C. Naruto looking around with a sad smile. Is everything all right? She asked. Yeah, this just happens to be where Kakashi taught Team 7 the tree climbing technique, he said, his voice filled with sad nostalgia. I see, well that should make this even more impactful. I want to ask you one question, then I'll dispel us both, she said, keeping her disciplined persona up, but she wanted to comfort the young man. He's been through so much in the last week, but she supposed that Ayam took on that job as his sister. See. Naruto nodded, waiting for the question. What do you plan to do now that you are technically a freelance shinobi? That's easy, get Pervy Sage to properly train me in stealth and infiltration, as well getting my combat skills up to protect myself, that organization that is hunting me and people like me. Probably take solo jobs, bounty hunting jobs, maybe even assist other ninjas with major jobs that get out of hand. However, I do not plan on joining any other villages or going back to the Leaf, he said with pure determination and conviction. See. Yugao just looked at him with awe. To be so young and have such conviction, she honestly shouldn't be surprised. Leading the life he has, it's only natural he'd be forced to grow up quickly, and that happy-go-lucky persona was just a mask. Then, I'll help you as much as I can within the time that I have. she said as she gave the Ravenet clone a bonk on to the top of his head, dispelling the young man's clone and releasing the jutsu herself. Back at Tezuma's house, everyone was enjoying a conversation to catch up about everything when Naruto's head shot up. Huh? What was that? He asked. Yugao looked to the X-Leaf Genin and asked, well, do you remember everything that happened? He nodded, holding his head, trying to recall everything. We went to the forest where I learned tree walking, and you asked my plans for the future, he said before going silent to think. Yugao and Jiraiya stayed quiet, letting him figure this out himself. Ayam was about to talk before her father stopped her, figuring this was important. So did Tezuna's family and kept quiet. Wait, you mean that this happens every time one of my clones dispels? I never noticed because either I was distracted or in the middle of a fight and didn't have time to process this. But what does this have to do with anything? He asked, clearly confused. Everyone, even the civilians, sighed, having figured it out. Naruto, think carefully. If you get the knowledge and experience that your clones do every time they pop, what would happen if you use that for training or espionage? Jiraiya asked. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, you mean it can be used to speed up training? He realized but asked for confirmation. It could be used for that, yes. However, it's dangerous for normal people. Someone like Yugao or I can make what? 5. Maybe 10 clones before getting exhausted, the Sannin asked while looking to the off-duty Anbu who nodded. Even then, we couldn't use it for training effectively, since chakra is divided evenly between each clone. So, we'd only be able to make 1 or 2 for training, speeding up our training by maybe 2 or 3 times. Whereas you, who can make literally 1,000 clones, as you did with that traitor Mizuki, could speed your training up drastically, like 200 to 300 times it would normally take. Yugao finished the explanation, leaving an awestruck Naruto and equally awestruck civilians. Then let's get started, Naruto said excitedly. Hold up, Naruto. While you get the information back from your clones, you still need to physical things like bodybuilding or kenjutsu training yourself, Jiraiya said, trying to rein him before he gets too lost in his fantasy. Well, that kind of sucks, but I guess it makes sense. But what about muscle memory? Can I use it for that? He asked, trying to figure the finer details of his trump card. Jiraiya and Yugao look at each other before shrugging. I suppose? But if you're thinking of using it for your katas, I wouldn't. With muscle memory comes muscle growth. Speaking of which, we need to work on your diet. You can't be eating ramen breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the Sannin said, earning an alarmed look from the Ravenet. He's right, Naruto. As much as we appreciate you eating our ramen over the years, if you want to get stronger, you need a proper diet. That includes veggies, Ayam said, getting a nod of agreement from her father. Naruto sighed. Fine. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Now, we should discuss your training. Aside from the Rasengan, is there anything else you want to work on? His godfather asked. Well, Kenjutsu obviously, and Fuinjutsu, oh. And Chief Toad said for you give me the key to my seal. Naruto listed off, ending off with a pointed look at Jiraiya, earning a flinch from the Toad Sage. Listen, Naruto, I don't think that's a good idea, Yugao said, only to interrupt it. You didn't read the letter yet, have you? Let me fill you in on something. I'm already friends with Kurama, aka the Nine-Tailed Fox. He hates being locked up. He's promised not to leave the seal, and will even work with me. I just need to open the seal, Naruto said, not being 100% honest. But they didn't know that he already tore off the paper seal within his mindscape. All right, I'll give it to you tomorrow, Jiraiya said reluctantly before getting serious and continuing. However, Naruto, the most we can stay here and train is a week. We need to find Tsunade and convince her to be the 5th Hokage before the Elder get impatient and appoint Danzo, which is bad news not just for Konoha, but all the elemental nations. Danzo is a man that lives for war. In his mind, Konoha should be the strongest village and will stop at nothing to make it happen. He also believes that ninja should be soulless and emotionless, that emotions get in the way of getting what needs to be done. Naruto just shrugs. What happens back at Konoha is not my problem anymore, and before anyone interrupts me, I will help you find Tsunade, but I will not help you convince her to go back. That would hypocritical of me since I have no intention of going back, as my clone said to Yugao in the forest. Jiraiya just sighed. He had been hoping Naruto would be able to convince Tsunade to become Hokage, but he guessed that was a long shot. But then he realized he didn't know what their clones did talk about. What exactly was said between you two, by the way? I think that should be shared with all present, he asked. Yugao nodded in agreement but looked to Naruto for confirmation. All she got was an exasperated sigh and a shrug of his shoulders suggesting he didn't care. She sighed herself, hoping for more of a definitive answer, but went ahead and told everyone that Naruto's clone said to hers. To say that everyone but Yugao and Naruto were shocked would be an understatement. You want to learn proper espionage on top of everything else, and all while taking solo jobs, bounty hunting or otherwise, as well as assisting other villages with major jobs. How much thought have you put into this before leaving the village? Because it's clear you've been thinking about this for a lot longer than the few days since you left, Jiraiya asked, shock clear in his voice. That's right. I do want to learn all that. As for how long I've been considering all of this, it's probably been on the back of my mind for a long time, maybe even most of my life, but it's come to the forefront of my mind ever since I met Haku, and then, even more, when I was introduced to you for the first time, Pervy Sage. You're so strong, and yet you're hardly in the village at all. That's the life I want to live, one of freedom without being tied down, Naruto said with the same determination and resolve as his clone before getting sullen, and continuing to say, but I guess being free isn't meant to be, what with me being practically engaged to this leader from that all-female village. Naruto, Ayam said, looking at her brother figure with admiration and a faint blush on her cheeks. Haha, I like your spirit, kid. All right, I'll teach you everything I know. I just hope you're ready for the pain, 'cause the espionage training isn't going to be easy. But first, let's focus on your Rasengan and Kenjutsu training as well as work on that abysmal chakra control of yours. Jiraiya chuckled. All right, before any training is done, I think we should all get some rest. It's been an emotional day for all of us, even if some of us are bystanders in the whole affair. But not before some food. Would you help me in the kitchen, please? I'd like to talk to you about something, Tsunami asked, hinting at something more. I'm sure, the girl answered nervously, catching the hidden meaning, and made her way to the kitchen with the older woman. In the kitchen, Tsunami started with supper, trying to create enough noise to inhibit Naruto's sensitive hearing. So, young lady, you care for Naruto more than just a brother, don't you? She asked the ramen apprentice without looking back, already knowing the answer. What do you mean? Yes, I've known him all his life, have treated his wounds on occasion, and even listened to him when he needed someone to talk to. But even if I did love him that way, I can't have him. As he said, he's practically engaged. Not to mention it was him who started calling me sister. I doubt he feels the same way. Ayam said, starting off embarrassed at being caught, but ended in a dejected tone, showing her depression. I see. Well, don't get too downtrodden, even if he's practically engaged. It's not set in stone. If I understand what Jiraiya said, Naruto and this girl still must fight. Even should he win, I have a feeling that Naruto won't accept it unless this girl is a real looker. So, keep hope. There is still a chance, the older woman said, trying to comfort her. Thanks, but even if I did get to be with him, I'd need help. I'm certain that his stamina translates into the bedroom, Ayam said with a full-body blush. Oh my, I didn't know you wanted him that much, and I'm sure you're right. Tsunami chuckled with the same blush of her own. Anyway, let's finish up. I know Naruto doesn't like to be kept waiting when it comes to food. Oh, trust me, I know that better than anyone. He complains about the 3 minutes it takes for instant ramen. The younger girl chuckled. Back in the living room, Tazuna and Jiraiya were enjoying some booze while Naruto and Inari laid back waiting for the food. Only Naruto had a blush on his face, having overheard Ayam and Tsunami despite their attempts to drown out their conversation. Ayam loves me? he asked himself, not believing that anyone could love him that way on their own accord. He didn't know what to think about it. He always thought of her as a sister, his best friend, the one person he could always count on to be there for him. "Hey, Kurama, are you awake?" he asked his partner. "As much as I wish I wasn't, yes, I'm awake and know what you want to ask. But it's up to you to decide what you do with this information. I will say one thing though. She's right about one thing, you'll need multiple mates to satisfy you," Kurama said as monotone as always. Not helping, Naruto thought his blush spreading to the rest of his body. The only response he got was a dark chuckle from the fox within. Damn furball. 6 days later. Abusing the secret of his clones, Naruto mastered the Rasengan within 2 days and be able to do it one-handed. The rest of the time he spent working on his Kenjutsu with clones studying and practicing Fuinjutsu. He was surprised that he took to seals like a fish to water. Jiraiya was amazed, but then he remembered what Uzumakis were known for and what the reason for 3 villages teaming up to destroy their island. His chakra control also greatly increased thanks to the Rasengan training and his continued water-walking dueling. Now, in the forest 200 clones were all studying advanced-level Fuinjutsu scrolls while he, himself was practicing the katas from his mother's scroll. Yugao was close by, watching his form, ready to correct any mistakes. Jiraiya, however, was not in town now. He was off meeting one of his contacts in hopes they have some information on Tsunade's location. He had told them he'd be back tomorrow so that they may head out and begin the physical search, but with any luck, the informant will have her location, and all they'd need to do is make haste to her location and try to convince her to go back to Konoha as the 5th Hokage. "Alright," Naruto starts dispelling your clones, "it's getting late. You know how I am and Tsunami get if we aren't back by supper time," Yugao said, looking at the position of the sun. Naruto nodded and put away the practice sword Yugao bought him and dispelled his clone in groups of 5. "Alright, sensei. Go on ahead. I need to meditate and sort through all this information. Tell them I'll be there soon," he said and sat down with his legs crossed. She sighs and nods. "Just don't be too long. Remember, tomorrow we're leaving to look for Tsunade. You'll want to be well rested," she says as she heads off to the house. "So, Kurama, how close do you think I'm getting to being able to start training in the Hiraishin?" he asked the grumpy fox within. "Not for a long time, brat. It's not just Fuinjutsu, you need to learn space-time theory, work on your physical strength and speed. Could be years yet," Kurama growled. All he wanted was to get some sleep and for this damn gate to be reopened and opened properly, maybe even get his host to change up the scenery in his mindscape. "Alright, geez. I'll open the gate once Jiraiya takes Tsunade back to Koona. After all, he knows I will not be going back there at all. Which reminds me, I need that pervert to teach me how to summon messenger toads to keep in contact with those I care about while I'm on the move." The Ravenet promised the fox while reminding him of the promise he made to Irika to keep in contact. Not getting a response from his tenant, Naruto got up and made his way back to Tsunami's place. "I'm back," he called out. "Welcome back. Go wash up. Supper will be ready soon. I received word that your godfather will be back by nightfall," Tsunami said from the kitchen. "Thanks. Supper smells wonderful as always, by the way," he said before he made his way to the bathroom to have a shower. After a quiet dinner, there was a knock at the door. "Huh? Who could that be?" "Takumi, can you get the door?" Tazuna said, using Naruto's alias just in case. Naruto nodded, pulling up his face mask and hood, then went to open the door. However, when he opened the door, he tensed up. At the door was a Leaf Anbu. "Can I help you, sir?" he asked, trying to be polite as possible. "Is Jiraiya of the Sannin here? I've been sent with a message from the elders." The Umbu with a tiger mask. "No, sir. But he will be back by nightfall if you'd like to leave the message here?" Naruto asked as Yugao walked up to the door, sensing her student's nervousness. "Tiger? It's not like you to accept messenger duty," she said curiously. "Ah, so this is where you disappeared to. The commander wasn't happy with your sudden leave of absence," he said, disdain his voice but before turning to masked youth. As for your inquiry, young man, I was instructed to give this message to Jiraiya personally. Naruto had to keep himself from growling, hearing the disdain when talking to his sensei. Let me ask the man of the house if he's all right with allowing you to wait. No need to fetch me Takumi. I would have to ask you to wait at the tavern, Mr. Umbu. The people of Wave have heard of the celebration of our village hero's death, and as the mayor, I can say we are not pleased. Tazuna said sternly, and if you need to ask who that hero is, the bridge you crossed was named after him. TCH, very well. I will wait there as requested. Please tell Jiraiya to meet me there as soon as he arrives. I don't want to be in this tainted backwater village any longer than I have to. Tiger spat as he walked away. It was indeed true that Jiraiya received word from Irika that most of Koona were celebrating Naruto's death, namely the civilian population. The shinobi clans and rookies did not appreciate it, especially the Hyuga clan, namely due to Hinata's mental and physical health declining daily. It is like she lost her will to live, especially after the second kidnapping attempt during the invasion. To have an ANBU from Konoha show up at his home unannounced was disconcerting to Tazuna, especially so soon after Naruto showed up. He looked and saw the same thoughts running through Naruto's and Yugao's mind if their faces were to say anything about it. Did Jiraiya say something to the council about having a student staying here? If he had, it was a very risky and stupid thing to do. After closing the door and making sure Tiger had done as he was requested to do, everyone gathered around the table. This isn't good, especially since he didn't seem to be one of your biggest fan. Tucci said, having overheard the entire conversation. Naruto just nods, still trying to calm down. Not to mention that it seems the ANBU division does not seem to appreciate you taking the leave of absence so soon after the invasion. Jiraiya said, coming out of a toad's mouth. Okay, 1, that's disgusting. 2, how long were you listening for, old man? Naruto asked, clearly irritated. Just long enough to hear the disdain in his voice. I had the toads go back to the village to check on the state of things. The celebrating has stopped for the most part, and the Hyuga heiress has seemingly found a way to keep going after your opponent in the finals as well as her team. The Inuzuka talked to her. What was said? I don't know, but she's found her reason to fight. The Toad Sage said, earning a sigh of relief from Naruto. Now, as for Tsunade, she's in Tanzaka town with her apprentice and ward, Shizen. However, Orochimaru was been seen headed that with his right-hand man, Kabuto. Just as those words felt Jiraiya's lips, he felt an overwhelming amount of KI, killing intent, rolling off Naruto at the Orochimaru, with his eyes flashing between red and blue. Tsunami, Irani, Tazuna, and the Ichirakus were struggling to stay conscious under the pressure. Yugao was brought to her knees, with Jiraiya holding himself up against the wall as he called out to his apprentice. Calm down, Naruto. You'll alert that ANBU. Not to mention you're scaring everyone. The Jinchuriki snapped his head at Jiraiya before looking around the room, seeing everyone's state and taking a few deep breaths to calm down enough to talk. Go to the ANBU and see what those old bats from the council wants, then we leave immediately. I promised myself to make that snake pay for what he did to the third Hokage. He must be going to Tsunade to get his arms healed. He said with a deep growl barely being suppressed, leaving no room for argument as he stormed his way upstairs to get his things. After a minute afterward, everyone regained their composure, although the civilians of the group were still shaken from what they just witnessed. I've never felt or seen him that angry before. I am said, looking at the stairs Naruto went up. Tucci could only nod in agreement, however, Tazuna didn't. I've only felt that once before, if only a larger scale. It was on the bridge during his mission. It was when he thought that his teammate, that Uchiha, was killed by that ice shinobi, Haku I think his name was. I was scared out of my wits. I thought my heart was going to explode, the bridge builder said. Jiraiya nods, knowing that was the first time Naruto unknowingly tapped into the fox's power. Or so he read according to the report he read. Sounds like something he'd do after feeling he lost a comrade, he said as he got up. I should get going and do what Naruto said. I'm already on thin ice with him as it is. Knowing him, he won't want to stop till we reach our destination. So you should get ready yourself, Yugao. All she could do was nod and follow her after her student and grab her things from the room prepared for her and Ayam. 30 minutes later, Jiraiya returned from the pub with a grim look on his face. One Naruto and Yugao noticed. I take it you didn't get good news? Yugao stated. You're right. We have 10 days to convince and retrieve Tsunade or they will name Danzo Hokage. The pervert said, earning a snarl from Naruto. There's more. The council and your commander seem to know you'd be here, Yugao, since they sent something extra for you. He said, handing a red scroll to the off-duty ANBU. Taking it and reading it, she fell to her knees in shock. I've been removed from ANBU and would have been removed from the shinobi roster if they had the authority. My fate will be decided after a new Hokage is selected and sworn in, she said with disbelief in her voice. The Ravenet clenches his fists, growling even more. Let's go. We have even more reason to get Tsunade back to the Leaf now. Jiraiya too was angry. Yeah, if Danzo is made Hokage, it's likely he and the council will target your supporters next, especially the Hyuga heiress. I can't imagine what they'd do to her. Why Hinata especially? Naruto asked, clearly confused why he singled out her like that. Yugao and Jiraiya looked at him with deadpan expressions. Seriously? That's the best worst-kept secret in the village. That girl was so head over heels for you that the only things that kept her from jumping you and claiming you for were her family and by extension her self-confidence. Everyone back in Koona knew, well, other than you because you're a dense idiot. Jiraiya stated in the same tone as their expressions. Wait, what? Naruto was a stupefied expression. Seriously, brat. Did you seriously think she turned red? Only in your presence, mind you, and fainted any time you acknowledged her? Kurama said with an exasperated sigh that was unknowingly shared by the two adults. She wasn't sick. She was blushing and fainted because she had a massive crush on you. And your acknowledgement was too much for her. Wait, Hinata actually likes me like I used to like Sakura? The dense Ravenet asked.
No, Naruto.
As Master Jiraiya said, this girl was truly in love with you. She would have been happy to be your girlfriend even if she had enough confidence and her family allowed it, which is highly unlikely, even if you are Lady Kushina and Lord Minato's son. And before you ask why, it's because she is the heiress to the main branch of her clan. Yugao said. Not only that, but the Hyuga pride themselves for their pure bloodline, so she'll likely be pushed to marry something within the clan. Jiraiya further explained. I think I get it. But wouldn't Hinata be safe due to her heiress title? The teenager asked. Normally, yes, but she has a younger sister that, according to my friend and Hinata-sensei, the Hyuga clan feels is better suited for the role, and would give it to said sister at slightest disappointment. Wouldn't surprise me if after she heals from her injuries from the Chunin exams that her father placed her into the branch family with Niji for having lost to him. Yugao said solemnly. So, if she's put in the branch family like that fate-loving asshole, she won't be safe from Danzo anymore? The dense idiot asked, slowly putting the puzzle together. Yes. Yes, shouted the adults and Kurama, not believing how slow he was. Naruto took a step back at three, yelling at him. Well, let's go into Tanzaka town then. You two have Tsunade to convince, and I have a date with Orochimaru. Everyone nodded, knowing now that he knew the importance of the mission, even if it was a roundabout way, that he was focused on the two targets and nothing would stop him from completing his objective. After all, he was the most stubborn and unpredictable shinobi they knew. Be careful, Naruto, you better come back alive, Ayam said with a clear concern for her crush. I agree with my daughter, after all. It wouldn't be right if you weren't here for the grand reopening of our ramen shop and had the very first bowl. Tucci chuckled, hiding his own concern for the young man he considered his son. And even though Naruto Uzumaki is officially dead, this town wouldn't be the same without its hero coming back from time to time, Tazuna said, joining on the farewell, while Tsunami and Inari both merely nodded in agreement. Heh, who the hell you think I am? I may have given up on my dream to be Hokage by abandoning Konoha, but I'm not gonna die while I still have people precious to me waiting for me. Besides, even if I didn't ask for it, I have a duty to duel this new leader of that all-female village. I need to live until I fulfill that duty. Naruto said while sending a brief glare to his godfather. Jiraiya just shrugs, while everyone else laughs at Naruto's usual attitude. All right, let's go. We can get to our destination by daybreak if we leave now and go full force without stopping. If we don't get a move on now, there is no guarantee that Tsunade will be there when we arrive. Both Yugao and Naruto nodded and took off out the door with Jiraiya following close behind. What does Tsunade and this Shizune look like? We're gonna need that information if we are to locate them, Naruto asked. While I'm not sure how old Tsunade will appear to be, since she uses her healing jutsu to keep herself looking young. She had blonde hair, brown eyes, and a purple diamond seal on her forehead with the largest chest I've ever seen, Jiraiya said perversely before noticing the glares from both his companions. He cleared his throat. As for Shizune, she's a young woman, jet black hair, and onyx eyes. She's usually not far from Tsunade or their pet pig Taunton. His companions nodded and silence fell upon them as they traveled. Daybreak, Tenzaka Town. The three travelers from Wave arrived at the gates to the gambling town of Tenzaku, with the two adults exhausted and dripping with sweat. The teenager with them only looked slightly winded but otherwise perfectly fine, looking as determined as ever. All right, Takumi, time for you to put those clones of yours to use. Summon about 50 and spread them out throughout the town. That is their original purpose after the jutsu infiltration. Meanwhile, we will go find an inn so we can get some rest, Jiraiya said tiredly. Naruto nodded, knowing his godfather was using his alias while in public, and did as requests, making 50 shadow clones and had them spread out. I can help with the search. I'm still good to go, he said stubbornly. Listen, Takumi, Jiraiya and I are exhausted, and we won't know if your clones find our injury if you're out on your own. So, please come along with us. We're gonna need the rest if we're going to be going against that snake, Yugao said, trying to reason with the blockhead. Naruto nodded at that reasoning. All right, Fine. I could use something to eat anyhow. Elsewhere in town, an hour later, we find Tsunade and Shizune in a pub with slot machines, with Tsunade playing on the machines winning a lot of cash, with her young ward smiling excitedly about being able to pay off some of her mistress's debts, completely forgetting about her bad luck and the bad omen that winning brought also. This is amazing, Lady Tsunade. You should stop while you're ahead. We can pay off some of the debts we have with this. Shizune swelled. Tsunade remained silent after the 10th win around. This is bad. Something is going to happen and it's going to be really bad, she thought to herself. Shizune, we're leaving, she told her young companion.
Ok.
The Ravenette said nervously, following the older blonde out of the pub, only for a Ravenette with red streaks to run into them. Hey, watch it, the teenager said. You ran into me, brat. You watch where you're going, Tsunade growled. Huh? See. Naruto said, now getting a close look at who he ran into. Heh. I apologize, but can I ask for your names?
I'm Takumi.
I am sorry for bumping into you. Why do you want to know, brat? Tsunade said, putting her guard up. Lady Tsunade, you're being rude, Shizune said in a hushed tone before addressing the young man before her. I'm Shizune. Nice to meet you, Takumi. See. Naruto smirked subtlety. Gotcha. The pleasure is mine, Shizune, he said with a gentleman-like a bow. What do you want, kid? We're busy, Tsunade said, clearly not trusting Takumi. This kid thinks he can fool me? This is clearly a shadow clone. Someone is looking for us and using this kid to do it, Tsunade thought. Oh, I'd just like to escort you ladies, as payment for running into you, Takumi said, hiding his nervousness, having seen the look from Tsunade, meaning she caught on that he was a clone. You can drop the act, brat. Tell whoever sent you to leave me alone or they will regret it, Tsunade said before she flicked the clone's forehead. Shizune spoke up when the boy in front of her disappeared in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone? Shizune realized. Who do you think is after us? I don't know. But if I had to guess, it's either the leaf or Orochimaru. Debt collectors wouldn't hire a shinobi. They're too expensive for their wallets. Tsunade surmised. Either way, it's not good. Let's head to the hotel and grab our stuff and leave as soon as possible. But if it's Koona, we should see what they want at the very least. What if something has happened and they need our help as medics? Shizune tried to reason with her mistress. You know as well as I do that I will not go back to there even if they summon me back. I'd rather be labeled a missing ninja, Tsunade stated fiercely. Lady Tsunade, that's going too far. My uncle wouldn't want you to become a missing ninja. He wouldn't even want you to grieve this long either, her apprentice said solemnly. Don't bring Dan into this, Tsunade said and slapped the ravenette, sending Shizune flying into a building, knocking her out. Damn it, I lost control of my anger and strength, the slug Sannin said as she went to check her student's vitals. Shit, I broke her jaw. Even with my skill with Mystic Palm's jutsu, it's gonna take her a few days to recover. Even then, I'm gonna have to apologize to her, she said and picked her up, mentally kicking herself for losing her cool. On a rooftop nearby, another Naruto clone saw the whole thing and decided to follow Tsunade from afar to get the exact location so the original can lead his companions to their target. With Naruto and party, Jiraiya, Yugao, and Naruto all decided to share a room to lower costs. However, they could only get a room with only 2 beds. Naruto insisted on giving Yugao one of the beds, while he took the couch, even if Yugao accepted reluctantly. Truth be told, she was flattered at the gesture. Jiraiya was given the only other bed, due to him being an old man, despite his protests. Yugao and Jiraiya were currently resting their eyes, knowing it likely wouldn't take Naruto's clones long to find any information, while Naruto was chowing down on a beef sandwich that he ordered from the kitchen. Found them, Naruto said, feeling the headache from his clone dispelling. And Tsunade knew she was talking to a clone. Both adults opened their eyes and asked him what happened. After telling them what happened and that he had his clone go in pairs, they decided to rest more and wait for an exact location. What should we do though? Tsunade threatened Takumi's clone. Yugao asked. We have our mission. We need to talk to her and try to convince her to come back to the village, or we can kiss. Our days of peace will be over. War will reign. Shinobi will become nothing more than machines, and women will be used as breeding stock. Not to mention that your carrier is on the line, and the first place Danzo would target would be Wave for retracting their trade agreement they had with Konoha over them celebrating Naruto's death. We have a lot riding on this mission, Jiraiya said sternly. I'm starting like this Danzo even less and less. I'm half a mind to go back with you and kill this fossil myself, Naruto said, trying to contain his anger, his eyes flashing between red and blue. As amusing as that would be, Danzo has his own task force. Even if he denies it, that protects him from all threats. Even if you were to get past them, you'd be put at the top of the most wanted list and hunted for the rest of your life, even you made it out of the village alive, Yugao said, speaking as now former ANBU. Naruto just shrugged and went back to his sandwich while Jiraiya looked at his apprentice with worry that he would mention taking life so casually. He decided to keep an eye on him and make sure he wouldn't go too far down the road of darkness. Suddenly Naruto tensed and said darkly, He's here. One of my clones spotted Orochimaru enter through the east gate and headed for that castle. I see. So, things are about to get interesting. Let's wait and see what happens. We don't enough of what's going on, Jiraiya said, already knowing Naruto would protest. Fine. But the second that snake tries to make contact with Tsunade, we move in and make him pay for killing the third Hokage, Naruto said in a huff, then holds his head again. Speaking of, I know where her hotel is. Seems something happened that caused Tsunade to lose her temper and slap Shizune, throwing her in a wall and breaking her jaw. Damn. Must have been something serious for her to hit Shizune. She considers that girl her own daughter, even if she may not show it. Jiraiya frowned before continuing. Let's go. While now may not be the best time to talk to her, she's going to need our help, especially since she'll be treating Shizune and at a disadvantage. She wouldn't risk any more harm befalling her apprentice. Naruto just nods. Hurry up, I'm done sitting around. He said, making his way to do the door with making his senseis following behind quickly. At Tsunade's hotel, Tsunade was hunkered over Shizune, using the Misty Palm Jutsu to heal her jaw, feeling horrible for losing her temper. She knew that her fallen lover was a sensitive subject, but she thought she had gotten over his death enough not to lose her cool like that, but apparently, she was mistaken. I promise, I'll make this up to you, Shizune, she said, her voice full of regret before she heard a knock at the door. Who is it?
I'm Buse.
She said irately. Tsunade, it's Jiraiya. Mind if I come in? The Toad Sage said through the door. Jiraiya? How did you find me? The Slug Princess asked. I believe you ran into my new student earlier today, Jiraiya stated. Student? That shadow clone brat, she realized.
Oi.
I'm out here too, you know, Naruto shouted, then covering his mouth after his verbal tick came out. Damn it, that always comes out when I'm worked up, and I'm not a brat. So that's how you found me. He had more than one clone out there. Fine. Come in. I can't open the door right now, the older blonde said. Please forgive us for intruding, Lady Tsunade, but we are here on urgent business, Yugao said as they entered the room. And who are you? Judging from your attire, I'd say you're an ANBU from Konoha, Tsunade said, putting her guard up, but never once losing her focus on Shizune. Former, sadly.
I'm Yugao Uzuki.
I was recently removed from my position in ANBU for part of the reason we've come to find you, ma'am, the former ANBU said, trying to keep her professionalism. All right, so what is that you want? Tsunade said, finished her treatment of her ward's jaw. Getting straight to the point, huh? Very well. Tsunade, I've been sent by the old buzzards on the council to bring you back to the village to be the 5th Hokage. Hiruzen-sensei was killed when Orochimaru used the Chunin exams to have Suna and his new village, Oto, to attack the leaf. Jiraiya started to explain before Tsunade interrupted him. That snake killed sensei? She asked with a growl. Yes, but not before he sealed Orochimaru's arms, taking away his ability to jutsu, Jiraiya stated, getting a nod from his former teammate. Now, I know this is going to sound like I am trying to coerce you into coming back with me and Yugao, but if you don't come back and take the hat, Konoha as you know it will die. Danzo will take this opportunity to take control and destroy the belief that your grandfather built the village upon, the will of fire. Naruto growls. Not only that, but if what I heard about this bastard, war will return to the elemental nations, and shinobi will be turned into mindless, emotionless drones. Tsunade remained silent, thinking things over. Give me one good reason why I should go back to the village, where there is nothing but horrible memories and regret. Besides, being Hokage is a fool's job. Hiruzen-sensei got lucky and lived a long life, but all the others, my grandfather included, died at a young age. Being Hokage is a death sentence. Tsunade coldly. Naruto growled. You would disrespect the Hokages of your village, your own grandfather, knowing that they died protecting the populace of the village from threats that would have otherwise reduced it to ruin? Takumi, calm down, Jiraiya said sternly, then turning to the slug Sannin. As for a good reason, other than what my apprentice has said, what about Danzo not having any qualms about labeling you and Shizune missing ninjas, or turning every shinobi with a bloodline, regardless of gender, into breeding stock, regardless if they are from the village or not? If I might be selfish in throwing in a personal reason, I would be stripped out of my status as a kunoichi could be revoked. You see, I requested a leave of absence due to my fiancé being killed during the exams. I needed time to grieve, despite the village being in shambles. Yugao put forth her reasons. I can understand needing time to grieve, but why did you leave the village? Why are you here? Tsunade asked. I left because I overheard Jiraiya's apprentice needed a kenjutsu teacher, and Heiate, my fiancé, would have wanted me to pass on what I know, so I accompanied him to where Takumi was staying. She explained, being as vague as possible, earning a discreet, appreciative nod from the young man in the room. Tsunade nodded, accepting her vague answer. There is another reason we are here. Orochimaru has been sighted within this village, and we have reason to believe he's here to convince you to heal his arms. Jiraiya said sternly. And what's in it for you, aside from bringing me back to somewhere I never wanted to return to warn me about my ex-teammate's intentions? She asks, looking at all the angles. Payback. Naruto growls, trying to keep his anger in check. He killed someone precious to me. I intend to make him pay. Takumi. Jiraiya scolded. It was my intention to give you a heads up and possibly team up with you, finally put that snake behind bars or in the ground, should arrest not be possible. Tsunade nodded. Taking down Orochimaru for Hiruzen did sound appealing, but she was curious about the masked teen in the room. Before I give you my decision, I've been meaning to ask who this Takumi was it? She paused, getting a nod from everyone else in the room. Who is he? Why is his face covered? And why does he want to avenge Sensei? This shocked the adults, even if they tried to hide it well. Naruto, on the other hand, simply asked, who said the third Hokage was the one he took from me? He's killed thousands of people for his experiments after all. That's true, but how angry you got when I said being Hokage was a fool's job, and your obvious hatred for Orochimaru, I can assume you were close to him. Though to what extent, I do not know, but the timing is too convenient. The slug princess countered. You want to know who I am? Naruto growled, his eyes flashing between red and blue, while Tsunade nods while Jiraiya and Yugao simply watch, knowing they couldn't stop him without raising more suspicion. You're the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Mito Uzumaki, meaning you're at least a quarter Uzumaki, so you should recognize this blade, he said, unsealing his mother's sword. Baniheim, Tsunade gasped. How do you have the sword? Enough beating about the bush. Who are you? She demanded. Naruto pulled on his mask, revealing his fox-like whiskers. I am the son of Kushina Uzumaki, and begrudgingly the naive fool Minato Namikaze. I left the leaf after learning that Hiruzen kept the truth of who my parents were from me, despite me asking constantly once a month since I was old enough to talk, making me wonder if I was loved or if I was abandoned. Do you have any idea what is to a kid? He said in a deathly quiet voice that held the purest malice and hatred. However, he and a select few were the closest things I had to family. He was like a grandfather to me, and that snake killed him while he was doing his duty as Hokage, protecting the village. Tsunade was stunned, waiting for this boy to continue since she could tell he was taking a moment to calm down, but was completely floored by his next statement. And while I have given up on it when I left the village, I once dreamed of taking the hat from the old man and become an even greater Hokage than any who came before me. Dan, Nowaki, Tsunade thought. Even so, isn't it a bit hypocritical that you are trying to get me to go back to somewhere you, yourself, have left behind? She asked, hiding her sadness. To be clear, I'm only here to help my Kenjutsu instructor here from being dishonorably discharged, and to keep this Danzo from turning the elemental nations into a war zone. I still have people that I care about back there and elsewhere that will be in danger if you don't go back and become Hokage. The rest of the village can burn in the darkest circle of hell for all I care for what they did to me all my life. I will die protecting those precious to me. After all, as a friend once said to me, I believe that if someone has someone or something precious to protect, that is when they will be truly powerful. Naruto said sternly. This kid just kept shocking her. While he may have left his home, he still wanted to protect the people he cared about. I understand the reason you left, and that you want to protect those you care about. Hell, I get why you were defending the Hokage name. But you do realize that if I do go back and take the job that I'll be forced to label you a missing nin, right? Actually, Tsunade, you wouldn't, not unless you wanted to ruin not only my reputation but Kakashi Heikate's as well. Naruto is, for all intents and purposes, dead as far as the village is concerned. You see, despite the village hating Naruto's very existence, they would never let him wander free for the same reason they hate him. He holds the nine-tailed fox within his gut. Therefore, they wouldn't want to lose their precious weapon. Jiraiya said, saying precious weapon with such disdain you could tell what he thought of that idea. I see, Tsunade said. I assume it's the council that saw him as a weapon, and the civilians saw him as the fox itself. She asked only to feel unfathomable ki, and to her surprise, it was coming from the Jinchuriki in the room. Don't mention that again, Naruto said in a deathly quiet, demonic voice that promised pain if pushed anymore. Enough games. Give us your answer. You've given us the run around since we stepped through that door. Will you go back to the Leaf and help us fight Orochimaru, or are you sit back and let Danzo take control, destroy what Konoha is supposed to stand for, and be labeled a missing nin along with your apprentice there? He said his patience has run out. Naruto, calm down, Jiraiya said before Naruto snapped to look at him. Stay out of this. I don't care if you have the biggest hard-on for her or not. She's been dodging giving us an answer, while we've been honest. I've even put my neck and my freedom on the line in order to try and do your job to convince her to go back before the council gives Danzo the hat and everything goes to hell. Naruto retaliates. Jiraiya flinches, with Yugao flinching as well. Knowing her student was right. They needed an answer, especially with Orochimaru likely looking for her right this moment. Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, and stopping the flow of Kurama's chakra, he returns to looking at the slug Sannin. Well, was all he said. She just stood there, shocked that some kid, young enough to be her grandson, who reminded her of her deceased lover and her brother, despite his rough and callous attitude towards her right this moment. She knew that he was right as well. She was buying time hoping Shizune would wake up and talk it over with her. I'll help you fight the snake, but I need to discuss going back with Shizune when she wakes up. That involves her too, and I won't make the decision for her, Tsunade said firmly, getting a nod from Naruto and a sigh of relief from his companions. That's fair. Oh, and before you ask, I used to be a blonde before I had the fox change my hair color, and Takumi is the alias I am using to keep the illusion that Naruto Uzumaki died defending civilians during Orochimaru's invasion. So, I hope you know that I'm putting my trust in you to keep that secret, regardless of what choice you make, Naruto said, making his way to the door. Let's go. Wait, I can't just leave her unattended, she said, looking at the unconscious woman that she honestly considers to be her daughter. Naruto just sighs and makes a seal-less clone to stand guard. There, I've put enough chakra into this clone to be able to take a few hits. She'll be fine. Now let's go. We have a snake to skin. I have a couple of ladies that I'm sure would love a snakeskin purse. Jiraiya and Yugao chuckle at that. They knew he was talking about Ayam and Tsumani. Tsunade looks confused but decided to talk about it after they dealt with the said snake. Okay. Let's go. Chapter 5, Battle and Fate. Alright Takumi. No charging in when we confront Orochimaru, and don't try to use your inner power. It will give you away, and that snake wouldn't hesitate to use that information against you, Jiraiya said as they ran towards the last location that Naruto's clone spotted the snake Sannin. I know that you know? Just don't stop me if I get the chance to end him, Naruto growled, trying to keep his temper under control, Beneheim on his hip while glancing at a still hesitant, but battle-ready Tsunade. Jiraiya just sighs. I hope he doesn't take his first life today. I hope he's ready to use that sword in actual combat. I noticed the blade is made of weird chakra metal. I wonder, Yugao thought, questioning the blade. On the other side of town. You're sure that Tsunade is here and hasn't fled town yet, Kabuto? Orochimaru hissed out in pain, his sealed arms causing constant pain and agony. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, according to our contacts, she should be either at the gambling halls or a hotel, which is run by one of them. We should check there first. However, we should be cautious. I heard that Jiraiya was heading this way with a former ANBU and a new student. The bisected silver-haired young man informed and advised. So, the Leaf is trying to bring her back to the village. How intriguing, Orochimaru thought before nodding to his right-hand man. Very well, let us make our way to this informant of yours. Before they walked too far, the snake Sannin noticed multiple similar chakra signatures, one he felt before but couldn't place. However, he did signal to Kabuto they were being watched. The young medic also noticed and knew who this chakra signature belongs to but thought it impossible if his intel was correct. My lord, this presence shouldn't exist, not if my intel is correct. He should be dead, the spy whispered. Orochimaru stayed quiet nor make any notion to acknowledge he heard, because he knew if there were multiple of the same chakra signatures, they were using some sort of clone jutsu, and if he was right, it was the shadow clone jutsu which made this intriguing. The only person that was supposed to be dead and could make this many clones was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. They seem to be dispelling and corralling us to the outskirts of town. It's a fight they want and don't to get the civilians caught in the crossfire. Naruto's matured in the past month. Both sound ninja thought. Outskirts of town. Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Yugao all waited in a large open field outside of the gambling town. The snakes will be here shortly, but are you sure it was wise to use my clones to lead them here? Kabuto spent enough time with me in the forest of death. He'll know it's me, which could lead to my exposure if we let either of them escape. Naruto said sternly. We realize that you're risking a lot, but we should not get civilians involved. Jiraiya said seriously. We will do all we can to make sure that they do not escape, but incapacitating them in a way that they cannot talk will be difficult without killing them. Yugao said just as seriously, with concern laced in her voice. Then we kill them and avenge the old man. Maybe even free Sasuke from that hickey on his neck. The former blonde said darkly, grabbing the handle of Beneheim, ready to draw it and fight. When they get here, Tsunade and I will take on our former teammate, while you and Yugao take on that Kabuto. Jiraiya started before noticing the glare his apprentice was sending him. Don't give me that look. Orochimaru is out of your league right now, even with your sword and the Rasengan. Tsunade and I are more suited to fighting him since we're familiar with his fighting style.
GRR, fine.
But once we finish Kabuto, we'll back you up. Naruto snarled. And before you say anything, I know I shouldn't use Kurama's chakra if I can help it. Everyone nodded and waited for their opponents, and they didn't have to wait long. A short 5 minutes later, Orochimaru and Kabuto showed up, causing the four combatants to slip into their respective fighting stances with Naruto growling, barely holding himself back from attacking the person that killed his grandfather figure. Orochimaru merely chuckled. Well, isn't this quite the reunion? Jiraiya, Tsunade, he said in his usual condescending tone. Cut the crap, Orochimaru. I know why you're here. You want me to heal your arms that you lost while you killed Sensei. Well, you can forget it, Tsunade said firmly with a scowl. Oh, but I think you will, Lady Tsunade. You see, we can return to you what you missed the most, but in order to do so, Lord Orochimaru will need his arms, Kabuto said with a sly smirk. Dan, Nawaki, Tsunade thought, with a stunning look on her face, her stance faltering. Shut up, you snakes. The dead cannot truly come back to life, Naruto shouted. He's right. I heard how you managed to defeat Sensei. The impure resurrection jutsu, being the souls of the dead, however requiring a living sacrifice, meaning they'd be nothing more than zombies under your control. Jiraiya said, backing his godson, having done what little actual research he could. Hearing this, Tsunade tightened her stance back up. While Orochimaru and Kabuto scowled at the hooked youth, they had yet to completely verify if it was who they thought it was. You've some actual research that doesn't involve peeping on women in the baths.
I'm mildly impressed, Jiraiya,
Hissed Orochimaru. Enough talk, Naruto shouted, drawing his sword. Today, the world will be rid of two scum of the earth, and I get the massive bounty for your heads. Well, it's been quite some time since I've seen that sword, and one I have sought since its previous master died so tragically that night 13 years ago. Naruto, the snake Sannin said, testing his theory. And the only way you're even touching this word is when I cut you with it, the former genin shouted, barely holding himself back from charging in. Calm down a little, Naruto. You won't be able to fight clearly if you're blinded with rage, Kurama said, attempting to bring his host's temper down to a simmer at the very least. Nodding slowly and taking a deep breath to calm himself. Thank you. Kabuto, you take care of our young friend and the young lady with them. I'll take on my former teammates. Before that, do it, Orochimaru ordered. Kabuto, knowing what that meant, rolled up his master's sleeves, revealing the purplish, bloody arm and rubbing the blood from the right arm over the snake's summoning seal on the left. Seeing this, Tsunade fought her hemophobia back while biting her thumb, running through the hand signs to summon Katsuya, while Jiraiya was right there with her about to summon Gamabunta. Summoning Jutsu! All three Sannin shouted at the same time, making the three boss summons to appear. Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? Manda, the snake boss, hissed. I told you not to summon me unless you had 100 human sacrifices ready for me. Our apologies, Lord Manda. We will have double ready for next time. Right now, we require your assistance. Kabuto said in the humblest tone he could muster, knowing how volatile this boss could be, while trying to turn Manda's attention to his two rivals. Jiraiya, what's going on? Why have you dashed? Gamabunta stated to ask before he noticed Orochimaru and Manda, understanding. I see. Time to get me a snakeskin wallet. Lady Tsunade, how may I be of assistance? The ever-polite boss of the slugs, Katsuya asked. It's time to settle the past, Katsuya. The slug Sannin said, earning a subtle nod from the giant slug underneath her. Off to the side, Yugao was in awe. The triple dreadlock. I never thought I'd have the honor of seeing this. As impressive as this is, Sensei, we don't have that luxury right now, Naruto said, locking eyes with Kabuto. Regaining her senses, she drew her sword and stared down the man that was partly responsible for her fiancé's death. Right? Was all she said. It's been about a month, hasn't it, Naruto? Since the Forest of Death? You've certainly changed since then, Kabuto sneered. Learning secrets that were kept from you all your life will do that to you, Naruto said coldly. Huh, what could he mean? What secrets? Kabuto thought but shook his head and said to the former blonde, doesn't matter, because once word gets out that you are still alive, you will be hunted by ANBU Hunter Ninja, taken back to the village and killed after having the fox is resealed into someone else. All the more reason to kill you and your gay, pedophile master. Naruto taunted with a smirk, watching Kabuto get angry. He then turned to his Kenjusta sensei. Let's go. Yugao nodded while both student and sensei charged at the sound medic, while Kabuto summoned his chakra scalpels and charged at his opponents. Naruto and Yugao both swung horizontally to attempt to bisect their opponent, only for him to backflip out of the way and hit them both in their non-dominant arms, causing them to lose feeling. Naruto growls at this, while his partner within was already on healing the damage done, while Yugao wasn't so lucky to have that benefit. Naruto, we need to be careful. That jutsu he's using is far worse than the gentle fist fighting style. It can target the muscles and internal organs. It's a staple for all medics. Yugao warned, raising her sword again with her good arm. Naruto nodded, unconsciously channeling Kurama's unfiltered chakra through Binaheim's blade, giving it an eerie red glow, startling both his sensei and his opponent. That glow! I've only heard stories of Kushina doing that. So, it's a chakra metal designed to handle the overwhelming power of Kurama's chakra? Or any of the tailed beasts, if I had to guess. Yugao thought in awe. What are you doing? Kabuto voiced what he was thinking. Huh? Naruto asked before he looked down at his blade. Oh wow, didn't know I could do this. I'm more impressed you did it unconsciously. This is how your mother got the title Red Death, Naruto. Kurama said. Now end it. The unfiltered chakra through your blade is extremely poisonous and corrosive. Got it. Naruto mentally nodded and looked to his sensei and charged at Kabuto was still terrified. So much so he couldn't move or dodge Naruto's strike, which was armed for his neck to take his head clean off. As his head fell to get the ground, the skull started to disintegrate and dissolve. The rest of Kabuto's body was also slowly doing the same from the neck down. As this was happening, Both Naruto and Yugao were looking in shock, not believing what just happened, both for different reasons. A grin slowly crept up on Naruto's face, one that frightened Jiraiya and Tsunade, who looked over mid-fight having seen Kurama's chakra. With the Sannin, the fight between the three of them was intense. Jiraiya had used Swamp of the Underworld to trap Manda in a 6-foot-deep swamp, causing Manda to curse the Toad Sage for being unable to move and having to dispel. However, Katsuya and Bunta stuck around, knowing how dangerous Orochimaru can be, even without his ability to use his arms. However, before the fight could truly begin, they felt Naruto channeling Kurama's chakra and looked over, only to see Benihime glowing red from the chakra. But what they saw next terrified each of the Sannin, as well pissed off Orochimaru to no end. Naruto taking Kabuto's head clean off his shoulders, only dissolve into nothing, burned away by the corrosive chakra. Damn that brat. Kabuto was invaluable. I'm going to find another medic with similar skill sets. Orochimaru fumed. For now, I will take care of this brat, as well as Tsunade since she refused to heal me. At the same time, Tsunade and Jiraiya were worried about the sadistic grin on the teenager's face, noticing he hadn't pulled up his mask since the hotel in his rage. Oh no, don't tell me that his bottled-up rage, coupled with his first kill, has triggered something in him. Jiraiya thought, while Tsunade knew that look all too well, unknowingly confirming Jiraiya's fear, especially with what they were hearing now. Yugao, too, was worried, as the former genin started maliciously laughing. I was afraid of this, now that he's not hiding behind his idiot persona. All his bottled-up rage caused by the years of abuse and hatred of the village, combined with his first kill and the power he has with that blade, he's snapped. Oh, I'm sorry, Petamaru. Did I just annihilate your boy toy? I guess you'll need to find another little boy to satisfy you. Naruto taunted. Maybe I should spare other boys and finish what the third Hokage started. And end your miserable life, he said, reading his blade again to attack. Naruto, you're no match for him. Stay back, let us handle it. Yugao, let's go, Jiraiya said, earning a nod, but was ignored by Kurama's host, who keeps his eyes glued to Orochimaru with a crazed look in his eyes. Naruto, calm down. Don't let the unfiltered chakra overtake you. Benihime is testing you, Kurama yelled out. Look at you, boy, nothing more than a wild beast after they have their first taste of blood. Looks like the leaf was right. You're nothing but a demon. Orochimaru taunted before bringing out his Kusanagi blade from his throat and expended his neck to run the Jinchuriki through the stomach, only for Yugao to push her crazed student out of the way and get stabbed herself, knocking Naruto back to his senses and dispelling the corrosive chakra that was channeling through his blade. Sensei, Naruto, seeing being stabbed through her stomach, swiped at Orochimaru's neck, barely nicking his vocal cords, causing the snake to recoil and leave the Kusanagi in the former umbu. Jiraiya saw this and looked to Tsunade, who was already talking to Katsuya. Katsuya, can you send a clone to heal her? Yes, but the sword will have to be removed carefully. If I am right, not only is it through her stomach but very close to her womb. If we aren't careful, she could end up becoming barren, especially with the poison that is coating the blade. The boss slug replied, already sending her to the downed Kunoichi. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was furious. He was having trouble performing his body-style replacement jutsu with injury from the surprise attack. So, he did a body flicker to get away and focus on healing his injuries and find a way to move up his timetable to obtain Sasuke. At this moment, Naruto didn't care that the snake got away. His focus was on Yugao and the guilt he felt. He knew he was responsible. If he hadn't been overtaken by bloodlust and adrenaline from his first kill. Orochimaru was right, he was like a wild beast after getting its first taste of blood. A demon. Get a hold of yourself, Kurama said, getting the former Leaf Genin's attention. You are nothing like a demon or a wild animal. The sword was testing you, and I'd say you passed since you immediately snapped to it when your sensei was harmed. Now pay attention, a slug is almost next to you to help the woman. Young man, I need you carefully remove the sword in her stomach straight as you can. Try to wiggle it at all, Katsuya's clone said in her usual motherly tone. But even this was laced with a seriousness that Naruto caught on it. After nodding in understanding, he did as he was asked and removed the poisoned sword as carefully as he could, while Yugao grunted in pain.
I'm sorry, Sensei.
If only I didn't lose myself. I will train to overcome the bloodlust and be able to use my mother's sword properly. He whispered more to himself than to the woman he was helping. It's all right, Naruto, she said, getting into a coughing fit, bringing up a glob of blood. I am just glad you came to your senses. Don't talk, ma'am. You're seriously injured, Katsuya's clone said, earning a pained nod from the XANBU. Off to the side, Tsunade and Jiraiya were talking about what happened. I'm concerned. That was too easy. I didn't think Orochimaru was that injured, Tsunade said, with the Toad Sannin nodding in agreement. I don't even know if Naruto's connected. I didn't see any blood on that super extended neck. Did you? He asked. Yeah, I did. But it didn't look that deep. But for Orochimaru not to do that disguising replacement jutsu of his, either he was severely injured or not injured enough to worry about it but left after he realized he was outnumbered with his number 2 man killed. The slug summoner voiced her concern. Then we should be very careful about moving forward. For now, after Katsuya finishes her treatment of Yugao, we should get back to your apprentice. We need to make the final decision about either or not you are coming back to the village with me and Yugao. I don't think that Naruto will accompany us. Not since he just left a week ago, the self-proclaimed super pervert stated. I know, doesn't mean I'm looking forward to it, because I already know that Shizune will want to return once she hears everything that's going on. And from what you said, you two are running out of time, especially that former ANBU. Tsunade sighed in resignation. Back with Naruto. Yugao's going to be okay, right? Naruto asked, clearly worried. Yes, child, you did very well with removing the sword carefully. Now please let me concentrate, Katsuya said, trying to be polite but even with her patience. The former blonde was really grating on her nerves. In truth, it was heartwarming to hear that the teenager was so worried about his sensei. Naruto merely mumbled an apology and gazed at the Kusanagi that Orochimaru left behind. I think I'll give his to Yugao as a gift, or maybe keep it and save it as a gift for when I meet that female ninja leader chick. Oh yes, give the girl who you have to fight for her hand in marriage an extremely poisonous and rare sword for her to kill you with. That's one hell of an introduction gift, Kurama chastised. Oh, shut it. I wouldn't give it to her before the fight, obviously, Kushina's son rebuked, feeling rather offended that his partner thought so little of him that he didn't think ahead with the gift. It was then that the two remaining Sannin walked up. Tsunade was the one who spoke up. How's the treatment coming along? We need to get back to the inn and check on Shizune. I'm almost done with what I can do, however. She will need to take it easy for a while, Katsuya said, noticing that both Gamabunta and her larger portion returned home. All the three nodded, although the last thing Naruto was thinking about training now. All he cared about was that she was going to be all right. I'll be sure to do that. Doesn't mean I can't supervise this one's training, right? Yugao strained to get out while gesturing to her student. As long as it doesn't involve sparring with him. Tsunade sighed. Her dedication is commendable, but she's going to drive herself into an early grave if she keeps it going at this pace. All right, I'm all finished. Please take care, everyone, Katsuya said before dispelling. Back at the hotel. An hour later, they all back at Shizune's side with Naruto helping Yugao walk back, while he carried the Kusanagi in his other hand. On the way, Jiraiya and Yugao agreed to let him hang on to it as a gift for his future betrothed, but not before teasing him about the same issues Kurama did, giving her more ways to kill him before they fight. This caused him to pout, saying that wasn't that stupid. However, Shizune was still unconscious, so all they could do was wait. Yugao and Jiraiya used this chance to get some quick shut-eye, while Naruto, while feeling tired, decided to stay awake and make sure Tsunade didn't try to make a break for it, clearly not trusting the legendary sucker. You don't have to keep watch over me, brat. I'm not going to run, especially with Shizune in the state she's in, Tsunade grumbled. You haven't given me any reason to trust you. Sure, you had Katsuya heal Yugao-sensei, but one good deed is useless. Many people would use one or two good deeds to gain the trust of others, then stab them in the back. I've learned that lesson all too well, thanks to that cesspool of a village. The former blonde growled. The conscious medic wasn't expected a rebuttal like that. Just what happened to you back in the village? Was all she could ask. What didn't happen to me in the village? He shot back before continuing. I was shunned, ostracized, overcharged on soiled food. Parents told their kids to stay away from me. Sabotaged in the academy. And after my third attempt at the final exam, which for some reason was always my worst jutsu, the standard clone jutsu, and after I failed the exam because I can't do the jutsu, one of my senseis approached me and told me about the secret test which would allow me to become a genin. He said I had to sneak into the Hokage Tower, take the big scroll hidden away there, which just so happened to be the scrolls of sealing, and learn a single jutsu from it. Naruto stopped and chuckled. Funny enough, that's how I learned the shadow clone jutsu. Anyway, after doing the task, my other sensei, Irika, found me and told me that Mizuki tricked me, only for him show up right then and there, and told me about the third's decree, that I had Fox sealed within me and that I was the demon. Then after my match in the finals of the Chunin exams, I find out who my parents were, that Hiruzen didn't tell me, for my protection, that my own sensei, Kakashi, knew who my parents were since he was my father's student, but instead of training his team evenly, he focused on the last loyal Uchiha. Hell, all he really taught us was the tree climbing exercise and something a friend of his told him once. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. So yeah, I don't trust people too much, and it takes a lot to earn that trust. There are only 7 people I trust wholeheartedly. One is Yugao-sensei, the 5 others are back in my new home, and the other is Irika back in the village. You don't trust the old pervert over there? Tsunade asked curiously. Why would I trust a man who is supposed to be my godfather, but never actually came and took care of me? Despite being the spymaster for Konoha, he could have dropped at least twice a year. No, instead, when we first met, he acted like he didn't know who I was, and originally refused to train me until I convinced him to using a jutsu I created to deal with perverts, and please don't ask what it does. Anyway, when he was training me for the finals of the Chunin exams, he spent most of the time with his research. He even threw me off a cliff in order to summon Gamabunta for the first time. Naruto said, merely shrugging. Little did they know that Yugao and Jiraiya were listening in on their conversation with different reactions. While Yugao had a small smile on her face, feeling very happy that she was one of the people he trusted, Jiraiya frowned, disheartened that he wasn't on that list, even though he understood why it still wasn't easy to hear. He was, however, sweating when he felt Tsunade's anger thrown his way. Oh really? Tsunade in a low, ominous voice.
Yup, I'm fucked. Kropka.
Was all Jiraiya had time to think before he was punched through the wall and landing outside of town. This causes Shizune to wake up and groan, still feeling the aching pain from her master's monstrous slap. Naruto quickly pulled his mask back up before she spoke. Ugh. Lady Tsunade, did you have to hit me that hard? She asked, clearly accepting to get hit for mentioning her uncle in such a way. Once she gained her full bearings, she noticed 2 others in the room, along with a human-sized hole in the wall. Who are these people and why is there a hole in our suite? Ah, you're awake, Naruto said casually. You were that shadow clone kid we ran into before, the younger medic proclaimed. That's right, my name's Takumi. Sorry if I was the cause of you getting injured, Naruto said solemnly.
Shitsune, I'm sorry.
I really overdid it. You flew into a wall and I broke your jaw. I felt so horrible. Tsunade cut off their conversation to apologize. Well, I am sorry for being insensitive, but I stand by what I said about helping the village if that's why they are here. The younger medic said. Yeah, that's why we're here, Jiraiya said, climbing through the hole in the wall. Master Jiraiya, she exclaimed before asking, what did you do this time to get punched through a wall this time? My student told Tsunade about my behavior and teaching methods. The toad sage groaned. If it's your usual researching while occasionally giving advice method, then I can understand why. Or was it worse than usual? Shizune deadpanned. Try tossing me off a cliff to summon Gamabunta. Naruto tossed his godfather farther under the bus. This earned a disbelieving stare from the younger medic, with Tsunade cracking her knuckles, ready to send him flying again, making Jiraiya sweat. Now, as amusing as it would be to see the old pervert go flying, why don't you four discuss what you need to? Naruto said, deciding to save his godfather. And so, the rediscussed everything, leaving out Naruto's identity and status, knowing that Shizune big on rules and protocol, and would suggest they drag him back to protect him from the Stone and Cloud villages. So, while I was out, everyone here took on Orochimaru and his second-in-command, and Takumi killed him and further injured Orochimaru after he stabbed Yugao here? Shizune asked shell-shocked. That's right, Naruto said, with Yugao nodding, placing a hand over her stomach where she was stabbed. Lord Jiraiya, you found one hell of a student, you as well, Yugao. A still stunned Shizune got out. Will I appreciate the praise? Can we get back to the matter at hand? Whether or not you and Tsunade will return to the Leaf with Jiraiya and Yugao. And before you ask, I have people waiting for me back home, Naruto said, trying to push back his blush. Right, sorry. She apologized before getting serious. I've already voiced my opinion on going back if the village needs help with medics. But this is so much more than that. This would mean we would remain there. Everyone but Naruto nodded, who just sighed before she continued. However, we cannot have Danzo become Hokage. I agree with all of you that he'd not only turn the elemental nation into a war zone, but make everyone with a potential bloodline into breeding stock. This includes you, Lady Tsunade, she said, looking at Tsunade, who looked like she was ready to pop a blood vessel. What I mean is that you carry Lord First's blood in you, and just because you don't have Mokuton, doesn't mean that your offspring won't. I'm too old to have kids, you know that, Shizune? The slug Sannin fumed. Yes, but that doesn't mean they won't have their medics do what they can to revitalize your egg sac, then extract them to have someone else birth the children. Jiraiya stepped in. Tsunade looked like she was going to destroy the place at the mere thought of it. And not just that. From what I've heard about this asshole, I wouldn't put past him to dig up the graves of the dead if they had bloodlines. That means even if they are unable to revitalize your eggs, your grandfather's bones aren't safe. Hell, they already aren't if Orochimaru was able to use that impure resurrection jutsu to have him in a fight against the third Hokage. Naruto added fuel to the fire. Speaking of the two, it wouldn't surprise me if Danzo was the one who helped Orochimaru get into the village in the first place. Yugao thought out loud. Sensing Naruto's anger starting to spike again, Jiraiya puts an end to it. Let's put that on the back burner till we get back to the Leaf. Assuming I'm correct that you will go back to the village just to stop Danzo from doing this. Assuming he already hasn't. You're damn right. If me having to suffer being Hokage means I put a damper on that Warhawk's plans, then I'll do it. Tsunade said, a determination Jiraiya hasn't seen in her since the fight against Hanzo the Salamander. In the case, let me tell you the secret to paperwork that all Kage should know, Naruto said, knowing she'd owe him for the rest of her career. 2 words. Shadow clones. Takumi, you are a genius. If you were a Leaf shinobi, I'd give S-rank payment for that information. Hell, I still might, since you're a freelance shinobi, Tsunade said, pulling him into her ample chest, shocking everyone, while Jiraiya, both shocked and jealous, starts giggling and writing in his notebook, and Naruto flailing around. Can't breathe, Naruto thought while Kurama was laughing his tails off. Lady Tsunade, I think Takumi is starting to turn blue from lack of oxygen, Shizune said, giggling slightly. Tsunade gasped and let the teenager go, who gasped for air. Sorry about that, she said sheepishly. Let's just prepare to head out. My family will be starting to worry about me soon, he said, after catching his breath. All right, as I said, I will send you money to your home after my coronation, the future 5th Hokage promised. How about I just give you my account info once I get my parents' accounts under my control, the younger Blackette said. This caught Shizun's attention. What do you mean? Why wouldn't you already have those under your control, assuming they left it to you? Naruto's mood darkened and spoke in an even tone. Let's just say it was kept from me for stupid reasons by a well-meaning old man. Ok? Said a confused medic. I'm sure I'll find out eventually if it's a need-to-know thing. This kid seems to value his privacy. He has not once mentioned where his home is. Very well. If you are unable to do so by then, I will send a trusted messenger to your home. How's that? Tsunade asked. Naruto just nods, hoping to get his parents' accounts under his control soon, so he can take missions again. It's a good thing I cleaned out my account before the exams. Who knows that the villagers would have done with what little cash I had? Not that I had more than 100,000 yen in my account. How are you doing, sensei? He asked Yugao. I'm fine. I should be able to make it back to the village at the very least, she replied with a smile to her student. The young Uzumaki nodded, feeling relieved. And I told you you are not responsible for me getting hurt. I would have taken the hit all over again if it meant you were kept safe, she said, catching herself as she was about to talk about his status as a Jinchuriki. Naruto frowned at this but nodded. All right, you two. That's enough with the brother-slash-sister routine, Jiraiya grumbled, still sore that the ex-NBU was closer to his godson than he was. It didn't seem to faze either of them, though if anything they smiled brighter at the thought. Before I head back home, can I talk to you in private, Jiraiya? Naruto asked. Huh? Sure. The Toad Sage nodded, a little confused as to what he could want. So, the two stepped out into the hallway and down the hall so as not to be overheard, both making sure no one followed them. So, what is it that you wanted to talk about, Naruto? Jiraiya asked his godson. I wanted to ask if you know who my godmother is? He asked hesitantly. This shocked the super pervert. He didn't expect this to ever come up. Not that I won't answer, but I'm curious as to why you're bringing this up now? I just feel I need to know. Know why I wasn't taken in if they lived in the village. If they cared, Naruto said solemnly. I see, Jiraiya said solemnly. Well, your godmother did care. She was your mother's best friend, however. She couldn't take you in because both the council and her clan wouldn't allow it. The council due to the events that surround your birthday and the attack on the village. Her name was Mikoto Uchiha, Sasuke's mother. The council refused to let the Uchiha have possession over the weapon because it was thought that one of them was controlling Kurama. And the Uchiha refused for basically the same reason. Having you amongst them would only raise the already high tension with the village. He stopped to sigh. But Mikoto fought. She fought so hard Hiruzen thought her sons were getting jealous over the time she was putting forth to bring you into the family. She was heartbroken when she was forced to give up on her promise to Kushina. She felt like she had betrayed you and her. So, don't doubt that she loved and cared for you. I'm sure you got some non-toad-related gifts with no labels, right? Naruto just nodded, fighting back the tears that were threatening to roll down his face. So, Team's mom was my godmother, and she loved me enough to fight for me despite being turned down who knows how many times. I wish I could thank her for everything she's done, but she died that tragic night. I guess he and I have even more in common. It's too bad I can never share it with him now. He despaired. Are you okay? Jiraiya asked in a soft tone. Of course not. Once again that damned council got in the way of me having a happy life. I will never forgive them. I have even more reason to never step foot in Konoha ever again, Naruto said heatedly. The Sannin just nodded, internally wincing. Chances are he just damaged his relationship with his godson even farther for asking a stupid question out of concern. I'll head back to the others. Take as much time as you need. Just tell everyone I went home. I don't want anyone to see me like this. The now official freelance shinobi said dejectedly. All the older man could do was nod and walk off. As soon as Jiraiya entered the room and relayed the message, Naruto broke down and cried silently. Even Kurama didn't say anything. Especially what he wanted to say would only cause his host to lash out at him. Back in the hotel room, When Jiraiya relayed the message, Yugao was the first to ask what was wrong, seeing the Sanin's defeated look. Takumi asked about something he wanted, no needed to know, and it wasn't exactly pleasant to have to tell him or for him here. He didn't want to worry anyone, so if you see him again, don't probe into it. I'm sure he'll tell you, especially eventually, he said solemnly. The young swordswoman nodded, looking very concerned. So did Tsunade, curious about this information the young man needed to know. Come on, let's get going. It's gonna take us about a day or two to react Konoha, and we don't have a lot of time left before the Warhawk gets the hat, Jiraiya said, his tone turned serious. The ladies all nodded and gathered their things, knowing Naruto had his things in storage scrolls, and headed out, not knowing that he was just around the corner in desperate need of comfort. Had she known, Yugao would have gone over and held him until he was all right. In Konoha a day later, we find the proctor of the second part of the Chunin exams and part of the TNI division, Anko Mitarashi, leaving the only place she can relax other than her apartment, the dango shop. Ever since her former sensei invaded the village in attempts to raze it to the ground, and killing the beloved third Hokage, she's been treated even worse than she used to be. The only reason she is remotely safe is because she's part of the TNI and her boss, Ibiki, would have the asses of whoever tried to physically harm her, not to mention that people were afraid she'd sick her snakes on them. This doesn't mean that she hasn't been charged triple the price on everything when she goes shopping for anything. It was only the dango shop that treated her fairly. So, on her way back to work, she ignores the glares and being once again called snake whore, traitor, and the likes. However, this doesn't mean she drops her guard at all, and because of this, she notices something down a nearby back alley. So, despite telling herself it was a stupid idea, she goes to investigate. What do you mean Kabuto has been killed and Orochimaru unable to speak due to a throat injury? A male, monotone voice was heard. Orochimaru? She thought to herself, instinctually grabbing the spot on her neck where her curse mark was while hiding the best she could behind a wall. Like I fucking said, Lord Orochimaru came back in really bad fucking mood. When someone asked about Kabuto, he gave the signal to kill to the poor bastard. Now I'm stuck being the goddamned informant. A foul-mouthed teenage girl's voice. Heh, this girl has a sailor's mouth, Anko thought, deciding to poke her head around the corner discreetly. What she saw was an ANBU with a blank mask, the rumored route ANBU under Danzo's command, and a girl with long red hair, a black hat with pipe-like stripes and bandaged sides, a tan tunic with elbow-length sleeves, a rope-like belt that her former sensei used to wear, black wristbands and biker shorts, and what looked like a flute tucked in the belt. I understand, here's the information you were sent to get, the root ANBU said, handing over a scroll to the girl before vanishing using the body flicker jutsu. The red-haired put the scroll into her utility pouch and storms off, unknowingly in the direction Anko was eavesdropping, until she bumps into the snake mistress, dropping the scroll and with quick thinking from Anko, a blank scroll that looked identical. Hey, fucking watch where you're going, you damn bitch, the girl snarled, noticing two scrolls on the ground. Same could be said to you. I was just taking a shortcut to get home to review my mission, Anko said, picking up the information scroll.
Dichiacca fine.
I don't have time to waste on the likes of you. The redhead grabs the other scroll and runs off. Anko looks down at the scroll in her hands. I better get back to TNI. Ibiki should know about this, she said and tucked into her trench coat and rushed off to work. 5 minutes later of roof jumping, she landed in front of the TNI building and runs in and straight for Ibiki's office and slamming the door open. Anko, what did I tell you about slamming my door open? Ibiki asked, not looking up for the paperwork on his desk. Sorry, but this is important. I just witnessed an interaction between an unmarked ANBU and a shinobi working under Orochimaru, Anko said, pulling out the scroll she swiped and handed it to him. This catches his attention as he takes the scroll. After a few minutes of reading the scroll, he frowns with a distressed. This is information on the Uchiha and his mental state since the exams when he got the same curse mark, as well as demands for payment for their assistance during the exams and invasion. he said before looking up. You said it was an unmarked ANBU that gave the scroll to the shinobi? What can you tell me about the shinobi? Technically, it was a kunoichi, but Anko said and described the girl while thinking to herself she had even more evidence that Danzo helped Orochimaru. Ibiki cupped his chin and thought. According to the ANBU that were stuck outside the barrier when Hiruzen was fighting Orochimaru, one of the four-sound ninja who erected said barrier fits that description aside from the sailor mouth you mentioned. She was likely one of Orochimaru's personal guard. If she was able to get in and out of the village without being noticed, someone in power is helping Orochimaru and his people. I assume we don't know anything other than that about her or the other three? The snake mistress asked with a frown, receiving a negative headshake from her boss. Damn it. We already know that Snake is planning to obtain the kid, but what is he planning? Likely to wait till the Uchiha is feeling inadequate, weak, and that the village is preventing him getting stronger, then send someone to persuade him into going with them. The mental torture expert theorized. But before could comment on it, there was a knock on the office door. Come in, Ibiki said, hiding the scroll they obtained in his desk. Forgive the intrusion, Ibiki. I come on behalf of the council with a summons for Miss Mitarashi. NBU Tiger said, stopping himself from calling Anko snake whore in front of Ibiki. Something about an important mission. Very well. I will head that way in a moment. Thank you, Tiger. Anko said, catching on to that, his pause therefore thinking of a way to be polite. When Tiger left, she turned to Ibiki, who also seemed to catch on. You know he was going to call me one of the insults I've been called before, right? I know, and he held his tongue because I was right here, he said, clearly irritated. Well, I better get going. Those old bats get impatient quickly. Anko said, resigning herself to what will likely be getting a suicide mission. Hokage Tower, Council's office. 5 minutes after being summoned, Anko arrived in the council's office. If she were to be honest, she was surprised not to see Danzo sitting in the Hokage's office despite the mission to bring back Tsunade. Have a seat, Miss Mitarashi, Danzo said gruffly, watching her do as asked. We have received word that the Land of Waves is harboring an unaffiliated shinobi of extreme power. He is a teenager, 13 or 14 years of age, sapphire blue eyes with K9-like pupils, wearing a black hooded sleeveless vest, with a black mask like Kakashi's, black ANBU pants, and black sandals with immense chakra levels. And you believe this kid is a threat? Why? Because he's unaffiliated with immense chakra? Anko asked skeptically. That is correct. If IWA or Kumo were to get their hands on someone like that, it would be trouble. Especially since he seems to share Wave's view of our village. They view the fallen Jinchuriki as their savior and don't appreciate the village celebrating his death. A former client of ours and now major of Wave said as much when we had a messenger go find Jiraiya there. The old war hawk said. If it's that mission Kakashi told us about, then I'm not surprised they don't appreciate the village celebrating the death of their hero. Anko thought ruefully before nodding. And we're sure he'll be in Wave? By now, yes, he should be. He might have accompanied Jiraiya and the former ANBU known as Kat to retrieve Jiraiya. Koharu Udatane, the only female on the Elder Council, said. What? Kat was removed from duty? Anko asked, shocked. Yugao was one of her few friends. For her to be removed from duty, she wondered what happened. Yes, she requested a leave of absence and left the village with Jiraiya to guard the Ichirakus who were moving to Wave when we are at our most vulnerable. We cannot have such responsibility from one of our ANBU, especially since they shouldn't require time to grieve death. Hamura Mitokado, the other male of the council, spoke up. These bastards. She lost her fiancé before the Chunin finals. She's still human, not a mindless drone. Anko internally fumed. Very well. I will leave within the hour, providing I can procure the equipment I need. The elders nod and watch her leave the room. Then Hamura and Koharu turn to Danzo. Prepare your route. She clearly sympathizes with the lost weapon as well as her friend formerly of the ANBU. Not to mention if she learns that we helped Orochimaru get into the village, she'll be a flight risk. I'm well aware. I've already arranged it. My team is waiting just far enough away from not to draw any attention to themselves from that ungrateful village. Danzo said firmly. Just then Tiger bursts in. There better be a good reason for this intrusion, Tiger. Danzo snarled. Yes, sir. We received a messenger toad from Jiraiya. He and the traitor Yugao are on their way back with Tsunade and Shizun. The ANBU said frankly, knowing this was important. Damn them. How did Jiraiya find her so fast? Danzo fumed. The message said something about that brat using clones to help with the search in Tenzaku town. He was also apparently the one for injuring Lord Orochimaru. Tiger reported. That child is too powerful already. We must do something about him, Koharu hissed. Unfortunately, we cannot. Reports say that Tsunade and Jiraiya are close to the boy, Tiger said tentatively, knowing he was thin ice right now. Danzo growled. Very well. We'll have to watch this child closely from now on. How long till the Sannin and Exumbu arrive? Tomorrow morning, sir, the ANBU said with a bow. Dismissed, Danzo said. Tiger then used the body flicker jutsu to get out of dodge and Hamura and Koharu turned to Danzo. We apologize, old friend. But it seems we will have hold off on our plans for the elemental nations for the time being. This just means we can make more in-depth preparations. I am a patient man. If Tsunade doesn't go along with our agenda, we can just lock her away and go ahead with the Senju revival plan, Danzo said after calming himself. Forests outside of Wave. Half a day has passed, and Naruto was almost back home. However, he stopped when Kurama told him he sensed a battle not too far off. With it being so close to Wave, he decided to check it out and take care of any would-be bandits that dare threaten his new home. However, he arrives as shortly after the battle concludes and senses 3 chakra signatures retreat in the direction of Konoha. Hey, isn't that the crazy snake lady who was the proctor for the second exam? What's she doing out here and why is she so beaten up? Naruto asks himself. I don't know, but she's barely alive. You need to get her back to town to see a doctor immediately. Kurama replied even if he wasn't asked. Shit. Alright, just hope she doesn't cut my cheek again. Though it did feel good having her ample chest on my back. The Ravenet thought with a blush. Not the time to perv out. Damn hormonal teenager. Kurama huffed and went back to sleep. Naruto grumbled and picked Anko up in piggyback form and ran towards town. Ugh, why are you helping me? Who are you? Anko asked weakly. Shoo. Don't talk. You're badly injured. I shouldn't even be moving to you, but I have no first aid experience. Naruto said. Root, Konoha, did this to me, Anko said before she fainted. Hey, hang on, he shouted and ran faster. Damn it. 5 minutes later crashed through Tezuna's first door. Tsunami, I found someone in need of help. Takumi, both ladies exclaimed. What happened to her? Wait, she's a leaf ninja. What's she doing here? I don't know, but I found her like this just outside of town, and she managed to say something about Konoha, he said looking at the snake mistress. All right, we'll help her, but she's your responsibility, Tsunami said. Naruto nodded and looked around. Where's Tuchi and Tezuna? Out working on the ramen stand. Father wanted to get Mr. Ichiraka's input so that it's up to his family's standards, the mother of one said. Naruto nodded and left the ladies to take care of Anko. He knew they'd do the bare minimum to get her to the point she won't die, but he knew they didn't have the skill to do more. I should send a message to Pervy Sage tomorrow. They should be back to Konoha by then. Hopefully. Anko, I think her name is, if I remember from that banner she had up at the end of the first exam correctly. That's right, brat, and don't deny that you thought she is attractive. That outfit she wears leaves nothing to the imagination. Kurama teased. Hey, that's beside the point, you damn perverted fox. I was just making sure I had the right name to give the future fifth Hokage. Naruto defended himself. All he got in reply was an aha from his tenant, and he just grumbled. However, he did remember the promise he made to Gamakichi. So, he made his way into town to get 2 big bags of sweets for the red son of Gamabunta. When he got back 30 minutes later, he found Anko on the couch dressed only in bandages, causing him to blush and drop the sweets, which thankfully didn't spill out over the floor. Naruto, you're back. Why do you have 2 big bags of sweets? Ayam asked before noticing where he was looking and continued in a sickly sweet smile. You had better not be perving out on her. Oh, of course not. But why didn't you guys redress her? Even if she wasn't wearing all that much to begin with. He defended himself by asking a question of his own. Aha. Don't try that deflect a question with another question on me, Naruto. But to answer it anyway, this will make it easier to change her bandages later tonight. Now, why don't you answer mine about the sweets? I know you don't have that big of a sweet tooth. She glared. Okay, fine. You make a good point. As for the sweets, they are for Gamakichi, one of the 3 toads I currently know how to summon. When he delivered that message to you, Tucci, and Pervy Sage, he made sure to make me promise to give him a bag of sweets. I got an extra one because I'm gonna need him to play messenger again tomorrow. Naruto said with his hands up in surrender. Ayam nods and Tsunami enters the room giggling. Okay, lovebirds, no time to be arguing like an old married couple. I just started supper. So can I ask you both to go fetch my father and Tucci? She teased while making a request. T.S. Tsunami. We aren't even a couple. We're more like SS siblings. I told you that. Naruto said, blushing up a storm. While Ayam was giving her best Hinata expression without fainting, daydreaming about being married to Naruto. Tsunami noticed this and giggled harder but decided not to tease them anymore. It was up to Ayam to officially confess how she feels to the knucklehead. LLL, let's go. NNN Naruto. Ayam cursed herself for the stutter. Damn it, I'm gonna give myself away at this rate. Not realizing he overheard her that night. All right? Naruto said, confused, somewhat forgetting about her confession he overheard a week ago. You're an idiot? Or do you not remember what got you so flustered a week ago? Ayam's conversation with Tsunami in the kitchen. Kurama deadpanned. Oh, alright. Naruto blushed even more. Kurama just paw-palmed and groaned. Naruto fought off his blush and walked out the door with Ayam. That evening, while Tsunami took charge of monitoring Anko, Naruto and Ayam decided to sit on the roof and enjoy the night sky together, while Tucci just smiled as they walked upstairs. Hey, Ayam, can I ask you something? Naruto asked tentatively. She replied, not looking from the starry sky. Remember a week ago, when you first arrived here and helped Tsunami in the kitchen? He asked, now really nervous. He knew he had to steel himself for this. Ashu. Why yeah, of course. She dragged me to help in the kitchen and talk. Why? She said just as nervously, turning her gaze his way, panicking internally. Don't tell me his sensitive hearing was able to hear our conversation over that noise. Well. He paused, steeling himself. I'm sorry. I overheard you two talking. I heard everything. Why you did? She said, turning pale, wanting to curl up into a ball and die. He nodded slowly. Did you mean what you said? Huh? He's not rejecting the idea? Could I have been wrong about how he sees me? Ayam asked herself, but realizing he was waiting for an answer. Yes, I did. How could I not? I've known you for half your life. I loved when you had that big honest grin on your face when you got your anonymous gifts, when you came in telling us excited you were about going to the academy. It broke my heart to see you come in once a month downtrodden from the third, saying he didn't know who your parents were, the times you came to father and I starving, the times you came in beaten and bruised from drunken villagers, and all the times that Haruno girl was stupid enough to turn down a date with you. How could I not fall in love with you? Any lesser person would be gone insane after what you've gone through. Even if you don't feel the same or you're not ready, I just want to be a light that can keep some of the darkness away. She spoke passionately, but honestly, a dark blush on her cheeks. I am, Naruto said in eye and taking a few minutes to gather his thoughts. Don't even think about turning her down. We haven't even met the girl you're technically engaged to. This girl has been there through it all, even left her home with her father for your sake. This girl loves you wholeheartedly. Kurama stepped with a rare moment of compassion, shocking his host. Naruto knew what his partner said was true. She's done so much for him, he knew that it would be cruel to turn her down, especially since he does feel the same. So he makes his decision and pulls her into a hug. Ayam returns the hug with tears in her eyes, thinking he's going to turn her down. I feel the same way. Those words caused her to pull away to look him in the eyes, only to see the honesty in them. Why you do? She asked, barely above a whisper. Naruto just nods. As long as you're okay with me being away from home a lot, being a shinobi, then maybe we can act on this. You knucklehead. Of course, I'm okay with it. And while I don't have a choice in the matter, I don't mind sharing you with this girl you have to fight eventually. Even if I am sure she will have to be the official wife for political reasons. Ayam said with a tearful smile and pushes back into the hug, resting her head on his shoulder. He just nodded gently and holds her tight. Little did both of them know, Tucci and Tsunami were spying on them through a nearby window, both smiling. Tucci nodding his head in acceptance, knowing Naruto will treat her right, especially if the boy wants to continue getting his ramen, and Tsunami had a few tears in her eyes from the heartwarming scene. The next morning, Anko walks up in a room she didn't recognize, realizing she was all but naked if it weren't for bandaged, in what appeared to be a living room. However, she does notice that her clothes are washed, mended, and folded neatly on the table beside her. Hello? Anyone there? She asked in a hoarse voice. Damn. Well, guess I should take it easy with speaking for a while, though I think I'm just thirsty, she thought to herself. Oh, you're awake. Let me get you something to drink. Your throat must be dry. We are in a medical facility, so we didn't want to risk you drowning on us when Takumi brought you here after he found you injured outside of the village. Tsunami said as she made her way to the kitchen to get some tea ready for everyone in the house. Where am I? The snake mistress asked. You're in the land of waves, home to the great bridge builder Tazuna, and those who practically worship Naruto Uzumaki, the hero who gave us our fighting spirit and hope back, the former housewife said with pride. Wave huh, I heard about this place from a colleague. He was Naruto's sensei, Kakashi Hatake. Anko said. Oh, so you are from Konoha. You didn't have any ID on you when you arrived, so we didn't know for sure. Tsunami said and put down the tea for her guest. But so you know, the townsfolk don't like people from there, especially after we heard your village celebrated our hero's death. So be careful. Anko nods. She knew this already, of course, but to get confirmation from the source was a very good thing. Thanks for the heads up. I'll be careful. And thank you for the tea as well. You're welcome, Tsunami said with a smile. You should probably get dressed. My father, Tazuna, and our guest Takumi should be getting up soon. I'm sure you'd rather be dressed in more than bandages when an old man and a healthy teenager come downstairs. I'll start breakfast. Anko nods and does as asked. This is bad. My target, even though I'm sure it was a fake mission to get me killed in action by those bastard root ANBU, is staying with the mayor and his family. Damned old bats. Taking advantage of their no Hokage. She fumed to herself. She was dragged out of her thoughts, said Target came downstairs. Only he didn't have his mask or hood up, looking half asleep. Therefore his whiskers and spiky hair were on full display. The kid let out a groggy mumbling that sounded something like a morning and sat down at the table to drink one of the other cups of tea, not noticing Anko sitting there yet. Oh, morning. Tsunami started before noticing his mask wasn't up and looking at the leaf ninja sitting across from him with a slack jaw expression. You're that brat that was pronounced dead after the invasion. What are you doing here and alive? Anko shouted, pointing at Naruto. Huh? he said before realizing the issue. Shit, I forgot this crazy snake lady was in the living room. Don't me. Answer my question, she said, ready to strike, momentarily forgetting where she was. I would kindly ask you don't attack our village hero, or I can no longer use the hospitality of my home, Tazuna said, coming downstairs wondering what all the racket was about first thing in the morning. Anko dropped her stance but remained alert in case this kid attacked her. I'm alive because I abandoned that shithole of lies and deception. I left because not only was there a decree to keep me from learning about me having the nine-tailed fox sealed within me, but I wasn't told who my parents were for my protection, even though I asked the third Hokage once every month, begged even, simply wanting to know if they loved me or if I was abandoned, Naruto said heatedly. Anko was taken by that answer. She could understand leaving after that. She knew that Lord Third and Naruto were close, having a grandpa/grandson relationship. To have been lied to for who knows how long, on top of how he was treated by the villagers, she's not surprised he had enough decided to split. If she didn't have a job she loved and friends that would worry about her if she left, she would, especially after she was pretty sure she was tossed aside. Your turn. Why were you outside of town so badly injured? Before you passed out you mentioned something about the village and route, the former genin demanded. I was sent on a mission by the Elder Council to eliminate you actually, she said honestly, but threw her hands up in surrender. She saw he was posed to strike. However, I now believe that they were just trying to get rid of me because of who my former sensei is. Naruto dropped his attack stance, nodded, and asked, judging from the fact that you're known as the snake mistress of Konoha, Anko, I assume your former sensei is Orochimaru? Anko just sighed, nodded, and cupped the mark on her neck. That's right, I even have what I assume to be the prototype to the Hiki he gave your former teammate, the Uchiha. He gave it to me and abandoned me, she explained based on her fragmented memory. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. However, I think you'll be happy to hear that you'll be able to report the abuse of power. I just helped Jiraiya and former ANBU cat find Tsunade Senju to have to return and be the fifth Hokage, the Blackette said with a smirk. In fact, I was just about to send a toad to report finding you, so I can quickly add that the council sent you on a suicide mission if you'd like. Anko also smirked. I always did love that devious side of you, Naruto, she said before the smirk turned to a wistful smile. You know, we're a lot alike. We're both pariahs of the village, you for holding the fox, and me for being Orochimaru's student. I see. She's the student of a traitor. She must be a sleeper agent. Naruto did his best to impersonate the villagers. That sound about right? She laughed a little at how accurate that was. Pretty much. That and the elders were likely worried about the information they don't know I already found out. I have reason to believe that they helped the snake get into the village during the Chunin exams. I intercepted a scroll with information that proves it along with something else that involves that Uchiha. Just tell them to contact Ibiki, or Scarhead as you called him in the exams. I left the scroll with him. Naruto nodded, while Tsunami and Tazuna felt out of place in their own home with the sensitive information being thrown around. Realizing this, both pariahs apologized. Sorry about that, you too. Got caught up in the moment. Oh, don't worry about it. We're just glad that you found someone you can relate to, Tazuna said, waving them off, getting a nod in agreement from his daughter. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have to ask, but can I stay here until the situation back home is sorted? She hesitated to ask. I promise to never say anything about Naruto being alive to anyone. Well, anyone who doesn't already know. All right, but as you know, if you find your headband, you can't wear it within the village, Tazuna said as mayor of Wave and not a father and grandfather. Speaking of, I had my clones investigate the area I found you. All I found was a scrap of black cloth on one of the branches. It seems your attackers took your headband and left in a hurry, got it snagged on a branch only to tear off part of the cloth. They probably intend on using it as proof of death rather than your head, Naruto said as he finished adding the new information to the scroll. earning a growling nod from Anko. All right, I'm going to the forest to send this. Pretty sure neither of you wants a toad in your living room if you can help it. Naruto said, pulling up his mask and hood, and turned to Anko. You stay here. You need the rest. I'll show you around when you don't hurt to get up. He added when he saw Anko grimace in pain trying to get up and follow, only for her to sit down again and nod. In the forest. Summoning jutsu, Naruto cried out. In the field, he met Haku. Greetings, young Takumi. I am one of the messenger toads. Congratulations on being able to change up your selection. A small green toad said as he appeared, using the young man's alias just in case. Avao, man. I was trying to get Gamakichi. Oh well, I have the scroll that needs to get to Jiraiya and Tsunade. They should be in the leaf by now. Also, can you deliver this bag of sweets to Kichi? I promised him this for playing messenger a week ago. Naruto was a bit disappointed he messed up again, but was glad he finally got a messenger toad. No problem. Give me what needs delivering and I'll make sure both parties get the packages. Lord Gamakichi is on the way, so it's not out of my way. I'll be on my way. Call me again if you need anything else delivered. The toad said with a salute and dispelled. Gates of Konoha that morning. It was a normal day for the Eternal Gate Guards, Kotetsu, and Izumo, sitting at the northern gates playing cards, wishing something exciting would happen. Man, I know it's only been a week since the invasion, but things have been so quiet since the celebration of the death of Nine Tails. Kotetsu spat, being one of few that actually liked Naruto. Tell me about it. The village has gotten even more mundane, if that's even possible. I miss our prankster king from hell. At least he died in doing his duty to protect the village. Izumo said in a bored tone. Off to the distance, Kotetsu notices something off in the distance. Hey Izumo, I think things are about to get interesting again. Well, I'll be. Seems the rumors were true, and Jiraiya succeeded in his mission. Izumo nodded dumbly. I can't believe you two and that brat convinced me to come back here. Tsunade grumbled, ignoring the gawking of the two gate guards as she, Jiraiya, and Yugao walked up. Yes, Takumi has a way of convincing people, be it through befriending them, pissing them off, or tricking them into thinking it was their idea, Yugao stated, trying to keep to a straight face, but everyone could see her shoulders jiggling a bit, showing she was laughing ever so slightly. Jiraiya sighed at that. Seems he has a lot to learn about his godson, while Shizune in awe that she was back in Konoha. Forgive us, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, Miss Yugao, and Miss Shizune. While we know everyone else knows who you are, which is an honor to have you home, Lady Tsunade, we'd be demoted to genin if we let you through without following protocol. Kotetsu said, trying to sound official, came off like a fanboy. The slug Sannin just shook her head. Great. Not even at the tower and already being worshipped. Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen, she said, going over and filling out the necessary paperwork. Great, the first bit of paperwork I'll be doing. And I'm not even Hokage yet. Yugao, Jiraiya, and Shizune do the same. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please make sure to report to the council. They have been expecting you, Izumo said professionally. Hokage Tower, Council Assembly Chambers. Tsunade and company walk into the council assembly chambers, the room filled with all three parts of the council consisting of the civilians, the clan heads that make up the shinobi side, and the three fossils that tend to forget that they are not above the Hokage. Danzo stood up and took charge. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, we've gathered to welcome the last Senju back to the village. He paused, earning applause from all forms of the council. Is it to our understanding you've returned to take up the position your very own sensei, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held for many years of Hokage? He asked, really hoping she had changed her mind. Tsunade sneered. She had an idea what he was thinking. Yes, that is correct. I shall accept the position of Hokage, providing the Jonin Council and the feudal lord approve, of course. She grins, seeing Danzo and the old bats fuming. Very well, the Warhawk said evenly, barely hiding his anger. The feudal lord should hear in 2 days. We sent word to him when we sent Jiraiya out to find you. Thus, the time limit Jiraiya. I see. Because it wouldn't do to make his lordship travel this way for nothing, Jiraiya growled. Now that we have a proper candidate for Hokage, I believe we have one final thing tabled for this meeting, Hamura said, casting a look at Yugao. If it's regarding my fate of remaining a kunoichi of Konoha, then I believe I shall take control of my own fate, the former ANBU said before turning to the best-known medic. Lady Tsunade, I know I worked with Jiraiya and his new student to bring you back to save me from being removed from the roster dishonorably. However, my time with Takumi has given me time to think. Tsunade looked at the young woman, having a feeling of what she was getting at. The swordswoman looked out of sorts ever since Naruto returned to the land of waves. What are you saying? Sum Inuzuka, Kiba's mother and head of the Inuzuka clan, knowing this young woman was friends with her daughter, Hana. Lady Inuzuka, Lady Tsunade, members of the council. After receiving word of my removal from the ANBU by the commander and the elder council, Yugao paused, casting a glare at the 3 elders, who were also under the scrutinizing glares of the clan heads. And the week that followed, I have decided to resign as kunoichi of the Land of Fire. I wish to travel the elemental nations. She finished, leaving out that she wanted to travel with and train Naruto, all while settling down in Wave, knowing that wouldn't sit well with the council. The room erupted in 2 opinions on the matter. The clan heads were outraged that she was removed from ANBU duty in such a matter, and the civilians were outraged she'd quit, knowing her skill. Quiet! Tsunade shouted, silencing the room. I believe we deserve to know why exactly you were removed from duty, for those who don't know already, she asked. According to the scroll I received from ANBU Tiger, I requested my leave of absence to mourn the loss of my fiancé, Hayate, at an immature time, while the village was in a very vulnerable state. That an ANBU that required time off to mourn the loss of a loved one was useless anyhow, Yugao said, evenly, barely containing her anger and sorrow. The civilian side of the council agreed with elders and the ANBU commander, while clan heads could sympathize, knowing the dangers of the shinobi lifestyle, knowing even shinobi were still human. Very well. Fill out the resignation forms and have them on the Hokage's desk in 2 days' time. But I would like to speak to you about your plans in detail, especially if they involve what I think it does, Tsunade said with authority, causing the eldest woman in the room to speak out. Princess Tsunade, you cannot make that decision yet. You don't have the authority, Koharu protested. Neither did you, elders, when you removed her from ANBU. That decision rests with the Hokage and the Hokage alone. Or do you forget that you elders are mere advisors, not rulers? Tsunade snarled. And just to add trouble for the fossils, it was then that Naruto's messenger toad arrived in a puff of smoke. Seeing where he was and the significance of it, he spoke respectfully and handed the scroll to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, and honored members of the council. I bring word from Lord Jiraiya's student, unsure as to whether or not to reveal the kid's name. Thank you, Tsunade said, taking the scroll and read it over. Koharu and Hamura felt a sense of dread, while Danzo simply shrugged it off. It would seem you elders have overstepped your bounds again, the Hokage nominee said. You sent one Anko Mitarashi on a mission to eliminate an unaffiliated shinobi, only to send unmarked ANBU agents, whom I suspect belong to Danzo's root program, to kill a kunoichi of the village, simply due to her former affiliation with Orochimaru, and something else I need to confirm with Ibiki. If this other information is true, it will be high treason for at least one of you. Chapter 6. The New Hokage. Konoha, Council Chambers. 2 days had passed and the feudal lord had arrived to approve or deny Tsunade's raise to Hokage. Since this was such an important meeting, the civilian council was not present, namely because the feudal lord refused to start the meeting with anyone that didn't have any real say on the matter. Those that were present were all the Jonin clan heads, Tsunade herself, and the old fossils that make up the advisors and elder council. Good people of Konoha, I applaud your quick response to finding a replacement for the late Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, before I approve of Tsunade's ascent to Hokage, is there another candidate for the position? The Fire Lord asked. Damn it. Without the civilians here, I don't have a chance for enough votes to overthrow Princess Tsunade. Although even if they were here, the Jonin Council and their dislike of my way doing things, not to mention whatever that snake whore found, I never stood a chance this time around. Danzo fumed before speaking up in a defeated manner. No, my lord, there is no one else. Shikaku Nara narrowed his eyes. What's his game? I'm positive he would have put his name forward. Well, this is a surprise. I thought you'd nominate yourself like you did when Minato and Orochimaru were candidates. Nonetheless, what does the Jonin Council say about Tsunade becoming your Hokage? The old man said, clearly getting bored. Aside from her self-destructive tendencies, we approve of her to become the 5th Hokage. The Jonin commander, Shikaku said with a smirk, seeing Tsunade with a vein pulsing on her forehead at the stab to her drinking and gambling habits, even though she knows she won't be able to gamble as much as aside from the lottery. Very well, the Fire Lord said as he turned to the blonde in the room. Your coronation will be held tomorrow. Yes, my lord, I will be ready, Tsunade said with a bow. Excellent. Now I can secretly support Naruto as family, and I don't think I'll be the only one doing so. Now then, is there anything else that requires my attention, or can it wait till Tsunade is sworn in? The ruler of the Land of Fire asked, hiding a small yawn behind his fan. Ibiki nodded. There is something that requires all of our attention. Oh? What would that be, Mr. Marino? Mr. Shirjimi asked with intrigue. The head of the T&I division pulled a scroll that had the elders sweating and made Danzo's lone eye narrow. This is a scroll that implicates all 3 Elder Council members of high treason against Konoha and the Land of Fire as a whole. Danzo has his own personal army that Lord Third commanded be dissolved and has kept running from the shadows, and after an investigation, my department has learned that the other 2 elders have been monetarily supporting this army known as Root. Together, all 3 have been using their power and influence to undermine the previous Hokage since Lord Sarutobi took office for the first time. However, the most damning piece of evidence is this piece is something my subordinate managed to intercept a missive between Danzo's Root and a minion of our greatest traitors, Orochimaru. It has information that they were working with the Snake Sannin during the exams and invasion by letting him and his forces through our defense barrier without alerting the entire village, which allowed him to kill Sarutobi and give Sasuke Uchiha his curse mark. This is preposterous. Where is your subordinate now? Bring them before us to back up this story. Koharu Udatane, the only female elder. I can't, you sent her on a suicide mission under false pretenses. The official mission was to take out a kid with extraordinary chakra levels and skill that is unaffiliated with any village, but you 3 used that as an excuse to get rid of her because of her former connection with Orochimaru using Danzo's Root to kill her. Turns out the boy she was sent to kill ended up saving her life and treated her wounds and was able to learn that realized she was deceived. She is currently recovering in the Land of Waves under the care of one of our former clients. Ibiki snarled. You abused your power to not only remove one of our best kunoichi from the ANBU ranks simply because she requested time to grieve for the loss of her fiancé who died during the month-long break of the Chunin exams after the invasion was dealt with. Then you once again abused your power by sending Special Jonin Enko Mitarashi on the aforementioned mission. Is all this true, you 3? The feudal lord demanded in a rare moment of seriousness. Seeing there was a small chance to save the situation, Danzo decided to speak up. My lord, we relieved ANBU Cat from her duties because she chose to make her request for a leave of absence at a time when we required every shinobi and kunoichi on hand to guard and help rebuild the village after such a devastating attack. The fact that she also left the village to accompany Jiraiya as an added escort for a family of civilians that were close to our fallen Jinchuriki helped in our decision that she was unfit to be a part of ANBU any longer. As for Special Jonin Mitarashi, she is a serious risk to the village, especially with Orochimaru's curse mark on her neck unsealed. For all we know, the 2 of them could be using their shared snake summons to send information to each other. Firstly, Ibiki was correct about former ANBU Cat. Only the Hokage has the authority to remove Anbu from duty. As for Special Jonin Mitarashi, I was under the impression she had an immense hatred for Orochimaru. I even received word that she even attempted to fight her former sensei in the Forest of Death during the second stage of the exams after discovering that he had infiltrated them. The feudal lord said sternly, "Speaking of, you have yet to deny your involvement in the traitor's infiltration, nor that you denied a direct order from Hokage to dissolve Root." The Warhawk simply scowled and prepared to use Shirsue's stolen Sharingan to use the Ai's Genjutsu, the Kodo Amitsukami, which allows the user to enter the mind of any individual within their field of view and manipulate them by giving them false experiences, making it seem as if they were doing things of their own free will. It is regarded as a Genjutsu of the highest caliber, due to the victim being entirely unaware that they are being manipulated. Unfortunately for him, Hayashi Hyuga noticed the buildup of chakra in his covered eye with his Byakugan. "Why are you building chakra in your right eye, Councilman Shimura? What do you have hidden there?" The head of the Hyuga clan asked sternly. "Fine, yes, I ignored the pathetic order to dissolve Root. It was a bad decision because we need an organization that can do Black Ops missions that are completely off the books, shinobi that will do anything without question, without their emotions getting involved and restricting them from doing what needs to be done. Our current official ANBU are weak and pathetic because they let their emotions rule them, even if they suppress them during a mission. ANBU Cat or Yugao Yuzuki is a prime example. Shinobi should be nothing more than tools or soldiers for us to command without emotion or a conscience. In fact, it is not just the ANBU that is weak, it is all of our shinobi that are weak because their emotions control them. The pathetic will of fire that has been preached since Hashirama's time as Hokage is the source of this village's weakness. So yes, I worked with those two idiots and Orochimaru to kill Hiruzen and destroy Konoha so that it may be rebuilt and made stronger, one that could take over and rule the other villages and countries of the elemental nations. Anko Mitarashi was a threat to this plan due to her immense hatred for Orochimaru. Since she stumbled upon the meeting of Orochimaru's minion and my root, and read the contents of that missive, she needed to be disposed of, even under the pretenses of a mission to eliminate a threat of the powerful unaffiliated shinobi. Danzo said with immense venom. "Danzo Shimura, you are hereby arrested to stand trial with your chakra sealed." The feudal lord commanded only for Danzo to scoff and use the body flicker jutsu to vanish. "Find him. Put him in the bingo book. Wanted dead or alive." Every shinobi present vanished as well to begin their search. However, Tsunade, the feudal lord, and the two remaining elders remained. Tsunade and ruler of the Land of Fire glared at the advisors. "Now, what do you two have to say about the charges now levied against you?" "We surrender," both elders said in unison, knowing that they were caught and had no way out. "Good. Now, if you want to avoid the death penalty that is usually involved with high treason, you will tell us everything. I do mean everything," Tsunade said sternly, cracking her knuckles as a show of seriousness. "I quite agree. You will still get life in prison, maybe even home arrest for the rest of your short lives. However, hold anything back and we will be making an example out of you in the form of public execution." The Fire Lord grins. Needless to say, the old fossils sang like canaries and spilled every dirty little secret they knew, from Danzo's plans to the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, the plans to turns to get a hold of Naruto and turn him into a perfect emotionless weapon. Loyal only the three of them and their successors to protect the leaf and eliminate her enemies when the plan to take over the elemental nations was put into motion. What they told Tsunade and the feudal lord was so outlandish. They had Inoichi Yamanaka in to use his family's mind-walking techniques to verify everything they said, and once it was, they were detained in a cell for the night to make sure they weren't retaining any information. The top of Hokage Tower. It was high noon of the next day, and the entire village had gathered in the front of the Hokage Tower for Tsunade's coronation. Everyone was in a good mood. It seemed like everything was turning out for the better. Well, most people were happy. Sakura was still mourning the loss of her blonde teammate and source of reassurance and light. Ever since Naruto had died, she's felt lower than dirt. She'd been reflecting on all the times she hit him for simply asking her out after Sasuke rejected her. All the times he encouraged when she felt useless or discouraged. She missed that more than anything now, especially with Sasuke being in an extremely bad mood and him being even more antisocial than usual. Hinata, while she found her reason to fight, was still recovering from her injuries during the preliminary rounds and grieving the loss of the love of her life. What Hinata's reason for living was quite simple: Kiba's heartfelt and dead serious confession of love, even knowing that she'd always loved Naruto and would never let go of his memory. He'd work hard to win her heart and help fill the void of motivation and love. He'd even help her look for any hint that his rival in love might, no matter how small the chances were, that the knucklehead was still alive, which was her real reason if they were both being honest. That didn't stop Kiba from keeping his word and being there as a constant source of encouragement. Man, this is such a drag. A new Hokage means we'll get the results of the Chunin exams soon. Shikamaru groaned. Oh, buck up, Shikamaru. Even if you do make Chunin, it's not like we wouldn't stop being a team. Our parents would raise hell if they broke up the second generation of the Ino Shikacho formation. Ino said confidently. That's not what I'm worried about. It will be even more work, and more will be expected of me. It'll just be so troublesome. The Nara said with a sigh, knowing full well he showed enough skill and tactical thinking and leadership during the exam and invasion for a promotion. We'll work even harder next time so we all make Chunin. We really need to up our training to make up for the loss of Naruto and every other shinobi we lost in the invasion. Choji said with determination. Naruto, I still can't believe that idiot was killed. His defeat of Kiba and Neji was impressive. Even if he did fart in Kiba's face unintentionally. I can only hope that wherever he is that he's happy and in a better place. The blonde girl said solemnly, getting nods of agreement from her teammates. Do you think that there will even be a Team 7 after this? I mean, from what I heard, Sasuke was already being trained by Kakashi-sensei and Sakura was talking about becoming a medical ninja, wasn't she? The Akimichi asked a relevant question. That will depend on Kakashi-sensei, I suppose, whether he takes Sasuke on as an apprentice, drops us completely, or agrees to take on some from the reserves. Even if that would mean more teamwork exercises, I'm actually hoping that I can talk to Lady Tsunade about studying under her. Sakura said with a false smile. Sakura, what happened to you? You look like you haven't eaten in a while or even had a bath. Are you okay? Ino asked frankly. Yeah, have you been sleeping all right? No offense, but you look and smell like shit. Kiba said, walking up while supporting Hinata with her arm over his shoulders and his arm around her waist. Kiba, that's rude. Hinata reprimanded. Hello everyone. No, it's all right, they're right. I haven't taken care of myself lately. I know it's been a little over a week since he died, but I miss him so much. The pinkette started sobbing with Hinata wrapping her arms around her. I miss him too, Hinata said solemnly. I treated him like garbage. I hit him when he tried to cheer me up after Sasuke turned me down for a date, or when I felt useless on missions. Now I'll never be able to make it up to him, Sakura cried. Sakura, Ino thought while Hinata just held her, holding back her own tears. Normally the Hyuga heiress would have wanted to severely injure the pinkette for her abuse. However, seeing her honestly remorseful for her actions, she decided to comfort and work towards befriending her fallen love's teammate. Come on, Sakura. We'll visit the memorial stone later to pay our respects. I'll even put the flowers on my tab at my family's shop. But right now we need to be respectful to the new Hokage being ushered in, Ino said quietly. Sakura nodded as she stood up with Hinata supporting her and Kiba rushing to support Hinata. Ino smiled but looked up to see fireworks being launching, signaling the beginning of the inauguration. Ladies and gentlemen of Konoha, thank you for joining me on this auspicious day. Today we swear in the fifth Hokage. She is none other than Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin. The feudal lord shouted to the village. The crowd roared in applause, everyone cheering and celebrating the rise of a new Hokage and the re-establishment of the security that brings with it. Even the more sorrowful people were cheering. Tsunade took this point to step, fully dressed in her Hokage robes and hat with a smile. Thank you, good people of Konoha. It's an honor and privilege to return to the village and take up the mantle held by the greatest heroes this village has ever seen. I will honor all of them, including those who didn't make Hokage, but those who gave their lives in service of our great nation, by doing everything within my power to keep this village safe, even at the cost of my own life. The people of Konoha roaring in appreciation and celebration. What they didn't know was that things were going to change. Tsunade was going to dissolve the civilian council, and with the remaining village elder facing complete house arrest for the rest of their lives, only the shinobi council would remain. The village was about to become a proper shinobi village once again. The academy was going to be going over a severe overhaul. Now, before the feudal lord and I dismiss you for the day, there is something that has come to my attention that, quite frankly, has me livid with most of you. The fifth Hokage started only to be interrupted by the only person she truly answered to. What are you doing? What has the village done that has you livid, and why wasn't it brought to my attention last night at the meeting? He whispered in her ear. My apologies, but with Danzo running off and the coinciding problems that lead to him fleeing, I didn't get the chance to bring it up. But allow me to tell you along with the village. She whispered back before turning her attention to the village after getting a slow nod from the man beside her. It has come to my attention that my grandmother's clan, the Uzumaki's, history has been removed from the academy curriculum. Not only that, but before his death, one of my own family was treated like he was something he wasn't. I feel it is high time you all learn that you celebrated the death of possibly the last of my family, one Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. You treated him as if he was the fox itself when he was nothing but the jailer. She shouted, causing the crowd to erupt in denial and disbelief, which only pissed her off more, while the clans and Rookie 11 were wondering where she was going with this. Quiet! Stop and ask yourself this question. If a kunai is sealed within a scroll, does that scroll become the kunai? The answer, no, it does not. So how was Naruto Uzumaki any different? To top it off, while you practically worship the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, you fools failed to see the resemblance between him and his son, who he had no choice but to seal the fox within. You were abusing and ostracizing the son of the Yellow Flash and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death. Therefore, you were spitting on the four teachers' legacy and memory. Once again, the crowd was divided into two groups, those that lost family in the fox's assault, who were in denial and disbelief, and the clans and Rookie 11 who were shocked and in awe. While they shared the disbelief of the people shouting out their feelings, it wasn't the same. They couldn't believe that they never saw the resemblance between Naruto and the fourth. It was right in front of their faces all this time. Just remove Naruto's whiskers and you were looking at a younger Minato Namikaze. The clans who knew Minato and Kushina were ashamed that they didn't help their friend's son at all. Tsunade, is this true? The feudal lord asked, barely keeping his anger in check at the village that would treat the child of their greatest Hokage like that. Every word. I will explain in my office shortly. The slug Sannin nodded, earning a stern look along with a nod in return before she turned to the crowd for the last time. You are now dismissed. While you are free to deny the truth, but know I can and will provide proof to anyone who wishes it. Just know that any rioting will be met with detainment. With that, the two most influential figures walked towards the roof access of the building. Everyone else either stormed off or walked away to return to their homes to think over the revelations brought to them. Sakura, Hinata, and the rest of the rookies who were close together all just stood there as Sakura collapsed to her knees with a blank look on her face. Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, and he held such a burden. So that's what that red chakra was that he used during our mission to the Land of Waves and during his match with Niji. Sakura said in shock, feeling even worse. Niji walked up with a sorrowful look. So, he did know what it meant to live with a brand that defined him. Indeed, he would have made a most worthy eternal rival if he was still alive. To have lived with such a burden and still had such a youthful outlook on life is inspiring. Rock Lee said in his usual loud voice. But Lady Tsunade is right, Naruto wasn't the fox. I know that better than anyone, being an aspiring weapons mistress. Tenten said with confidence. Everyone but Sasuke agreed with that point. Humph, even if he was the fox, he's dead. He was a weakling anyhow, a complete waste of potential regardless of his heritage. I bet the Uzumaki clan were a bunch of weaklings, even if 2 of them married Hokages. They don't have anything on the Uchiha, he said before turning and leaving to go train. Sasuke, Sakura frowned. Did our time with Naruto mean nothing to you? Was what you said to him during the exams a lie? Let's go, Sakura, Hinata, and those who actually missed the blonde knucklehead. Let's go pay our respects to the memorial stone after we get flowers from my family's shop. Ino said, surprising harshly towards her supposed crush. Whatever, I've got training to do, Sasuke said unbothered and left to Team 7's training grounds. Such unyouthfulness. Let us be off to pay our respects, Lee said with a frown, getting a nod from his fellow genin. Off to the side, no one noticed Jiraiya watching the genin once Tsunade started her surprise announcement, figuring Naruto would want to know what was going on. He was surprised that his student's former crush was beating herself up over how she treated him. However, he was pleased to hear they would have accepted his burden if he was still around, especially the cute panda bun-haired girl. I'll have to inform Naruto when I get back to Wave for his training, but I think I will stick around until Yugao's resignation is confirmed, he thought before making his way to Tsunade's new office. Hokage office. Tsunade and Mr. Shirjimi were sitting in the office. The latter was looking extremely displeased. I cannot believe that this treated Minato's son like that. However, I would like to have proof of this sent to my palace. I mean all of it, Naruto's hospital records and blood tests that prove he's their son. Of course, my lord. I will gather all of that by the end of the week, Tsunade said respectfully. See that you do, the feudal lord said firmly. Now I must be off. Make sure my wife's cat is treated with care should she escape again. Of course, sir. Have a safe journey. The new Hokage bowed as he left. Damn, being all formal is a pain in the ass, Tsunade thought as she sighed before straighten out. Get me Yugao Yuzuki. One of the hidden ANBU left to carry out her order. Shortly after, Jiraiya crawled through the window. So, Mr. Shirjimi has left, huh? How'd it go? He said with a smirk. Oh, shut up, she groaned before glaring. And next time you climb in through the window, you'll find your way on a one-way trip to Wave via my fist. Ok. I take you just sent for Yugao, he said with a wave of his hand dismissively. Tsunade growls at his dismissal before calming herself. Yes, she should be here shortly. I take you'll be leaving shortly after we are done with her. Yes, that's the plan. Assuming I'm correct in her plans, he said in a serious tone, getting a nod from his former teammate. Yeah, I believe we're both thinking the same thing. Tsunade nodded before there was a knock at the door. Komein. You called me for Lady Tsunade? Yugao said, dressed in her standard ANBU armor despite her resignation as she walked in. Yes, it's time to discuss your resignation letter, Tsunade said before signaling for her ANBU to leave. Before they could continue, Yugao walked up to the wall to the left of Tsunade's desk and stabbed the hidden root agent. Damn that Danzo. Figures he'd keep his agents within the village even after being declared a criminal. Thank you, Ms. Yuzuki. Tsunade growled and slamming her fist into the desk before once again calming herself. Now then, is it safe to assume that you willing be leaving the village to continue being Naruto's Kenjutsu teacher? Yes, Lady Hokage. But that is not all. I plan on working with him on missions unless he has some other plan, the former ANBU said simply. Tsunade and Jiraiya nod. Slightly surprised she'd take on missions with him, but considering their quick bond and what they saw when she was stabbed. All right then. I approve your resignation, however. I trust you not to reveal or pass on any Konoha secrets. If we do discover you have done so, we won't hesitate to send Hunter Ninja after you. Do you understand? With all due respect, Lady Hokage, but with Naruto having the Shadow Clone Jutsu, an A-rank Kenjutsu, not to mention him having the means to learn the Hiraishin, a jutsu created by your granduncle, Lord Second, and made famous by my student's father, Lord Fourth, I think you asking me to keep this village's secrets is a moot point. Yugao pointed out respectfully. While that is true, as a former ANBU agent, you know far more than he does about the village's dirty secrets. Ones that could bring our destruction if they got out. Jiraiya countered. Yes, I understand. She nodded, seeing their point. She did indeed know more than Naruto, who was just a genin before defecting. I suppose you want me to inform Naruto to do the same. I mean, not teaching the shadow clone jutsu and Hiraishin to anyone. That would be best. Yes, both techniques are Konoha originated. The Rasengan, however, is technically his to teach as he wishes, since it can be considered a clan secret. Tsunade said professionally. Very well, and what of Anko? By now those two are likely thick as thieves by now, considering their similar backgrounds as pariahs of this village. The purplet asked curiously. Secretly she wanted Anko to stay in Wave and help Naruto, but she was still officially Leaf Kunoichi. Have her return for now. Should she desire to resign after what those old fossils did to her and the way the village treated her, I will grant it to her. The fifth Hokage with a frown. She really didn't want to lose one of her best interrogators, but also knew that it was the snake mistress's choice. Very well, the swordswoman said with a frown. Before you go, however, I would ask you to do me a favor. I promised him payment for the secret to defeating paperwork. Would you be willing to deliver it for me? The Busta Blonde asked with a smirk. Of course. I assume it will take time to gather the payment, Yugao asked, getting a nod in response. That would give me time to say my goodbyes and pack up my things. Very well, I'll have it ready by sundown, Tsunade said with a smile. By your leave then, Lady Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, the former ANBU said with a slight bow and left the room. You know Anko is going to resign as well unless he convinces her to stay here as one of his contacts, even if you plan on being one of his informants. Her past with Orochimaru will be a permanent stain on her reputation, even if she does leave the village, Jiraiya said seriously. I know, and I won't blame her if she does resign. After all, I have no right to judge those who wish to get away from their past or the memories this village brings back. Tsunade with a frown. Jiraiya frowned at that, knowing she was right. How do you plan to be his informant anyhow? Your ANBU protection is going to at your side the whole time, not to mention Shizune and her fierce loyalty to the village. That part is easy. In with the promise payment, I'll include a message asking him to send me periodic messenger toads. Not to mention any major missions that we may need assistance on once he'd made a name for himself. Hell, might send him on a big mission to help get his name out there. The slug Sannin said with a smile. I see the mission idea could be passed off as that. Just be careful. Shizune is a smart girl. She'll start suspecting you if you request to be alone with him every time he's here, the super pervert said with a thoughtful look. I appreciate the concern, Jiraiya, but I'll be careful. Tsunade with a small smile. She really did appreciate the concern, even if he was doing it because of his lifelong crush on her. All right. Well, I'm gonna get some research in while I can. That brat and Yugao will be on my ass to focus on his training. Especially since I'm on thin ice with him for not being there as his godfather. Jiraiya said, climbing out the window to try to hide his depression. Speaking of, he asked you who his godmother was back at the inn, didn't he? Who is / was it? Tsunade said, trying to get her teammates' mind off his depression, not knowing she made it worse. Mikoto Uchiha, he said before he jumped out the window towards the hot springs, shocking the slug Sannin. It was then that she signaled for her ANBU to return and Shizune rushed in a panic. Lady Tsunade, the shinobi clans are demanding a council meeting after your reveal. The fifth Hokage just sighed for what seemed like the 100th time that day. I guess I should have expected that. Very well, I do need to run something by them anyhow. With Yugao. The now former Konoha Kunoichi was heading to her usual hangout where she knew her two friends were waiting for her to hear the final judgment on her resignation letter. Honestly, she was sad to say goodbye to them, but she made up her mind to support Naruto in any way she could. She promised him to be his Kenjutsu sensei and she intended to keep that promise. Yugao, Over here, Hana Inuzuka said, snapping her friend out of thoughts. She was a gorgeous woman with straight brown hair. She wears a ponytail unlike her brother and mother who enjoy the wild, animalistic look, black slit-like eyes, and the Inuzuka Fong tattoos on her cheeks. She wasn't wearing her standard Chunin outfit right now since she was technically on leave. She was wearing a tight-fitting muscle shirt and shorts with standard shinobi sandals. Hana, Kurenai, thanks for waiting here for me. I didn't expect that meeting to go that quickly, the purplet said with a sad smile. It's all right. How did it go? Kurenai said with the same sad smile. She could guess what happened, and if she was right, it meant that there would be one less ice queen within the village. I got approved. I'm now freelance, like my student I told you about, the swordswoman replied. Well, I for one am happy for you, Yugao. If it wasn't for this mystery student of yours, you would have still been mourning. Hey 8. This Takumi gave you purpose. If I'm ever in Wave, remind me to give him a thank you kiss. Hana said with a smirk and a wink. Oh, whatever. It's not like that. I'm just teaching him kenjutsu and he's literally half our age. Besides, he's already in an arranged marriage with the leader of Nadeshiko village. Yugao protested, not realizing the small blush dusting her cheeks.
Yeah, okay.
Then that blush on your cheeks is nothing then, Kurenai said teasingly before getting serious. But seriously, she's right. We owe him for getting you out of your slump. Bring him by sometime you're looking for work. We'd love to meet him sometime. She's right. Make him strong for this betrothed of his. Those kunoichi from Nadeshiko village are no joke. I've had a run-in with a few of them on missions. They're very strong. I hope you have someone to teach him something other than kenjutsu because he's going to need more than that to beat their leader. Hana said in the same serious tone. I assure you he'll be fine, especially if things go as I think they will, the purplet said with confidence. You mean with Anko? Kurenai sighs, getting a nod from the former ANBU. You're right. With what the village has put her through and what you've told us, I wouldn't blame her if she decides to resign. Besides us, Ibiki and Inoichi, there is nothing really keeping her here. Well, I better get home and grab what I need for the road and clean up my apartment, Yugao said, getting up, starting to feel uncomfortable. I promise I'll take care of Anko if she decides to go back to Wave. All right, take care of yourself. Keep in touch, all right? I'm sure there are messenger hawks you can purchase from the aviary, Hana said with a sad smile. If not, I might be able to convince Takumi to let me use his summons to keep in touch. I'll find a way. Don't worry about it, Yugao said one last time before walking off to her apartment. Once there, she packs all her clothes, her weapons, maintenance materials before she stopped and looked at the picture of her and Hey-ate one last time. Goodbye, my love. I'm going to pass on your sword skills to a worthy successor. I can only hope you approve my leaving the village, she said quietly before leaving the apartment and locking the door. Meanwhile, council chambers. The moment Tsunade walked into the council chambers, was met by very angry clan heads, especially those close to Minato and Kushina. Lady Tsunade, care to explain why Minato and Kushina's son wasn't brought to our attention last night? Hayashi asked calmly, but his irritation was clearly seen by his clutching of his sleeves tightly. Aside from the fact that we had to deal with Danzo and the elders overstepping their authority, in truth, I didn't know until I reached my office after our meeting when I read my old sensei's journal, he left for future Hokage. I didn't think you would have appreciated being called back when it was already so late and already searching for the traitor. So while I did reveal Naruto's lineage in the heat of the moment, I don't regret it. I'm certain some of you would have tried to walk me out of it or word to be less blunt and brutal than I did, Tsunade said firmly. While they weren't happy, the clan heads understood her reasoning, seeing as how that's exactly what they would have done. Troublesome, while that may be true, your announcement may have the adverse effect of lowering our forces' already low morale. We can only hope that we are able to recover before the other great nations learn of our losses, Shikaku said before seeing Tsunade ready to send him on a one-way flight somewhere far away via her fists. Don't get me wrong, I didn't see the boy as the fox or even a weapon, however. The point stands that without him we've lost our deterrent. We are at a disadvantage should the other villages attack. We are lucky that Suna has agreed to renew their alliance with us after their joint attack against us with Orochimaru. Alright, our morale is low. What do we do about it? She asked in a huff. Oh, for Kami's sake. The village will bounce back, we always do. Hiruzen preached the will of fire was strong, and while I'm pissed that I wasn't made aware that the pup was Kushina's son, I doubt the loss of him and the old man will extinguish our beliefs. Sum groaned, clearly annoyed by the melodrama. From now on, we ask that you refrain from pulling stunts like that in the future. As Shikaku said, we're in a fragile state, and revealing sensitive news like that to the public will do more harm than good. Inoichi said respectfully. Very well. Tsunade nodded. Is there anything else you wanted? Yes, actually. We wanted to inform you that even with my clan's Byakugan and the Inuzuka's ninja hounds, we were unable to locate Danzo or his hidden base. Hayashi reported. Damn it, she said, slamming her fist into the table. All right, keep your search up. That old warhawk knows far too much to be left alone. Dismissed. I might need to request Naruto's and Jiraiya's help in this search, and I know Naruto won't be happy about it. The blonde Hokage thought to herself as everyone started clearing out the room. Wait, there is one more piece of business that I require your attention. As you know, Jiraiya, Yugao, and the unaffiliated shinobi by the name of Takumi were responsible for my return. Along the way, Takumi gave me information that each of you should know, the secret to defeating paperwork. As clan heads, I know you have your own to deal with on a daily basis. I believe that this young man should be paid S-rank mission for this information. And what is this secret? Choza asked curiously. Tsunade grinned and summoned a shadow clone, earning gasps from the council. However, Shibi asked what everyone asking themselves. How did this Takumi learn the shadow clone jutsu? He's Jiraiya's student with insane chakra reserves. Ones that are comparable to those of the Uzumaki clan, she said with a smirk, getting nods of understanding. Jiraiya never cared what he taught his students, and neither did they as long as it wasn't one of their clan secrets. Now then, all in favor of paying this shinobi S-rank mission fees for this information, raise your hand. Needless to say, everyone present raised their hand, earning a smile from the new Hokage who looked to Shizune. Shizune, I trust you can make this notion to the mission payment office to get it processed as a rush order? Our delivery personnel is leaving at sundown. Yes, Lady Tsunade. I will make sure this is ready right away. The black-haired assistant said, even though she didn't quite agree with this. Why are we paying someone who isn't affiliated with us? Something is off. Before Takumi left, the two of them seemed to have grown close in the short time he was there. And I was unconscious for most of it thanks to that slap. Makes me wonder if Lady Tsunade hiding something from me. She used to tell me everything. Alright, no, you're all dismissed. Just remember to keep searching on our traitorous warhawk. Tsunade said, getting up to leave the room with everyone else following her shortly after. Sundown. Konoha Gates. Yugao and Jiraiya were standing at the gates waiting for Tsunade and Naruto's payment. With them was Kurenai and Hana, who came to see their friend off. Remember, hun, you're always welcome and have a home here. We'll keep your place clean for when you and your student come for work, Kurenai said with a sad smile. She's right, so don't be a stranger. I was serious about coming to Wave to see the student that caught your interest, Hana said with a teasing smirk. Oh, shut up. I told you it's not like that. You know it's too soon to move on to another relationship, Yugao said seriously. Both Ice Queens nodded at that as Tsunade walks up with Shizune, who was holding a scroll, the look on her face showing she didn't agree with any of what was going on currently. Tsunade didn't seem to notice, or if she did, she chose to ignore it. Ah, I see you have friends seeing you off. That's good that you have friends that care that much about you, Tsunade said with a smile before she turned to her assistant, Shizune. Give Yugao the scroll. Lady Tsunade, should we really give so much money to someone we barely know for simple information? The black-haired woman asked, clearly reluctant to follow the order. Now Shizune, this has been approved by the council. Do you intend on going against the council and make us liars who don't honor agreements? The slug Sannin reprimanded with authority in her voice. Yes, Lady Hokage, Shizune said meekly and defeat as she handed the scroll to the former Anbyu, who took it with a nod. Thank you, Lady Hokage. Yes, I am very fortunate to have them as my friends. And thank you again for accepting my resignation, Yugao said respectfully with a smile, storing the scroll in her pouch on her hip. You're welcome. Take care of yourself and your student. I'll be in touch if we need assistance, either it be through Katsuya or Jiraiya when he checks in with me, Tsunade said with a nod. We must be off. I sent word to Takumi we'd be there by morning, Jiraiya said with his arms crossed, for once not ogling the gorgeous women in the area. Right, and we should be there by then since we don't have civilians to slow us down, the purple-haired beauty said, earning a nod from the Toad Sage. And with that, both of Naruto's teachers gave a wave goodbye before to bounded off into the forest while Kurenai, Hana, and Tsunade gave waves of their own while Shizune scowled in the background. In the land of waves. While everything was happening in Konoha, Naruto and Anko were getting to know each other better, each telling themselves how they coped with being pariahs. Ayam even chimed in on her favorite pranks that Naruto pulled. She smiled at seeing her new boyfriend and his fellow pariah quickly becoming close as if they were brother and sister. She wouldn't be surprised if Anko somehow knew Naruto's mom. So what will you do, Anko? Yugao-sensei and Pervy Sage will be here in the morning, Naruto asked sadly. He really didn't want her to go. Well, I have to go back to the village to at least put into my resignation and apologize to Ibiki, Kurenai, and Hana before I come back. I know I could be your eyes and ears within T&I, but these past few days I've grown to love it here and have enjoyed our time together, she said with a sigh. Besides, before I leave tomorrow, we need to discuss your idea of turning this place into a haven for people falsely accused of crimes or wrongly treated by their villages and looking for a safe haven in exchange for defending the land of waves. I think that's something we need to talk to Tazuna and the city council about, not to mention the feudal lord of the land of fire since Gato killed this lands, he said, showing his intelligence that he was hiding. Even so, we should iron out the details before we go before the officials, she said with a chuckle, earning a nod from the two in the room. Personally, I think that's a splendid idea. I'd certainly feel safer if we had our own defense force to protect us against the likes of Gato. However, I think you three should get some sleep. Your friends will be here early after all, Tsunami said, coming out of the kitchen having finished washing supper dishes. I suppose you're right. I still need to head to the fire capital anyhow to get control over my parents' financial accounts. I haven't had time to do that recently, Naruto said with Anko looking sheepish. Yeah, sorry about that. If it weren't for that bogus mission you would have been able to attend to that little errand, she said, scratching the back of her head. Oh, don't worry about it. I wouldn't have left while wondering what was going on with Yugao-sensei. Besides, it's been fun getting to know the real you after our first encounter at the Chunin exams, he said with a chuckle. He's right. I think we were all worried about the results of her resignation. We just have to wait till morning to see what's going on back in Konoha, Ayam said before yawning. Now come on, we have an early start tomorrow. Getting the hint, Naruto nodded and followed Ayam up to the room they started sharing since getting together. While they didn't do anything other than cuddle, none of the adults had an issue letting the new couple sleep together, knowing that Naruto wasn't ready to take that step despite the saying shinobi, old enough to kill, old enough drink, old enough to get laid. In truth, Naruto had a healthy or unhealthy, depending on how you look at it, fear of women instilled into him, and somehow he knew that his betrothed, whomever she may be, would want her future husband to be as pure as she was likely going to keep herself. The next morning, bright and early, Naruto was woken up by a knock on the door. Groaning, he pries himself out of Ayam's grasp and stumbles downstairs and opened the door. When you said crack of dawn, I didn't think you meant that literally, he groaned. You've spent too much time with Kakashi. You've grown to expect people to be late, Yugao said dryly. Yeah. Come on in, But be quiet. Everyone is still asleep, the former blonde said, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Geez, you guys couldn't be a little late? I should sick my snakes on you, Anko said in an irradiate tone. The swordswoman laughed a little. You never were a morning person, my friend. The snake mistress grumbles and lays on the couch trying to stay awake with Naruto plopping down next to her, showing the two teachers just how close the two have become. They didn't say anything about it, seeing as how they were both still trying to wake up. A couple of hours passed. Jiraiya and Yugao take the chance to get a little rest before they started their day, but they were woken up by Inari, Tsunami, and Tazuna coming downstairs. I see everyone is here, well except for Ayam and Tucci, but I expect them to be up soon, Tsunami said with a smile. I'll get started on breakfast. Tazuna looked at the swordswoman and asked in a firm tone. I take it your resignation was accepted without issue, meaning you're free to go where you please? Yes, and I have gotten formal permission to teach Naruto from Lady Tsunade, the new Hokage. She replied with a nod, easing his worries. That's good, though I think you may wish to get another outfit. The people may be wary of you while you are dressed as an ANBU minus the mask, Tsunami said from the kitchen. I suppose you're right, the former ANBU mused aloud. I'll need to find more permanent living arrangements as well. While I'm grateful for you putting me up during my visit, I do not wish to wear out my welcome. Not to mention I can't exactly live with Naruto and the Ichirakus once the restaurant is finished. Why is that? Ayam asked sleepily before plopping down next to her boyfriend, resting her head on his shoulder. You'd be more than welcome to stay with us in between missions. It'd also help with Naruto's training if you're living with us. Something tells me that'd be awkward, so I'll pass. Yugao deadpanned before smirking. When did this happen though? Already two-timing your betrothed Naruto. Oh, whatever. I haven't even met this girl. Besides, there is no guarantee she'll accept or be willing to partake in this arrangement. She might just fight me to fulfill the promise and already have a guy back home she wants to be with. Naruto groaned, not knowing that just meeting his betrothed would be all it took for them to hit it off. At least I know Ayam will always be there for me, just as she always has been. Ayam was blushing by this point but smiled all the same and snuggles closer to him, if that were possible without her getting into his lap. Yugao nodded and smiled, seeing her student happy. Don't be so sure. Those kunoichi of Nadeshiko village value honor, hard work, and strength. Something you already have in spades. You'll only get stronger by the time we're done with you, Jiraiya said simply. I'm surprised you were considered by them in that case. The black and red-haired teen deadpanned. Correct me if I'm wrong, but peeping on women in their most intimate moments and leaving your godson to fend for himself for the first 12 years of his life isn't very honorable. Then again, the peeping is what got me into this mess. The Toad Sannin just sighed. He knew he had a long road of redemption ahead of him, but he didn't know how long Naruto held grudges. Anko merely smirked. She was liking the real Naruto. He appears to be done taking people's shit and wasn't afraid to tell them what he thought. She then realized that she should ask about what was going on in the village. Hey, what happened while I've away? Did anything happen with that confiscated letter I gave to Ibiki? Actually, yes. Danzo is now on the run while the elders are under house arrest. All of the crimes and schemes have been brought to light. Unfortunately, that also means that Naruto and I may be called on to help with the search for the old Warhawk. Other than that, Tsunade revealed Naruto's heritage and burden to the public, almost causing a riot. He said before looking at his godson, you would be pleased to hear that most of the genin are sympathetic to you holding Kurama. The only one who seemed to be too arrogant or care was the Uchiha, calling you a waste of potential and your clan weaklings, obviously not knowing the strength of your clan. But he doesn't know it took a combined force of 3 shinobi villages to destroy their village, and not without suffering massive losses. Anyway, your former teammate, the Pinkette, was really beating herself up for how she treated you. In fact, it looked like she hasn't been sleeping well or even eating. She looked even thinner, if that was possible. The Hyuga heiress was looking better, even getting more support from her Inazuka teammate, who, from what I could discern, has feelings for her. Even the Yamanaka snapped at the Uchiha for his comment about you. Ha! So Sakura has been beating herself up since my death. Hinata and Kiba are getting along better. Sasuke is being the bastard he's always been, and both his fangirls are starting to see it. Then again, Ino's always been the type to stand up for people who can't defend themselves. I can see her lashing out against Sasuke for badmouthing me, especially if her friend is hurting over it. One of her few redeeming features. Naruto shrugged. Almost sounds like you admire the Yamanaka heiress. Anko teased, earning another shrug from the former blonde. I'll admit she's attractive, and while she berated me when I dissed Sasuke, and never hit me other than that one time in class, she was still a fangirl that didn't take her career seriously. That fight and tie with Sakura is proof of that, he said nonchalantly before seeing I am slightly worried. Don't worry, I don't want anything to do with girls back in Konoha. Nor do I see myself wanting anyone other than you and maybe this girl I have to fight at some point. In Hidden Cloud Village, an 18-year-old silver-haired dark-skinned woman wearing a gray business blazer with a red-trimmed mesh armor and gray skirt that went down to her mid-thigh and gray heels with her hair tied up in a bun, sneezed, causing her to drop the paperwork she was carrying for the rakeage to sign and assess. Damn it, who's talking about me? I know the rakeage isn't that impatient and I don't have many friends, she said, gathering the scattered papers with a sigh, choosing to ignore the shiver down her spine, as if she was going to meet someone who will be very important to her soon. Back in Wave. You realize you just jinxed yourself, right, kid? Tazuna said with a grin. Whatever, Naruto said with a sigh. Breakfast is ready. Tsunami called from the kitchen, getting everyone to sit around the table. You can discuss what you were talking about last night over the meal. And they did, Naruto bringing up that he wanted to establish a security force for Wave to prevent the likes of Gato from taking advantage of the land once again and protect the people from rogue ninja that would prey on them. Anko added that since Danzo was on the run, he was also a threat to Wave if he wanted to lay low. That is, if he didn't go to Orochimaru since they were in league with each other. However, while everyone knew Naruto was sincere about wanting to protect Wave, they knew he was worried about Ayam and Tucci the most. While your idea has merit, there are only 3 of you here officially, and one of you has a big network to manage. Even if Anko does return here after resigning, that's only 2 here at one time, especially since we know each of you intends of taking independent work. We'll need to find a way to get more shinobi here. We'll bring it to the city council once you have bigger numbers that agree with this idea. In the meantime, I suggest that at least one of you stay behind when the others leave, Tazuna said thoughtfully. I suppose that's agreeable. Naruto relented. We'll be fine, Naruto, Ayam said, kissing on the cheek, easing his tension. Well, I should get going. Ibiki and the girls are probably worried about me, Anko said, standing up and stretching before putting on her trench coat. If all goes according to plan, I should be back here in 3 days. I hope everything goes well for you in Capital. Be careful in Konoha. Unlike me, who is declared dead, you leaving is going to hamper your reputation even more. Stories will likely circulate that you are returning to Petamaru to reveal village secrets. It could hamper your resignation, the former blonde said seriously before being pulled out of Ayam's grasp and into a hug with his head being buried into Anko's ample breasts, causing him to blush up a storm. You're such a cute kid to be worried about me, but I'm not worried about my reputation. As long as my friends and little brother believe in me, I'll be just fine. She said full well that he was getting flustered. At least Ayam was taking it in stride, even if she was annoyed about having her boyfriend ripped away like that, but was laughing at his flustered state. Finally, she let him go and walked out the door. All right, I'm out of here. Take care of him for me, everyone. Anko. Yugao sighed but had an amused smile. Anyways, Naruto, you and Jiraiya should get going. I will stay here to protect the house while you're gone. Naruto nodded and thanks to her as he got up and went to get ready to leave after giving Ayam a kiss on the cheek and saying his goodbyes for now. 1 week later, after successfully gaining access to Minato's and Kushina's accounts with little trouble due to them leaving strict instructions for their vault to be sealed and only gained access from the one person who shared their blood, Jiraiya shook his head in amusement, stating, He should have known they'd resort to blood seals. Although if he had to guess, it was Naruto's mother that insisted on it due to her not completely trusting the village to bleed their savings dry, for the good of the village. Naruto laughed sadly, really wishing he could have met her since he heard they were so much alike. Anko got to and from Konoha within 3 days. A day to get back and drop off her resignation letter. A day to approve since Tsunade was accepting it. Get packed. Say her goodbyes to her friends and supporters. They all have a big going-a-dango feast along with a lot of sake, leading to the reason why it took 3 days to return to Wave. She needed the night's sleep off her hangover. However, before she left the next morning, Tsunade reluctantly asked Anko to take a mission scroll to Jiraiya and Naruto, a request for help to find info on Danzo, and if possible to capture or kill him. Anko accepted the task, stressing that the fact that the black-haired teen wasn't going to be happy but will accept the mission since he knows he can't be picky about the missions he gets. While Naruto was away though, Yugao and Anko fought off minor bandit attacks who thought it would be an easy mark, not knowing there were shinobi living there. They didn't even get past the bridge since Yugao and Anko took turns watching over the key access position for trade and commerce. So needless to say, when he got back he wasn't pleased. Everyone was sitting in Tezuna's house getting ready for supper while Ayam was trying to calm Naruto down. Take it easy, they were only lowly bandits. That's the reason Yugao stayed behind. None of the villagers were hurt. They didn't even get close to the house, she said while hugging him. Naruto's eyes were flashing between red and blue with his whiskers thickening and thinning at the same time. Even Binaheim was rattling in its sheath. I don't care. They targeted my new home, where my most precious person lives. I won't forgive them even if they are taken care of. I swear the next bandit is going to get the same fate Kabuto did. Naruto, calm down. I promise you that we'll find more people that have nowhere else to go and get the defense force up and running as soon as we can. Jiraiya said worriedly. He's right. One of us will always be here to defend the town until then. Mere bandits are nothing to us. Anko said, trying to sound confident, but she was actually worried. She heard what happens when Naruto uses that sword of his in tandem with the fox's power, and with the sword shaking like that, it was as if it was demanding blood, reacting to its master's rage. Naruto nodded and took a deep breath to calm himself. As he did, Binaheim stopped rattling, causing everyone let out a sigh of relief. Naruto looked to Anko before. How did it go back in the leaf? The snake mistress sighs before pulling out a mission scroll. It turns out she was expecting my resignation and had processed within a day. It only took me 3 days round trip because Ibiki and the girls treated me to dango and sake. However, on the way out the gate, Lady Tsunade gave me this scroll reluctantly to give you and the old pervert. Jiraiya sighed while Naruto took the scroll to read. After reading it thoroughly, he sighed. We did expect this sooner or later, but not this soon. It's only been a week since this Danzo has been on the run. Kid, with how much the Warhawk knows, he's a serious security risk. And with his private army, and the time he'd had, he could be anywhere, Jiraiya said dully. I'm sure he's with my former sensei, but we don't know where to find that slimy bastard is hiding. Anko grumbled. Any idea where we should start? The Blackette asked dryly. Not a damn clue. However, it is almost time for me to meet one of my informants in Kumo. We should probably leave tomorrow, the Toad Sage said as he leaned back in his chair. Ayam frowned at the thought of having so little time with her boyfriend, but she knew what she was signing up for when agreeing to date a shinobi. Naruto seemed to feel the same since she felt him pull her closer with a frown on his face as he nodded. He did, however, have a sinking feeling that something important was going to happen in Kumo.